Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by Huo Yang. Chapter 526-540. Hobert was greatly surprised by the abilities at the demigod level, and he couldn't help but exclaim, the Sequence 4 level is indeed a qualitative leap. Another signature skill of the Fallen Earl is, use. Besides utilizing the convenience and loopholes of some rules to extend or prematurely end some abilities or negative effects, it can also use the opponent's attacks, which, in simple terms, means gaining temporary control over the opponent's abilities. Just like when hunting the six-legged sprite, he could gain partial control over Hobert's underworld gate. Alter is about creating a battle environment favorable to oneself in a certain area by altering some basic rules of that area. Other abilities are basically qualitative changes of previous abilities. For example, grant is like a qualitative change of the previous bribe. However, grant has become so powerful that it is an offensive skill, capable of granting one's own negative status to an opponent, whether the opponent wants it or not. As long as the opponent is in the grant state, and as long as the opponent is below the angel level, using charm, association, and arrogance will be 100% successful, and the opponent cannot dodge, it will definitely hit. In addition, the three abilities, charm, association, and arrogance, have also been greatly improved. Most importantly, these three abilities can now be effective within a certain range and can select attack targets. There is also another signature ability of the Fallen Earl, Fallen. This ability requires no preparation and can instantly make enemies within a certain range lose the desire to attack, become completely unmotivated, or become irrational. At this time, the hearts of these people have fallen, and within a certain period, they will despise all positive and active emotions and actions, and take pride in base and despicable thoughts and deeds. For example, they will watch their teammates get killed and be proud of it. They will sneak attack teammates despicably and be proud of it. They will immediately betray their superiors and be proud of it. They will unconsciously want to undermine their teammates' morale. This is equivalent to an upgraded version of corrosion, except that the corrosion ability still exists, no longer needs preparation, and can be used directly. It can make the opponent greedy or irrational. Other abilities with qualitative changes include distortion, chaos, and weakening. Distortion, at Sequence 4 level, can not only perform conceptual distortion but also distort the opponent's intentions, goals, and attack effects. For example, directly distort the target's attack intention, making the target hostile to his companions for a short time, and can also distort fatal injuries caused by the target into minor injuries. In addition, it can also achieve a similar flash effect by distorting distance, taking steps of several meters, and can also float in midair for a certain period by distorting gravity. Chaos, at the demigod level, can cause some constants to fall into chaos, such as causing a huge, seemingly solid building to collapse instantly. It can also cause the distance, direction, natural laws, and all other common rules within a certain area to become chaotic for a period. As long as the target steps into that area, his attacking direction will unconsciously change. Bullets, cannonballs, and ranged attacks like the pyromaniac's fireballs are also effective. If attacking a single target, it will still put the opponent into a chaos state, but this state has been greatly enhanced and can also deal with demigod-level opponents. After a Sequence 5 level target falls into the chaos state, he may not recover for 7 or 8 seconds. Weakening has also begun to become conceptual. In addition to weakening the target's strength, it can also weaken some negative effects suffered by oneself, weaken environments and rules favorable to the enemy, and so on. Hobert showed a long-lost smile and sighed again. Demigod is indeed a qualitative change. Since no one had disturbed him, Hobert simply entered the country of disorder to look at the blurry figure sealed in the pool, and at the same time, briefly examine the new abilities that could be used in the country of disorder. Unlike previous promotions, as soon as Hobert sat on the Iron Throne, a vortex of power seemed to form around the throne, indicating the country of disorder's further submission to Hobert. Hobert first sensed the pool where the blurry figure was previously sealed. To his surprise, this time the figure did not break free and remained obediently in the pool. He was a little worried, so he simply went to take a look at the pool. The blurry figure in the water was already very clear. He looked to be in his 20s, with brass-colored hair, handsome but with a somewhat bookish temperament. Hobert raised his hand, and the other party's head emerged from the pool, but everything below his shoulders was still confined by the water in the pool. Hobert asked from above, "Are you transfused?" The other party smiled with pursed lips but said nothing. Hobert asked again, "Why are you in the country of disorder?" The other party's gaze shifted elsewhere. "How tragic, besieged by the 6 gods who once supported you, your vast empire quickly crumbled, and you were only one step away from becoming an old one." Hobert continued to smile. The other party suddenly looked at Hobert and showed a slight expression of surprise. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but Hobert saw that his mouth was still illusory, unable to make any sound at all. Hobert made a judgment. "It is confirmed again, this is transfused." He looks somewhat like a mental imprint. But what Hobert couldn't understand was why this imprint also became stronger as he became stronger. In addition, Hobert judged that the other party's consciousness seemed to be mostly awake, but it did not seem to have the ability to communicate yet. Hobert waved his hand again, making the other party sink into the pool. He stood in front of the pool, pondering how to bring this mental imprint into the real world. Keeping it sealed in the country of disorder was also very unsettling. Hobert quickly thought of 2 plans. The first plan was to bring the mental imprint out of the country of disorder, just like he brought Captain Dunn's spirit body last time. But whether this method would work was uncertain. After all, this was a mental imprint, not a spirit body. How could it be carried out? The second plan was to directly grant the other party to the real world through a ritual of granting. But the problem was, who should perform the grant ritual? Because this was very likely to be dangerous, he couldn't grant it to himself, and it was best not to use his followers, as it wasn't easy for the creator to develop a few followers. Finally, Hobert thought of a method. When encountering low-sequence enemies again, subdue them, then use the spoon of the mind to hypnosis them, and have them complete the grant ritual. With the plan formulated, Hobert prepared to try it when he had the chance. Sitting back on the Iron Throne, Hobert felt that the area of the country of disorder he could control had greatly expanded, including the dilapidated small town and the largest lake in the country of disorder. Hobert felt that the huge lake was somewhat unusual. He stood up again, and the next second appeared by the huge lake. Looking into the clear lake water, Hobert immediately saw scenes of people praying devoutly. After a brief discernment, Hobert recognized them as residents of the Full Moon Lake West Bank, the people who were supervised and forced to labor in the wilderness. Hobert roughly understood, that is to say, people who only pray towards the symbol pointing to me can also be seen in this lake. Although the picture is very blurry and I can't hear what the other party is saying, if needed, this huge lake will transmit the power of their faith to me, and those people can also act as anchors. He looked back at the dilapidated small town by the lake. Can I consider this to be the Creator's divine kingdom? As for the function of this divine kingdom, Hobert remembered that after Klein became Sequence 4, he could split spirit-body threads from his body and leave them in Source Castle to respond to simple prayers from followers. However, Hobert found that he couldn't do this. So, when there are many followers and subordinates, it's impossible for a deity to respond to every follower's prayer. The solution given by the country of disorder was hire workers, or find corresponding sealed artifacts. Hobert realized that hiring ordinary people or followers to work for him was the simplest method. He just needed to grant them the authority to respond to followers and some simple abilities, and they could handle most prayers. And Hobert only needed to use the pool in the main hall to pay attention to a few important followers. The more Hobert thought about it, the more feasible this method seemed. and at first, only 2 people would be enough, as the creator's business wasn't very extensive. As for compensation, what compensation was needed? Working in the creator's divine kingdom, wasn't that the best compensation? Hobert smiled and shook his head. Jokes aside, it didn't seem quite right to give no compensation at all. But giving money would be even more inappropriate, as it would devalue the job. Instead, he could give benefits or preferential treatment to the workers' families, and then emphasize the glorious nature of the job, believing that it should be easy to recruit people. However, Hobert planned to wait a bit longer. Otherwise, if the workers saw that the creator's followers were basically members of the Bach family, it would easily expose the fact that the creator was still in the startup phase. Returning to the Iron Throne, Hobert continued to use his spirituality to feel the new permissions he had gained in the country of disorder. First, he found that he could use the power of the country of disorder to help petitioners create charms. Currently, the charms that can be created include chaos, distortion, and other charms of the Black Emperor pathway. After putting on 1 to 107, the black glove confiscated from the Tamara family, he can also create exile, prohibition, and other charms of the arbitrator pathway. But it was limited to these 2 pathways. Hobert also tried with 1 to 105, the most powerful sealed artifact he currently possessed, which came from a whisperer of the abyss pathway, but he couldn't create charms related to this pathway. In addition, there are 2 modes for the strength of charm creation. One is to create demigod-level charms, which requires Hobert to mobilize the power of the country of disorder and consume about 1/3 of Hobert's own spirituality. In other words, it's best to only make 1 per day, otherwise, fighting in the real world would be very dangerous. Another mode is for charms below the sequence of a demigod, where about 15 can be made at once. If the Fallen Earl potion is fully digested, the number should reach around 20. Making such a batch of charms also consumes a lot of spirituality, so it's best to only do it once a day. In terms of spirituality consumption, making charms related to the arbitrator pathway is very uneconomical for Hobert, as his spirituality wouldn't be depleted even if he continuously used dozens of demigod-level abilities in battle. Instead, this could be used as a way to display divine power and strengthen the faith of his followers. Leaning back in the Iron Throne, Hobert sighed. Reaching sequence 4 truly brings divinity. All these operations make the creator look more like a god. Hobert then sensed that he no longer needed to walk backward to enter the country of disorder in the future. He could just silently recite a spell in his mind to enter. Additionally, the abilities of the Order Wood, the Uncontrolled Stone, and the Order Crystal have all seen qualitative improvements, especially the Order Wood. Hobert can summon a large tree covering 200 meters. The size of such a tree is quite terrifying. The Order Crystal, on the other hand, can mobilize more power from the country of disorder, forming a protective shield around him that lasts for more than 10 seconds. Hobert then thought that the Order Crystal's shield could be used when summoning the 100-eyed demon monarch or the Holy Infant King. After summoning the opponent, 10+ seconds are enough time for him to leave an angel-level battlefield. Undoubtedly, this strengthened Hobert's use of high-end combat power. However, it's best not to misuse these 2 abilities. Using either would display the surging power of the country of disorder. If used in some corner of Backland, George III would probably be able to sense it. Finally, Hobert set his sights on those few sealed artifacts. After becoming a demigod, he could already use the power of the country of disorder to perform preliminary sealing on these sealed artifacts. First, he tried to seal 1 to 101. The negative effect of easily encountering Beyonders above the Thief demigod level was finally sealed, and this Thief pathway demigod sealed artifact could finally be brought into the real world for use. Hobert also sealed the other sealed artifacts, greatly reducing their negative effects. Even 1 to 105, from the Whisperer, could be used in the real world for 3 minutes, only requiring the sacrifice of a person's internal organs, blood, and soul. When sealing 1 to 107, Hobert noticed the peculiarity of this sealed artifact. The spiritual residue and incomplete spiritual body within the sealed artifact were resisting Hobert's seal. At this point, Hobert discovered that after becoming a demigod, he could sense the internal structure of this sealed artifact. Hobert had previously noticed that it was a sealed artifact composed of part of a law enforcer extraordinary characteristic and a complete chaos mentor characteristic. The two extraordinary characteristics, along with the remaining spiritual body and spiritual residue, formed a delicate balance. If the sealing power was uneven, this balance would be broken, and the sealed artifact would be completely scrapped. Then, Hobert realized that he could temporarily put this balance into a chaos state. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could drag out the soul and spiritual residue, and if he put them back before the chaos state ended, it would not affect the balance of this sealed artifact. Hobert estimated that the chaos state of the sealed artifact could last for about 6 minutes, so he used this method to drag out the soul and spiritual residue of the sealed artifact. In front of the Iron Throne, a somewhat blurry, ethereal male figure formed. He looked to be in his 50s, with black hair and facial features that showed a slight unnaturalness, making his face look somewhat like a wax figure. Hobert asked, "What's your name?" The other party replied with a somewhat dull tone, "Curtis Tamara." "Do you still remember how you died?" Curtis recalled, "For a moment, I died in an internal family battle." Hobert quickly asked, "Did the Tamara family experience a civil war?" "Yes." "When was that exactly? What specific time was that?" Hobert originally wanted to ask, "How long ago was that?" But then he remembered that Curtis had been in the gloves since his death, so he probably couldn't distinguish how long ago the Civil War occurred. So he simply changed his question. Fourth Epic 1022. Hobert was stunned. Did they also use an era calendar in the Fourth Epic? But, what year was 1022? So Hobert asked again, "What major events happened before you died?" Curtis said, 30 years ago, the Night Emperor fell." Hobert nodded. "That would be after the Night Emperor's fall and before the Pale Era." Hobert had originally thought that the Pale Era followed shortly after the Night Emperor's fall, but now it seemed there must have been a period of time in between. Hobert asked again, "Why did the Tamara family have an internal civil war?" Disagreements in faith and ideals. Hobert then recalled the scene he had seen earlier from the Uncertain Mist, where 3 members of the Tamara family were sacrificing. Be more specific. Curtis seemed to recall seriously for a moment before saying, "During the United Empire era, our patriarch Tamara was loyal to Trensust." Hobert was stunned. Is this guy confused? Aren't you nobles of the Tudor Empire? He heard the other party continue. Unintentionally, the patriarch learned of the existence of the Great Uncertain Mist from Trensust and found clues to this great existence. So the patriarch pledged allegiance to Tudor. Hobert roughly understood. It should be that Trensust once asked Tamara to search for clues about the Uncertain Mist, but Tamara found the clues and simply wanted to keep them for herself, thus betraying Trensust. He also thought, if you think about it carefully, it's quite strange for Tamara, a balancer, to appear in the Tudor Empire's camp. Theoretically, the Night Emperor, who became a judge, should have been able to exert some influence on him. In that case, what would happen if there was a war? After 2 groups of people finished their threats and were about to start fighting, Tamara suddenly knelt down, and it was the kind where he couldn't be pulled up no matter what. Finally, Hobert thought, suicidal isn't even enough to describe Tamara's actions. He treated the clues to the Uncertain Mist as a treasure, but as a result, the entire family fell. Curtis continued. Not long after entering the Four Emperors era, the Patriarch found the Great Uncertain Mist based on the clues. That was the true god of the Black Emperor and judge pathways in the entire universe. But some fools in the family just refused to believe in the Great Uncertain Mist. Especially after the Night Emperor fell, with the Patriarch's help, a Duke of Entropy who had been severely wounded by the 6 gods was killed. Petty Tamara, who was appreciated by the Patriarch, successfully switched to an adjacent pathway and became an angel. We took advantage of the situation to attack the Trentsust family and gained many benefits, including the Black Emperor pathway potion formulas and many extraordinary characteristics. We all thought the family would become stronger, but no one expected that it would be the beginning of the family's division. Petty, who was appreciated by the patriarch, openly opposed believing in the uncertain mist and ordered the Abraham family members who had come to join us not to believe in this great existence. After several unsuccessful negotiations, a civil war finally broke out. Hobert slowly nodded. This connects with Jonathan's description, but the second split of the Abraham family should have occurred before the Tamara family's civil war. The remaining members were all Abraham family members who were willing to believe in the uncertain mist, which is why they were ordered not to engage in such a belief. He also thought, after the Tamara family pledged allegiance to the Blood Emperor, was the reason they actively intermarried with the Abraham family to use the power of Mr. or the abilities of the apprentice pathway to get rid of the Night Emperor's influence on them. After a brief thought, Hobert felt that this was very possible. It was almost 6 minutes, and finally, Hobert asked, "Do you know the final outcome of the Tamara family's civil war? Petty and them can't win." Hobert nodded and then, stuffed this incomplete spiritual body and spiritual imprint back into 1-107. Then he pondered the conversation he had just had. Tamara himself had been affected by the uncertain mist from a very early time. Judging from the current composition of Tamara's members, the civil war might have caused the Tamara family to split, but the main members of the Tamara family still controlled the arbitrator, law enforcer, and apprentice potion formulas. It's just unknown if any of the members who were unwilling to believe in the uncertain mist survived. Is it still possible to find their traces now? And even more, is there anything that can be used here? Immediately, Hobert also thought, I was right to kill the members of the Tamara family all along. I didn't expect them to have taken advantage of the chaos and attacked members of the Trentsust family before. And they even managed to obtain a copy of the Duke of Entropy's extraordinary characteristic. So that means the Tamara family should have 2 angels. Hobert suddenly realized, from another perspective, this is a clue for his advancement to Sequence 2. After all, there are only a few Sequence 2s, and now he at least knows that one Duke of Entropy extraordinary characteristic is with the Tamara family. Putting 1-107 back on the stone platform, Hobert thought that he had been in the country of disorder for some time, so he returned to the real world. After retrieving the order wood nailed to Teuton, Hobert walked out of the empty courtyard. Grov was waiting at the courtyard entrance. "Lord, I have killed all of Teuton's sons. What should we do with Teuton's women?" Of course, Earl Hobert had no intention of leaving behind any future troubles in such a ruthless struggle. Moreover, as a member of a noble family, one should be prepared to face this fate, just as every Beander implicitly agrees to join a life and death competition. Additionally, generally speaking, noble women are basically considered spoils of war, which is why Grov asked that question. Although Earl Hobert had previously said he would take all of Teuton Viscount's women, that was to plunge Teuton into deeper suffering. "Those who wish to go home, let them go home," Earl Hobert said. "Those who don't, send them to the Lord's manor across the river and let the Countess handle it." Earl Hobert involuntarily recalled the images that had appeared in his mind during his promotion. He suddenly realized that it was the corrosion of the potion on his consciousness, and that in the future, when he caused others to be fallen, he might also become fallen himself. To prevent such a thing from happening, Earl Hobert believed he must uphold his bottom line and not become fallen himself while causing others to be fallen. This was actually a process of resisting the potion, as the potion not only granted Beanders abilities but also influenced their temperament and will. Earl Hobert suddenly realized that if it had been in the past, he would certainly have inquired about killing Teuton's sons, or felt some unease in his conscience. But now, Earl Hobert found that he felt absolutely nothing. This was not right. Those were, after all, several lives. Ordering their deaths for his own purposes was one thing, but he must know what he was doing. Otherwise, what was the difference between him and a tyrant who regarded life as grass? Thinking of this, Earl Hobert frowned, carefully considering the rulers of this world, who were no different from the tyrants in Earl Hobert's impression. Earl Hobert did not want to become like that. He resolved to strengthen his emotional training in the future, neither being too flamboyant nor too indifferent. To put it plainly, he must maintain sufficient humanity to resist the corrosion of the potion. However, now was not the time to ponder this. Earl Hobert arrived at the main hall of Teuton Viscount's Lord's Manor and designated it for the town government. Earl Hobert said to Grov, the great hero of this campaign, you have two choices. The first is to be the first mayor of Teuton Town, but you will also follow the mayor's arrangements in business matters. This position is relatively relaxed and suitable for retirement. The second choice is to go back and rest for 1 to 2 weeks, then help me establish an intelligence agency. This agency will report directly to the Lord's Manor, which means it will only obey me. Grov thought for a moment. I don't think I'm too old yet. I've finally met such an enlightened leader as you, and I want to work harder. Earl Hobert smiled. Good. After the handover with Conrad is complete, go home and rest. Currently, your eldest and second sons are suppressing bandits. Your eldest son is already a Beander, having chosen to become a warrior. You will only be able to reunite with them after they return from suppressing the bandits. As for Dennis, he is currently in Backland. I will bring him back in a few days. Grov sighed inwardly. I never thought that at over 50 years old, my family and I would still encounter such an opportunity. He had long heard that after Earl Hobert seized the knight's fief, he heavily relied on Albert and Corwin. Now Grov finally understood that this lord hired people based on ability and loyalty to him, regardless of their background. Even when the lord first arrived in the territory, the two knights who were clearly in opposition to him were still accepted after they sincerely pledged their allegiance. Earl Hobert, after taking control here and receiving all of Teuton Viscount's property, returned to the Lord's Manor across the river, had a few drinks at dinner, and celebrated properly. Naturally, the evening included a dance with Furs. After their intimacy, Earl Hobert realized that although he possessed a certain divinity and had become indifferent in some aspects, his feelings and love for Furs remained unchanged. This made Earl Hobert realize that in the future, whenever he had time, he should spend more time with Furs to keep his emotions in a lively state. The two, as usual, chatted while embracing before bed. Furs told Earl Hobert, the magician potion has finally been completely digested. I have already written to my teacher to tell him this good news, and I can obtain another extraordinary material from him. If all goes well, I plan to adjust my state and complete the promotion next Monday or Tuesday. Earl Hobert smiled. Our countess will also be a middle sequence Beander. Then, the two talked about the Justice League meeting. As they chatted, Furs fell asleep in Earl Hobert's arms. Earl Hobert, however, had no sleepiness at all. Another reaction after becoming a demigod was eating very little, sleeping very little. Theoretically, eating only one meal and resting 3 hours a day was enough. Even using meditation to enter sleep, he would wake up after 3 hours. Earl Hobert estimated that demigods of the sleepless pathway probably only needed half an hour of sleep per day. Otherwise, they couldn't work 22 hours a day and still have time to deal with personal matters. Since he couldn't sleep, Earl Hobert began to ponder his upcoming plans. Suddenly having a few extra hours in the day seemed quite nice. Friday morning, Backland, 62 Queen's Avenue. The carriages of Earl Wolf and Earl Vincent entered Earl Hobert's Earl's mansion half an hour before the meeting. The carriages stopped, and out stepped Kalati, Earl Wolf's youngest daughter, and Carl, Earl Vincent's youngest son. They were members developed by Audrey and Grelint, respectively. At that time, Earl Hobert had also intended to use these members to establish connections with ruined nobility, but he didn't realize that before he knew it, Earl Hobert had already become a noble himself. Then, Miss Hugh and Jessica arrived successively by hired carriage, and finally, Teuton Viscount and Audrey's carriages arrived one after another. After half a year, the Justice League meeting resumed. The meeting was held in the study, but this Earl's study did not yet have many bookshelves and looked somewhat empty. In the center of the empty study, a long table and 8 chairs were arranged. The meeting members chatted and sat around the long table. At 10 o'clock, Earl Hobert announced, "Let's begin." Everyone had already taken their previous seats. Earl Hobert sat at the head, and Jessica sat behind Earl Hobert. Furs and Miss Hugh sat on the left, Audrey and Brulint sat on the right, Colati sat behind Audrey, and Carl sat behind Teuton Viscount. Audrey looked at Furs opposite her, and Earl Hobert at the head. The contact of their gazes showed their sweetness and affection, which made Audrey feel a little uncomfortable. But she was very good at adjusting her mental state and did not let anyone see her discomfort. Teuton Viscount, one of the initiators, spoke first. "I have already entrusted Miss Hugh with my request before. I need the sequence 8 potion formula and main ingredients for the pharmacist pathway." Earl Hobert said unhurriedly, "In Fenaport, I have a good cooperation with the Earth Mother Church and can help you obtain the Beast Tamer potion formula. As for the main ingredients for the potion, I have them in my possession." Brulint knew that his problem was not difficult for Earl Hobert. He smiled and asked, "How much will it cost approximately?" Earl Hobert, however, said, "No gold pounds are needed. I need you to do me a favor." Teuton Viscount made a gesture for him to speak. "I plan to make some investments in Backland and take over the governance of the territory as soon as possible," Earl Hobert said. "But I am very short of reliable subordinates." This made me think of well-educated noble scions with good insight. I mean those noble scions who have no inheritance rights and are not valued by their families. I heard that after they graduate from university or get married, they also have to find a way to make a living for themselves." Brulint and Carl nodded simultaneously. Brulint said, "That's how it is. There were too many such noble scions. After all, the quality resources of nobility were limited, and they generally had many children. Of course, the limited quality resources had to be used on those noble scions who seemed to have potential." The reason Carl also nodded was that if he hadn't become a Beander and been valued by his family, he would also have to make a living for himself in the future. Of course, for them, entering government departments or becoming a department manager in a company was not difficult, but in that case, with their income and network resources, they would gradually drift away from their former noble families. Now that he was valued by his family, the family would arrange a leadership position in a government department or a senior executive position in a large company in which the family had invested. If he worked harder, he would also have a good life. "Help me gather such a group of people," Earl Hobert said. "I will conduct a simple interview with them, and then train them. They will have a great chance to become the core management of my business in Backland." Becoming a confidant of an earl was already a very good choice for a noble scion not valued by his family. For Earl Hobert, this group generally felt they had been treated unfairly and generally complained about the current social system. These educated and insightful noble scions were highly sophisticated talents who were very easy to reform. This was an idea Earl Hobert had only last night. He referenced the she class of the Warring States period, a group that was insignificant during the spring and autumn period but stirred up the world during the Warring States period. Teuton Viscount said, "This is not too difficult. Do I need to do anything else?" For him, this was a matter of a dinner party. If a Viscount hosted, noble scions would surely flock to it. "I'll tell you when I need your help again," Earl Hobert said. Now, for him, gold pounds were no longer the greatest need. The resources in Teuton Viscount's hands were more valuable than gold pounds. Miss Hugh, another initiator, looked at Earl Hobert and said, "I need the extraordinary characteristic of an inquisitor." She had already obtained the potion formula from the Masked Man of Military Intelligence Section 9. Earl Hobert thought for a moment and said, "As previously agreed, 1,200 gold pounds." Carl, sitting behind Teuton Viscount, swallowed. He had heard a while ago that an inquisitor extraordinary characteristic appeared at a certain Beander gathering, was quickly bought, and the final transaction price was as high as 2,800 gold pounds. "Or you can also pay by helping me," Earl Hobert added. Miss Hugh was stunned. "What kind of help?" In a while, I'm going to recruit a batch of workers from the vagrants or the poor in the East District. At that time, help me screen their character, Hobert said. That's too simple. I'd rather pay with gold pounds. Miss Hugh didn't want to receive such special treatment. When you need help with screening, just call me, and I'll lend a hand. You might have misunderstood me. Hobert smiled. The number of people I'm recruiting is quite large, and the workload might be very heavy. I might even need to assign you an assistant then. Miss Hugh asked, how large exactly? Tens of thousands. Hobert replied. The other members all thought they had misheard. Audrey simply asked, Hobert, what industry are you investing in that requires so many workers? Hobert gave a mysterious smile. It's a secret for now. This made Audrey even more curious. Hobert then looked at Miss Hugh. Of course, the overall recruitment will be done in batches. Let's set a number. If the number of recruits reaches 10,000, it will substitute for the value of the extraordinary characteristic. For anything above 10,000, I will pay you extra. If it's less than 10,000, you will still be considered to have completed the task. For an inquisitor, it's easy to make vagrants tell the truth, so such screening isn't difficult. However, as Hobert said, the workload is huge. Miss Hugh had a concept of 10,000 people. Even with an assistant, it would take her more than a month of continuous work to complete the screening. She nodded. All right, I'll accept payment in the form of a task. As a Sequence 8, Miss Hugh could easily earn around 200 gold pounds a month by doing bounty tasks. Sometimes, with good luck, she would encounter a good task, like the one she received from Hobert before. Earning 400 or 500 gold pounds a month was not a problem. After becoming a Sequence 7, she would be able to take on higher value tasks. Of course, an Inquisitor certainly couldn't earn 1200 gold pounds in just over a month, but having an Inquisitor work at high intensity for over a month was roughly worth that price. Official Beyonders of the same sequence definitely didn't earn as much as bounty hunters, but official Beyonders received many benefits provided by their organizations. To use Klein as an example, these included Captain Dunn's professional guidance and some protection, Old Neil's teachings on mysticism, reimbursement for some of his personal expenses, and the main ingredients for his potion, among other things. Just in terms of security, it was something no amount of money could compensate for. After receiving Miss Hugh's reply, Hobert nodded. After the gathering, I'll give you the extraordinary characteristic. Miss Hugh then said, I hope to buy that enchantable revolver. She had finally saved enough money to buy both the revolver and the extraordinary characteristic, but since she didn't spend the money on the extraordinary characteristic, she was now very well off. No problem, Hobert said. It's still the agreed upon price, 1300 gold pounds. Deal. While Carl and the others didn't quite understand what the transaction just meant, Audrey realized that Miss Hugh and Hobert had just completed a transaction involving a magical item. She really wanted to know the specific abilities of that revolver, but since neither of them intended to explain, she didn't feel it was appropriate to ask. However, Hobert clearly gave some discounts. At other gatherings, even at the Tarot Club, an enchantable revolver would not be sold for that price. Furs was about to advance to Sequence 7, so she currently had no specific needs. Audrey, on the other hand, needed the fruit of the illusionary wind chime, but she knew that the chances of acquiring this main ingredient at a Justice League gathering were slim, and it could easily expose her identity as Miss Justice. After the few initiators no longer had any trading needs, the other members began to stir. Carl was the first to raise his hand and say, Lord, I have fully mastered the abilities of the arbitrator and am eager to obtain the extraordinary materials for the sheriff. Ever since he became a Beander, Viscount Vincent had also begun to focus on training his younger son, so he had given him the sheriff potion formula in advance, but had not yet been able to acquire the relevant extraordinary materials or extraordinary characteristic. Hobert nodded. Prepare 600 gold pounds. After the gathering, I will retrieve the extraordinary characteristic for you. Also, at Justice League meetings, just call me Hobert. All right, Mr. Hobert. Carl nodded repeatedly, his face full of excitement. I've brought the money. He hadn't expected that a problem that had plagued him for several months would be resolved so easily. The dignified and elegant noble Lady Kalati also said, "Mr. Hobert, I need the subsequent potion formula and extraordinary materials for the apprentice." Hobert smiled. "Just like last time, I have the extraordinary characteristic, and Miss Furs has the potion formula." This transaction was concluded for 1,200 gold pounds, with Hobert and Furs each receiving 600 gold pounds. Finally, Jessica said, "I need the Briber potion formula and extraordinary characteristic." "I've already prepared them for you," Hobert smiled. "The formula is 1,000 gold pounds, and the extraordinary characteristic is 1,200 gold pounds. "No problem," Jessica immediately said. "You can also pay by doing tasks," Hobert said. "In the future, I may need to cultivate a group of subordinates on the lawyer pathway. You can guide them and help them digest their potions as quickly as possible. Digesting the lawyer potion will substitute for 50 gold pounds of debt, digesting the barbarian potion will substitute for 100 gold pounds of debt, and digesting the briber potion will substitute for 200 gold pounds of debt." Jessica smiled. "I haven't even digested the briber potion yet." Hobert leaned back in his chair. "You will eventually, won't you?" Jessica pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, I'm willing to pay by doing tasks." For her, it was just a matter of providing some guidance, and when she encountered suitable cases, she would prioritize handing them over to Beyonders for handling and offer some instructions. After this transaction ended, everyone realized that Hobert, sitting at the head of the table, was like a supplier, seemingly able to meet all the members' needs. Kalati thought, "I wasn't even that surprised just now. Perhaps it's because at the previous gathering, Earl Hobert already gave us the feeling of being omnipotent." And Audrey noticed even more that Hobert was more willing to pay by having everyone do tasks. This indicated that Hobert's financial situation was good, and he needed helpers more than gold pounds. Jessica then peddled 2 more extraordinary weapons, and Viscount Brulint sold a few bottles of potions. The free trading session ended. Hobert said, "Let's move on to the intelligence exchange segment." Then he asked, "Does anyone know the detailed situation of Longtail Island?" Carl was the first to say, "I don't know, but I can help you get the relevant information. I can send it to you tomorrow night." His second brother worked at the Land Bureau, so getting relevant materials about Longtail Island wouldn't be difficult. He planned to hire several people to complete the detailed transcription work this afternoon and all day tomorrow. Hobert nodded. "Do you need any compensation?" "No need." Carl smiled. Being able to buy such a good value extraordinary characteristic at the Justice League gathering is the best reward. Hobert looked at Carl, who had been somewhat reckless half a year ago but was now much more steady, and nodded. "Good." Brulint sighed. "A fiefdom, that's a desirable place." Carl said, "Mr. Hobert, can you tell us about your great adventure in Feniport City? I heard there was a very fierce extraordinary battle that day." "Yes," Hobert smiled. "But because my sequence was too low, I didn't participate in the main battlefield." Furs smiled. "An angel-level battle, you'd have to be able to participate." Audrey, on the other hand, thought to herself, "Who says you didn't participate? I'm sure the power of the Creator must have been invoked by you." "My task was to control a sealed artifact, but the mission failed." Hobert only intended to speak to this level, because the enemy was too powerful. Carl curiously followed up with a question, "How powerful?" "Everyone should have a concept of demigods, right?" Hobert saw everyone nod, then continued, "There were at least 5 demigods and 20 to 30 sequence 5s responsible for guarding the sealed artifact." Everyone gasped. Carl simply exclaimed, "So many people." Hobert laughed. "I was very lucky to escape from there." Brulint and Carl had already begun to fantasize about the fierce battle, but only the observant Kalati noticed that since Mr. Hobert's mission failed, why was he still able to receive such a generous reward? However, seeing that no one else seemed to have noticed this, and Earl Hobert didn't want to elaborate, she didn't ask. After discussing some customs and anecdotes of Feniport, the gathering ended. Hobert asked everyone to wait in the study for a moment while he retrieved the extraordinary characteristic from the country of disorder, and then wrote down the Briber potion formula at the desk in his bedroom. Returning to the study, Hobert gave the magician extraordinary characteristic to Kalati and the sheriff extraordinary characteristic to Carl. He gave the Briber extraordinary characteristic and potion formula to Jessica. Finally, he gave the Inquisitor extraordinary characteristic and the revolver to Miss Hugh. Afterwards, Hobert saw everyone off one by one. Furs, of course, stayed at the Earl's mansion, as she was now the Countess. Miss Hugh also stayed. She used the tools Hobert provided to prepare the potion. Because her sheriff potion had been digested very well, there was no risk in the advancement process. After Miss Hugh contained her spirituality, the three of them had lunch together. Dolphus took Furs and Miss Hugh on a tour of the Earl's mansion, while Hobert used travel to go to Connaught City, to Apton's office. The members of the Bach family, whose study was originally scheduled for about a month, had extended their time and finally finished today. Apton had already had the accountant calculate that even with the study time extended by a month, it only cost a little over 1,600 gold pounds. Hobert had previously paid 2,000 gold pounds for tuition. He simply waved his hand, giving each student 12 gold pounds in cash for souvenirs, and he wouldn't ask Apton for a refund of the 2,000 tuition. As the creator, he naturally had to constantly display his majesty and mystery, but as a god blessed, he naturally had to win over the elites of the Bach family. It was only £360 in total, but it greatly increased the elites' favorability towards the god blessed. Hobert felt that the money was well spent. While Elliot and the others went shopping, Hobert chatted with Apton about his experiences during this training session. Smoking a cigarette and wearing a vest, Apton, who looked very casual, spoke highly of the young people from the Bach family. They were hard-working and patient, far superior to some young people from the great families of Rouen. Finally, Apton asked, "The influence of the great the creator seems to be mainly in the South Continent. Do I need to expand the business in the South Continent? There are also some forces in the North Continent," Hobert said with a smile. "It's just that you don't know about them. Someday, I'll invite you to vacation in the Fenaport Kingdom and let you see the creator's influence in the North Continent." Apton thought of Hobert's previous visit to Connaught City to find reinforcements. He nodded. "That's truly exciting. As for the high-end steam engines you're selling, it's very difficult to get them out of the port through normal channels," Hobert said. "It's better to ask the creator to help transport them to the South Continent." The two then talked about the previous raid on the Judgment Group. Apton told Hobert, "After that, I seemed to be briefly monitored, but my suspicion should have been cleared quickly. In the past month or so, I haven't felt any new surveillance." Hobert nodded slightly, thinking, what a pity. He was now a demigod and could easily defeat the Judgment Group. If there were any more clues, he wouldn't mind earning some extra money. After the students returned from shopping, Apton treated everyone to a big meal. It wasn't until evening that Hobert used the Traveler's Gate to send everyone back to the South Continent. They had been bursting with stories to tell and wanted to go back and brag about them. Close contact with the God Blessed was secondary, the key was that they had participated in the battles of the God Blessed in the North Continent and knew that there were so many God Blessed of the Creator in the distant North Continent. This gave them a feeling of, "We are not alone." Lawrence reported to the God Blessed on the progress of work in the South Continent recently. The first batch of 6 factories was nearing completion, and after the trained professionals from the family returned, they planned to start training workers, purchasing machinery, and attempting production. Finally, the tall Lawrence paid Hobert for the learning expenses and the permanent rune language charms from before, a total of about £4,000 in gold. Next was the issue of purchasing machinery. Hobert asked the Bach family to first discuss which machines they needed, and then simply write him a letter to place an order. In the afternoon, outside the train station in Backland, Furs, wearing a yellow knee-length dress and a hat embroidered with blue flowers, waited for teacher Dorian at the entrance. The weather today, like the past few days, was drizzly and gloomy, and an occasional gust of wind made her shiver. This made Furs sigh. Jeffrey Town is so much better. The sun is bright there, and it's already early summer. The key is that the sun during the day is so warm, I can sit under it for a whole afternoon. Finally, the medium-built figure, dressed in the most fashionable black formal wear of ruin and wearing a silk top hat, appeared in her sight. It was Teacher Dorian. Furs immediately opened her umbrella and went to meet him, but as soon as she took a step, Furs saw her teacher raise his left hand into a fist and press it against the first button of his formal wear. This was danger. Furs's expression remained unchanged as she shifted her gaze, looking at a young man behind him, naturally bypassing Dorian. Dorian had agreed upon emergency codes and gestures with Furs in a letter long ago. The meaning of that action just now was very simple, to tell Furs not to approach him. The young man behind Dorian was a little stunned by the lazy and beautiful Furs. He instinctively tidied his clothes and pressed down on his hat. As soon as he finished these actions, Furs had already passed him and continued forward. The young man smiled and shook his head, feeling a little disappointed. Furs circled around the vicinity, boarded a taxi carriage, and headed straight for the Hat Trick Hotel at 22 Hope Road in Jowood District. She arrived at the hotel before Dorian and requested a room facing the street. Hiding behind the curtains, Furs saw Teacher Dorian, who had just gotten off the carriage, first make a gesture of spreading his 5 fingers and pressing them against the second button of his formal wear. Furs breathed a sigh of relief. This indicated that the crisis was over. If the crisis had not been resolved at this point, Furs would have been preparing to ask Hobert for help using the messenger. After waiting another 20 minutes, Furs knocked on the door of the room Dorian had already booked and slipped inside. She asked with some worry and concern, "Teacher, what was the problem just now?" Dorian closed the door and smiled bitterly, "I saw an acquaintance." He sighed, "To be precise, an enemy." Furs asked curiously, "What did he do? Is he very powerful?" Dorian was silent for a few seconds. "I briefly told you about the organization I belong to. This organization suffered a severe blow due to the betrayal of some people. That person just now was one of the traitors." He did not mention the family, nor the conflicts between family members and students, to avoid any unnecessary associations for Furs. In fact, Furs already knew most of this. These traitors are truly detestable. "All right, let's not talk about these unpleasant things." Dorian first took out an iron box, which contained a crystal-clear crystal. "That was another extraordinary material of an astrologer. I didn't expect you to find another material so quickly." Furs spoke truthfully, "Thanks to my husband." She took the material. "Thank you, teacher. Your rapid advancement is the best thanks," Dorian said with a smile, taking out a parchment folded several times from his clothes. "This is the recorder's potion formula. Your digestion of magician and apprentice exceeded my expectations. This is my biggest surprise in the past 10 years. Furs didn't hide anything. I specifically went to a circus." Dorian nodded with relief. "I'm sorry, due to previous losses, I currently don't have the main material for the recorder potion. You'll need to find that yourself. However, I have prepared a gift for you." As he spoke, he pulled out a palm-sized notebook from his spacious pocket. Its cover looked very hard, bronze green, and very ancient. This notebook was composed of 3 types of paper. One type was scorched yellow and scarce, one type was yellowish-brown, like parchment, about 10 sheets, and one type was ordinary white paper. On the cover, there was a line of ancient Forsac language. "I came, I saw, I recorded." "This is a rather good magical item," Dorian introduced. "Because its negative effects are easy to avoid." Furs couldn't suppress her excitement and agitation. "What is it called? What are its negative effects?" Dorian stroked the cover of the notebook. "It's called Lemonoo's Travel Notes, but I prefer to call it Lemonoo's Spellbook. This spellbook allows you to record an extraordinary ability when you witness it, storing it on one of the notebook's pages. But you must remember, after one use, that corresponding page will become blank again, waiting for you to record again." As he handed the spellbook to Furs, he explained in more detail, it corresponds to the recorder of our apprentice pathway, an extraordinary ability higher than sequence 6. There's a chance of failure when recording. According to previous users' experience, the success rate for sequence 5 extraordinary abilities is not low, but it becomes quite difficult at sequence 4. It might not even succeed once out of 10 attempts. And I think no demigod would demonstrate it for you again and again. If it were an enemy, he would have killed you 10 times over. The scorched yellow paper is specifically used to record extraordinary abilities with divinity, and there are only 3 sheets in total. Furs was slightly stunned. I actually do have such an opportunity. Hobert just advanced to a demigod. I can experiment with him tonight. Dorian didn't notice Furz's distraction. He began to describe the spellbook's negative effects. Its negative effect is, after each use, it will make you get lost, the kind of getting lost where you encounter various dangers. You must draw your own blood and spread it evenly on the cover to eliminate this influence. Remember, don't underestimate that kind of getting lost. You must deal with it as soon as possible. Yes, teacher, Furz replied seriously. Looking at the notebook in her hand, Furz suddenly felt that she should do something for her teacher. What is the traitor's name? What does he look like? If I have the chance, I want to avenge you and your organization. No, don't think about such things. Dorian said solemnly. I know Hobert is most likely a sequence 5, but it's still difficult for you two to catch a traveler. The key is that the other party has joined a very evil organization called the Aurora Order. If your raid fails to kill him, it will bring you great danger. Furz almost blurted out that Hobert had already advanced to a demigod, but remembering Hobert's instruction to keep it a secret for now, she said nothing more. Dorian thought for a moment and then said, however, you do need to know him to avoid him. His name is Louis Wayne. I'll draw his appearance later. Okay, Furz said. I promise to avoid him. 62 Queens Avenue, in the bedroom of Jeffrey Earl's mansion. Crunch. Sitting at his desk, Hobert crisply bit into an apple, looking at the portrait in his hand. The man's face was thin, and his brow looked somewhat gloomy, like an addict. Putting down the portrait, Hobert said, this guy doesn't look like a good person at all. Standing behind Hobert, Furz, who was leaning on his back, said, he's indeed not a good person. He's a traitor of the Abraham family. She said, today, Teacher Dorian gave me a gift. I really want to kill this traitor as a way to thank Teacher Dorian. Hobert sniffed the fragrance coming from Furz. Leave it to me. I'll find an opportunity to take him out for you. That way, you'll have the extraordinary characteristic for your advancement to sequence 5. He handed the apple in his hand to Furz, letting her take a bite too. The hardest part was finding the other party's whereabouts, but Hobert remembered that the other party later came to Backland. Furz chewed on the apple and said, Teacher Dorian said he's very strong and has joined an evil Beander organization. Is he as strong as me? Hobert asked with a smile. Furz hugged Hobert and said with a proud smile, definitely not. Hobert then knowingly asked, what organization did he join? The Aurora Order. To be honest, I've been fighting against such evil organizations since I was sequence 9. No, since I was 9 years old. There's nothing I can do, your husband is just that righteous. Hobert suddenly thought of Audrey, but his thoughts immediately returned. Furz kissed Hobert's cheek. Hobert, you're so good. Hobert pinched her little nose, put the fruit pit into a special metal plate, and then wiped his hands with a wet towel that the servant had prepared in advance. Does Dorian have the extraordinary characteristic or extraordinary material of a recorder? There. He said that due to previous losses, he couldn't provide me with the recorder, extraordinary material. I have some, Hobert said. You just need to digest the potion as quickly as possible. Once you've finished digesting it, advance immediately. Furz nodded, suddenly feeling how good it was to have someone to rely on. Oh, right, Hobert remembered, tomorrow, you'll accompany me to visit a few of Father's old friends. No problem, do I need to wear formal attire? No, it's not a very formal visit. Hobert looked at the grandfather clock in the corner. My goodness, is it already 11 o'clock at night? Isn't it time for the eagerly anticipated dance again? The next morning, around 8 o'clock, the well-dressed Hobert and his wife arrived at Joe Wood District in the Earl's mansion's carriage. Hobert visited Barton Lawyer at the Aarons Barton law firm. Strictly speaking, he was Hobert's first mentor when he entered society. Doffus had already prepared Fenaport specialties as gifts. These specialties were, of course, bought from the Fenaport counter in a Backland gift shop. Doffus said he was very familiar with such operations. The two had a pleasant conversation and also confirmed that Hobert would frequently send lawyers for training in the future. Around 9 o'clock, Hobert and Furs bid farewell and went together to 1899 Nicro Street to visit Mr. Dickos. Hobert had previously sent a wedding invitation to Mr. Dickos, but Dickos was on a business trip to Constant in the southern Intersea at the time. Since no letter had been sent to Mr. Dickos before, the messenger had no mark for him and could only deliver it to Nicro Street according to the address. Thus, Dickos missed Hobert's wedding and was reportedly annoyed about it for a long time. This time, he very warmly received Hobert and his wife. This former adjutant of Rex was very pleased to see Hobert and Furs visiting him together. Since Doffus had sent a visiting letter 2 days earlier, Dickos was well prepared and gave Furs several very expensive gifts. Hobert only took 2 items, not wanting to make this elder spend too much. Besides the 3 of them, there was also a young man in his 20s, with slightly upturned eyes and a pair of beautiful eyes, serving tea to the guests. He was Dickos's youngest son. He hadn't expected the recently famous Earl Hobert to have such a deep friendship with his father, and that he would even refer to himself as a junior in front of his father. After chatting for a while, Dickos asked, "What are your plans after returning to Backland?" "I plan to reshape the current electricity industry." Hobert did not hide his thoughts from these past few days. Dickos was a little surprised. This market is very niche. That's because people aren't using electricity in the right places, Hobert smiled. "I plan to invite scientists to do some technological research to develop this industry in the direction I need." Dickos nodded slightly. "You are like your father, unfathomable." He pointed to his youngest son and said, "I've already introduced him. This is Todd. I think the venture you are about to undertake will need a runner. He has been by my side since childhood, is very familiar with Backland, and understands the entire commercial structure of the North Continent. Let him be your helper." Hobert smiled and said, "That would be wonderful. I am currently short of trustworthy people around me. I just don't know if Todd is willing to come to me." Todd was slightly stunned. His father had already promised to let him manage the branch company in Constant, so why the sudden change of heart? However, with guests present, he would not go against his father's wishes. "It is my honor to serve the Earl." Hobert nodded. "How about this, come find me at 62 Queens Avenue next Monday to officially start work." After the Earl and his wife bid farewell, Todd asked his father, "Do you guess the industry the Earl wants to develop has very good potential?" "Even if there's no potential, he'll dig it out," Dickos smiled. This kid inherited Commander Rex's genius mind and Commander Christine's steadiness. His career will definitely be successful. Todd nodded, always trusting his father's judgment. Hobert and Furs's third stop was Tingen City. The two directly used travel to arrive at a villa in the suburbs of Tingen City, and after being announced by the butler, they quickly met Ulysses. Mr. Ulysses also warmly entertained Hobert and his wife and inquired about their recent situation. After chatting for a while, Hobert said, "Mr. Ulysses, I recently need 1,000 new rifles, 20 cannons, 300,000 rounds of ammunition, and 3,000 cannon shells." If it were before, he could have bought these weapons from Christine, but Hobert heard that Christine no longer managed army logistics after becoming a member of parliament. "No problem," Ulysses readily agreed. "These will cost about £6,000, mainly because the cannons are expensive, each costing £100. This was the price Ulysses could get. If Hobert were to contact a weapons company himself, it would require very cumbersome procedures to buy new cannons, and it would be normal for the price to double or triple. For example, the old, second-hand weapons that Klein later helped the military sell, Ulysses could even sell to Hobert at scrap metal prices. However, after Hobert acquired his own territory, he hoped to manufacture firearms himself, so he would certainly buy the latest weapons to take back, dismantle, and replicate. And Furs had no idea that firearms were so cheap. One should know that a revolver in Backland cost £3 to £5, let alone a rifle. In fact, the cost of these weapons was not high, it was merely various restrictions that created their scarcity, giving the impression that they were very expensive. After finalizing this not-so-small arms deal, Ulysses then brought up Elizabeth's plan to take the university entrance exam in Backland. "Let her stay at the Earl's mansion," Hobert said. "I'll hire a tutor to teach her, which will be more targeted." Ulysses smiled and said, "Then I'll entrust her to you." He didn't have many acquaintances in Backland, and crucially, he didn't know anyone in Backland's education circles, so he couldn't help much with Elizabeth's university application. After agreeing on Elizabeth's arrival time in Backland, Hobert prepared to leave, but Ulysses wouldn't let them go. He made them stay for lunch before they departed. Back in Backland, the couple returned to their bedroom, changing into Fenaport-style clothes while discussing the 3 visits they made today. Furs naturally felt the enthusiasm shown by the 3 people she met today, but she hadn't heard Hobert mention them before, except for Barton Lawyer. As Hobert put on his trousers, he said, "They were all Father's comrades in arms when he was in the South Continent. I heard Father talk about them. Among them, Mr. Ulysses had the greatest military achievements, but because of his humble origins, he could never enter Backland's circle. And Dicko's, because he injured his leg, returned home to inherit the family business and expanded it greatly. Barton Lawyer was also disappointed with the military's promotion system and simply went to help my father manage the law firm." Hobert, who had changed clothes first, concluded, "The ruined kingdom is actually still a world of inheritance. Most officials and employees in various departments follow in their father's footsteps. Or rather, such situations will exist in any era, it's just a matter of how severe they are. I hope the civil service examination can bring some changes to this situation." Furs tidied her skirt. "This is human nature." Hobert reached his hand into her skirt. "Yes, this is human nature." Furs, while tidying her hair, moved Hobert's hand away. "Do you have any solutions for this?" "Why should I care?" Hobert laughed. "This isn't my country." Furs smiled slightly, not continuing the topic. "The manor across the mountain will be renovated in a few days. I plan to call it Green Meadow Manor." "Good name," Hobert praised, then thought to himself, "Good thing I didn't have to name it, I hate naming things." After the 2 had changed their clothes, Hobert greeted Doffus and used travel to arrive at Jeffrey territory. Furs stretched in the sunlight. "Unless it's something important, I won't want to go back to Backland anymore." Watching Furs ask a servant to bring her an armchair, Hobert also smiled, but today he had other things to do and couldn't sunbathe with Furs. Hobert left again using travel, and found Archibald, who was directing the bandit suppression. At this time, they were resting in the mountains. According to intelligence, they had just wiped out the last group of bandits on the East Bank last night and were preparing to return to Jeffrey City this afternoon. Upon seeing Archibald, Hobert took out the small wooden block he had obtained from Blood Admiral. "This comes from a ghost ship, or a ship with extraordinary power. Try to see if you can divine the location of that ship." Blood Admiral said that this piece of wood could find the location of Twilight Admiral. Although a pirate's words cannot be easily trusted, Hobert believed that even if he couldn't find Twilight Admiral's location, he could find clues about him. Because sending an enemy to Twilight Admiral was very much in Blood Admiral's interest. However, Blood Admiral wouldn't genuinely help. Hobert had already taken this small yellow wooden block to the country of disorder for inspection in advance. Just as he expected, Blood Admiral had indeed hidden a curse on it. If one were to directly use this wooden block for divination, or frequently carry it, they would definitely be cursed and eventually die tragically. In the country of disorder, Hobert easily eliminated the curse using the extraordinary characteristic of the disciple of silence. So, Hobert planned to use Twilight Admiral to practice and feel the qualitative change after advancing to demigod. Archibald, with the image of a gentle middle-aged man, took the wooden block and said after a second or two of silence, "That ship has anti-divination capabilities." Hobert smiled to himself, thinking, "That's fine." The previous oil painting had already marked Blood Admiral. If he can't find Twilight Admiral, he can go to Blood Admiral for a refund. However, Archibald then said, "You can take me to the spirit world. There, I can divine the approximate location of that ship." As an extraordinary creature at the demigod level in divination, he had ways to bypass some anti-divination designs. Hobert nodded. "Be mentally prepared. If you can find the ship's location, you can at least add 2 more marionettes. And I can be sure that the enemies on board are either from the warrior pathway or the hunter pathway." Archibald laughed. "What's there to prepare for? Just bring my Apostle of Desire marionette and go." Hobert grunted, checking the magical items on him. He was currently only carrying the Traveler's Blade, Psychic Wine Glass, and Ocean Pendant among the Grade 2 sealed artifacts. If he wasn't potentially fighting at sea, he wouldn't even bring the Ocean Pendant. Hobert's physique had already far surpassed that of a living corpse, so he no longer needed the living corpse spoon. As for the 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, Hobert chose 1 to 101 from the Thief pathway and 1 to 107 from the Arbitrator pathway. Additionally, there were auxiliary magical items such as Order Wood, Uncontrolled Stone, and Order Crystal. After checking these items, Hobert put his hands on Archibald and his marionette's shoulders and entered the spirit world. Divination is the process of obtaining information from the spirit world, which has no concept of time, allowing for revelations about the future. It can also bypass obstacles like distance in the real world to obtain more information from afar. If one were to directly enter the spirit world to perform divination, for a diviner, this information would actively come to him. Archibald closed his eyes in the spirit world, his lips moving silently as he murmured something. 7 or 8 seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Found it. I'll lead the way." This journey in the spirit world lasted more than 5 minutes. Hobert felt that many spirit world creatures had set their sights on them, but since 2 of the 3 were demigods, those spirit world creatures held back. Just as Hobert was about to leave the spirit world to rest, Archibald suddenly said, "This is it." The scene before them was a riot of colors, making it impossible to see what lay beyond the spirit world. Hobert said, "Good." Everything before him suddenly became intensely vivid, and the 3 of them left the spirit world, appearing in a forest. Archibald saw Hobert's confusion. "I can't find the exact location of that ship, but it must be nearby." Hobert leapt up, then he distorted the gravity beneath his feet, directly suspending himself in the air. He easily reached the canopy of a large tree and gazed into the distance. It was a small island, with a village on the coast beyond the forest. There was a port on the coast, where several pirate ships were currently docked. The leading ship was 70 to 80 meters long, entirely golden in color, as if it were a ship made of gold, or as if it was emitting a golden light. Hobert glanced at the flag again, confirming it was Twilight Admiral's fleet. He jumped down from the tree canopy. "The ship we're looking for is on that coast. Divinate whether our actions will be smooth." Archibald didn't expect Hobert to be so cautious. The opponent was only a sequence 5, and they were launching a surprise attack. However, it's always better to be cautious. He divined whether his upcoming actions would be dangerous and received the revelation. There is some danger, but it is within an acceptable range. Hobert then said, "Divinate again whether the enemy has any sealed artifacts with travel abilities." Such divination language can easily be avoided by some of the enemy's anti-divination abilities, Archibald said. "I'll divine whether our main enemy will use travel abilities to escape." The divination result was no. Hobert nodded slightly, still cautiously putting on his mask, and holding Archibald and the marionette's shoulders, he re-entered the illusory spirit world. A few seconds later, they appeared directly on Twilight Admiral Bratov Ivan's flagship. Hobert glanced at the deck beneath his feet. Up close, the ship no longer had that golden hue, but it still looked like a large ship made of rosewood, with a distinct yellow color, appearing very sturdy and durable. The few sailors on the deck were stunned by the sudden appearance of 3 people. Hobert said to a sailor, "I'm looking for your captain." At the same time, he used his charm ability. At this point, charm could be used for area attacks. The sailors were about to give a warning, but they quickly relaxed. The sailor who was asked smiled as if seeing an old friend and said, "Our captain went ashore. I heard he's going to discuss a big deal there." Hobert asked again, as if casually chatting, "Where's your first mate?" The first mate went with the captain. Hobert was about to ask about the second mate's whereabouts when suddenly, on the second floor of the ship's superstructure, a door was pushed open, and a tall man of about 2 meters walked out from inside. "What's going on?" He had already sensed that the atmosphere on the ship seemed off. The sailor, as if presenting a treasure, said to Hobert, "That's our second mate." "Very good." Hobert smiled and said, "Chaos." At this moment, Hobert could make a target within 50 meters fall into a state of chaos. The second mate, who had just been covered by dawn light, immediately felt that the clouds in the sky were beautiful, making him suddenly want to admire them. By the time he came back to his senses, a young man wearing a black mask and a cloak, and a gentle middle-aged man had already appeared in front of him. Immediately after, the second mate felt his body stiffen. Just as he was trying to break free, Hobert, wearing the mask, stretched out a hand. Association. The second mate's thoughts also became very sluggish. Forming a single thought seemed like a very arduous task. Under the enhancement of association, Archibald only took 3 seconds to complete preliminary control over the second mate, and only 8 seconds to turn him into a marionette. Archibald sighed inwardly. Diviner and lawyer make a great team once they reach demigod level. Before this, he could only turn ordinary people into marionettes so quickly. For Beyonders, it would take at least more than 10 seconds to turn them into marionettes. Hobert, on the other hand, sighed. Demigods are indeed different. They had already dealt with the opponent's second mate, and the opponent only realized something was wrong then. Moreover, it wasn't the sailors on the flagship who realized something was wrong, but rather those on other pirate ships who, seeing everything happening here, realized that the flagship seemed to be under attack, and thus warned the other ships. Hobert then returned to ask the sailor, "Exactly where did your captain and first mate go?" The sailors eagerly pointed the way to Hobert. "It's the 2-story wooden building over there." Hobert stood on the high side of the ship and saw that there were indeed many people around the 2-story building over there. Hobert said to Archibald, "I'll go first, you follow as soon as possible." As he spoke, he once again used travel to arrive in front of the building. The pirates guarding outside were startled, and 2 pirates subconsciously moved to attack Hobert. But Hobert bypassed them with a flash, arriving at the door of the 2nd floor, kicking it open, only to find no one inside. Hobert knew this would happen. After all, a hunter's ability to perceive danger is very keen, which is why he had Archibald divine whether the other party had any sealed artifacts with travel abilities before acting. He estimated that Twilight Admiral or the first mate had realized the danger much earlier and escaped. However, Hobert remained unhurried because association had another use. It could easily find the connections between things or patterns. He wanted to test if it worked well. Even if association wasn't as useful as he imagined, he could still use true sight to observe the surroundings. After all, the other party couldn't escape using travel. Hobert immediately found the area associated with Twilight Admiral. The window frame had been stepped on by Twilight Admiral, and following the trail, the small grass on the ground and broken branches all pointed Hobert in the right direction. Unconsciously, Hobert chased into the forest. Suddenly, he stopped and saw a simple and crude extraordinary trap on the path in front of him. Additionally, he sensed 3 spiritual fluctuations in different directions around him. Hobert immediately realized that Twilight Admiral and his companions, who had fled, had become aware that the source of danger was pursuing them. They had hastily set up a trap and were hiding in 3 directions, preparing to ambush the source of danger. Hobert smiled slightly. Since he didn't feel any danger, he unhurriedly plunged the area of the extraordinary trap into chaos. He was still cautious and didn't underestimate the enemy, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with such a clumsy-looking trap. Hobert also noticed another issue. The hunter pathway should have the ability to conceal oneself, yet the opponent was so openly displaying his spirituality. This kept him on guard. At the same time, Hobert found himself very composed in combat. In previous extraordinary battles, he had to keep running, constantly attacking or dodging attacks. But now, there was no need for that at all. He could quickly catch up to escaped enemies by continuously distorting distance. The chaos Hobert used triggered the trap, and a fireball emerged from the ground, heading towards him. But because that area was in a state of chaos, the fireball's direction of attack changed, hitting somewhere else. Hobert released the majesty of a demigod. Who should I start with first? The surrounding birds and small animals were all intimidated by the pressure Hobert displayed, trembling on trees or the ground, showing their submission in their own ways. The 3 people's psychological quality was excellent. They still hadn't rushed out to fight or continued to flee. Fallen. Hobert felt it was time to end this game. All creatures within 100 meters immediately became fallen, losing all positive thoughts. Hobert then rushed forward, punching down a large tree. However, the person behind the tree was tied there and had already soiled himself out of fear. Hobert immediately understood. He suspected that the arrangement of the 3 spiritual fluctuations he sensed was the real trap, intended to stall him for a while. This made him sigh, indeed, a cunning hunter. Because the person behind the big tree was wearing pirate attire, Hobert simply killed him. Then Hobert seemed to realize something. He smiled at the other 2 places with spiritual fluctuations. Some people think they're clever, but they're just being self-important. Hobert didn't continue the pursuit. Instead, he abruptly charged towards another place where he sensed spiritual activity. There, again, only a low-sequence pirate was hiding. As he charged towards the 3rd target, that target indeed lost his composure and began to flee. Hobert. Distortion. Hobert distorted the opponent's intention. Fleeing turned into a charge, so the opponent suddenly turned around and rushed towards Hobert with a look of terror. Hobert threw a punch. Amplify. He amplified the power of this punch, directly smashing the opponent's head off. He guessed that the Beander in front of him, now headless, was most likely the one who set up this trap. Logically speaking, after discovering the 2nd layer of the trap, the pursuers should immediately continue the chase. This would give the trap setter ample time to escape. However, Hobert found that the opponent had deliberately exposed his position, which might indicate a problem. And there really was a problem. Hobert used the psychic wine glass to accelerate the precipitation of the extraordinary characteristics of 3 enemies. To his surprise, the one he had just killed with a punch was a Reaper. He hadn't expected that after his Sequence 5 trap was seen through, it would be so vulnerable. Then Hobert realized that it wasn't that the opponent was vulnerable, but that the qualitative change of a demigod had created a significant distance between himself and Sequence 5. This reminded him of when he encountered the Despair Witch in Backland. Wasn't he completely crushed then too? Fortunately, he had a Grade 1 sealed artifact at the time, otherwise he would have been easily killed by the opponent. Hobert also recalled how excited he was when he killed his first Sequence 5, but from today onwards, taking down a Sequence 5 was a very easy task. Putting away the 3 extraordinary characteristics, Hobert continued to pursue. 1 distortion, and he was already 7 or 8 meters away. Another distortion, and it was another 7 or 8 meters. Unless the opponent was riding a rocket, how could he outrun Hobert? After chasing for more than 10 seconds, Hobert found himself back at the dock. It turned out the opponent had run in a circle and returned to his own ship. At this moment, the Twilight Admiral's flagship, Dawn Light, shone brightly. It suddenly turned around in defiance of common sense, and after colliding with another pirate ship, it quickly left the port. Until now, the sails on the flagship showed no sign of unfurling. The entire process was as if an invisible giant hand was pushing the huge ship out of the port. Hobert pursued with low flight. As he got closer to the giant ship, he was hit by a storm of light. Chaos. The attack, like fragments of light, suddenly fell into directional chaos in the area ahead. The attacks that were originally aimed at Hobert scattered. Some of these light fragments hit the sea, some hit the nearby land, and some even bounced back, hitting the giant ship itself. Each light fragment exploding was almost as powerful as a cannonball. For a time, the explosions in the surrounding sea area were constant, and the rising water mist engulfed Hobert. Distortion. Hobert, in the water mist, distorted the giant ship's direction of travel, turning its departure from the sea into an entry into the port. Thus, the giant ship once again turned 180 degrees against common sense, rushing towards Hobert. As the water mist dispersed, Hobert, standing on the water, distorted the buoyancy of the sea beneath his feet and punched out fiercely at the giant ship. Amplify. The dozens of meters-long giant ship suddenly shook on the sea, as if it had collided with another vessel, and almost completely lost its forward momentum. Hobert, however, was pushed back a distance by the giant ship. He hadn't expected that his full-strength strike would only create a fist-sized hole in the giant ship. This giant ship seemed to possess some Sequence 5 level barrier ability. Even a demigod's full-strength strike had very limited destructive power. Hobert adjusted his posture. Amplify. He amplified the low-flight ability of the ocean pendant, like a rapidly flying bird, leaping up onto the deck. Twilight Admiral Bratov, clad in dawn armor and wielding a dawn greatsword, was already waiting on the ship. After Hobert boarded, Bratov's greatsword shattered, and he once again unleashed a storm of light at Hobert. Bratov could certainly feel the gap between himself and his enemy, but what he needed to do now was to stall for as much time as possible. He had already informed the Forsake Empire's military of his situation through prayer. In a few minutes, their demigod would arrive as reinforcements. He only needed to find a way to hold on for a little longer. Association. Hobert strengthened the association between the light fragments flying towards him and the dawn light emanating from this ship. To Bratov's surprise, his storm of light all hit the hull of the ship. More than half of the sailors on the deck were killed or injured, including the flagship's bosun. Hobert drew his knife and charged at Bratov. Amplify. The Twilight Admiral quickly reformed his dawn greatsword, but it was too late. Hobert cut through his dawn armor and, with immense force, sent him flying, crashing heavily against the ship's hull. At this moment, a corpse near Hobert suddenly attacked him. The rapier in its hand pointed directly at Hobert's vital points. However, Hobert was already prepared. He had noticed during the storm of light explosion that this person hadn't been directly hit by the light fragments, yet he had fallen to the ground. So, when the opponent launched his surprise attack, Hobert calmly said, "Use." He made the opponent's fatal attack end prematurely. So, when the opponent's rapier stabbed over, Hobert easily parried it with his black knife, then kicked the opponent squarely in the chest. Amplify. Before the Reaper's flames could even erupt and he could assume a defensive stance, he was kicked away, crashing into the giant ship's main mast. Hobert left the opponent, distorted the distance between himself and the Twilight Admiral. Corrosion. On the entire deck, those preparing to jump into the water to escape suddenly thought of the valuables they had hidden on the ship, or suddenly thought of the captain's valuables, and one by one, they rushed into the cabin. The Twilight Admiral was also affected by the corrosion. His heart became very dark, and the dawn light on the entire ship suddenly extinguished. He knew he would be unable to wait for his demigod's reinforcements. Since he couldn't live, no one else would either, so he removed all defensive power from the ship. Hobert stepped on Bratov's chest, about to kill him with a knife. Thud. With a muffled sound, the ship violently shook. Hobert, to maintain his balance, took a few steps back. It turned out that after losing control, the ship had violently crashed into the dock. Amidst the exclamations of the people on shore, the giant ship finally stopped, but because the giant ship's defensive power had disappeared, a large hole was smashed into its bow, and seawater was rapidly pouring into the cabin. The violent tremor woke Bratov from his corrosion state. His dawn armor became solid again, and there was also a layer of sturdy barrier outside. Under these 2 layers of protection, he could withstand at least 3 strikes from the demigod in front of him. Moreover, with these 2 layers of protection, his own resistance to extraordinary abilities greatly increased. But he underestimated a demigod's ability too much. Alter. Hobert altered the intensity of the surrounding light, fundamentally weakening Bratov's abilities. This was an alteration of basic natural laws, not specifically aimed at Bratov, so Bratov's basic resistance had no effect whatsoever. Then Hobert thrust his knife out. Amplify. Bratov's 2 layers of protection were pierced like fragile bubbles, and Hobert's knife directly penetrated his skull. With an expression of disbelief, the dawn light on Bratov's body gradually weakened. The Reaper, who had been kicked away by Hobert earlier, had already run to the edge of the deck. Just as he was about to jump into the water to escape, Hobert reached out to him. Arrogance. So that Reaper arrogantly believed he had a chance to defeat this demigod. After throwing a blazing white spear at Hobert, he used weakness attack to search for the opponent's weaknesses. Hobert kicked a weapon on the deck towards the Reaper, testing the Grant ability. The Reaper immediately showed signs of extreme impatience. Before he could find the enemy's weakness, he charged at the opponent. Hobert concluded, first Grant, then use abilities like Charm. That is the method for dealing with demigod targets. When facing opponents below demigod, Grant itself has abilities that make the target impatient and irrational. Hobert kicked off one of the Reaper's legs, then punched him unconscious. Just at this moment, Archibald, with 2 marionettes, climbed onto the ship. You guys ran too fast, I finally caught up to you. Hobert then noticed that Bratov's body was gone. This Reaper is for you. This Reaper, and the previous Dawn Knight, were the rewards he had promised Archibald when they hunted the 6-legged sprite. He came to where Bratov had died. There was still a small pool of blood on the ground, proving that Hobert had indeed killed him. Hobert began to look for association, but he found that the blood had a significant association with the entire ship. Archibald saw Hobert's confusion and divined, the ship does not sink, the captain does not die. Hobert was stunned, lamenting that the pirate general's ship was practically a Grade 1 sealed artifact. The reason it wasn't Grade 0 was because Hobert realized that the so-called ship does not sink, captain does not die, must have certain limitations, otherwise this ship would not appear at sea, but in the Forsake Empire's imperial palace, for their emperor to use. Archibald divined again, the captain is in the captain's cabin. Hobert nodded and immediately entered the captain's cabin. Sure enough, he saw Bratov, over 2 meters tall, sitting on a golden chair, smiling. Unless you can sink the ship within 2 minutes, your surprise attack will have failed, because my reinforcements will arrive by then. The wound on his forehead had already healed, and he looked as if he had never been injured. Although there was a large hole in the bow, it wouldn't sink for a while. It would only run aground in the port, making it even harder for the giant ship to completely sink. Hobert ignored his words and carefully observed the golden chair. He noticed a knife cut on the back of the chair, which looked very much like it was caused by his black knife. So Hobert charged forward. Bratov quickly dodged, but Hobert distorted the distance between them, quickly caught up to the opponent, and kicked the Twilight Admiral down. This time, Hobert twisted the Twilight Admiral's neck. Crack! A table next to the golden chair broke. The Twilight Admiral, who should have been dead, broke free from Hobert and sat back down on the golden chair. Hobert had already understood what was happening. He smiled. You haven't revived, it's just that this ship took the fatal attack for you. Also, perhaps influenced by your hunter pathway colleagues, you really like setting traps. You deliberately sat on this chair simply because you wanted me to think this chair was the key. That broken table just now already proved that anything on this ship or in the captain's cabin could bear the fatal attack for you. The golden chair is no different from the table, it has no special properties. This is clearly a trap you set on the spur of the moment, just to buy a little more time. Bratov was slightly stunned, not expecting the other party to figure out the pattern of his resurrection so quickly, and even expose his trap. Don't underestimate a lawyer's ability to summarize patterns and his logical capabilities. Hobert said with a smile, I've already figured out how to kill you. As he spoke, Hobert rushed over again. After running a few steps, Bratov was once again captured by Hobert. However, this time Bratov didn't give up resisting. Instead, a dagger appeared in his hand, and he fiercely stabbed Hobert, hitting Hobert's chest. Distortion. Almost simultaneously, Hobert distorted the concept of himself and Bratov. A hole immediately appeared in Bratov's chest, and blood flowed freely. Hobert had long noticed that something was off with this pirate general, because even a sequence 5 couldn't be captured so easily by him. So Hobert judged that the other party being captured easily by him twice in a row was to prepare an attack that could harm a demigod, so he had always been on guard. However, the opponent's attack should be similar to a fatal attack, making it unavoidable. Hobert snatched the dagger, distorted his own injuries, turning severe wounds into minor ones, and the bleeding quickly stopped. Then he amplified Bratov's injuries, turning severe wounds into fatal ones, and Bratov once again looked as if he was on his last breath. This time, Hobert was not in a hurry to kill Twilight Admiral. Instead, he carried him out of the captain's cabin with one hand and walked step by step towards the edge of the deck. At this moment, Archibald, who had successfully turned the Reaper into a marionette, was commanding the marionettes to attack the enemy sailors. It glanced at Hobert and immediately understood that the Twilight Admiral was about to be completely killed. Bratov seemed to realize something and began to struggle violently, but Hobert's hand was like an iron clamp, gripping his neck. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Hobert jumped from the high ship to the shore, saying as he left the giant ship, "That's right, you must be on the ship for that ship to bear the fatal damage for you. If you leave that ship, the connection between you will be broken. It will no longer be able to bear the damage for you." Hobert smiled. "This is why you took a big detour and returned to the ship. Normally, your best choice would have been to jump into the sea or continue to contend with me in the dense forest." Bratov shouted, "I can take you to our base. There are 10 years of savings from me and my pirate crew, with a total value of over 300,000 pounds in assets." Because Hobert was speaking rune language, his unit of measurement for property was pounds. Hobert smiled. "That must be the portion distributed by the Forsake Empire. I don't believe a pirate has that much savings." He felt the distance was about right, so he threw Bratov to the ground and stepped on him. Bratov was somewhat shocked, not expecting the other party to know his background. He quickly added, "I know the location of the Fountain of Youth. I can take you there." Hobert remained unmoved. "Last Monday afternoon, I just learned that the so-called Fountain of Youth is actually a trap set by the Undying King, Agalito." Bratov was completely desperate, not expecting the other party to know even this. Hobert raised his knife and chopped off the other party's head with one blow. This time, Bratov's headless body twitched a few times and quickly died completely. Hobert smiled, as if speaking to the corpse in front of him, and also as if speaking to himself. Never underestimate a lawyer's ability to summarize patterns and find loopholes. At this moment, Hobert suddenly froze, looking out at the distant sea. A fireball was rapidly hurtling towards them. The enemy's demigod support had arrived early. Hobert once again amplified the low flight ability, quickly flying onto the ship and standing in front of Archibald. Although Hobert had just been promoted, if the two of them cooperated well, it wouldn't be difficult to keep the opponent as well. Hobert unsealed the sealed artifact of 1101 and 1107 feet and prepared for battle, but the fireball drew a beautiful arc over the sea and flew away again. Hobert was slightly stunned, but immediately understood that the other party should be a demigod of the Hunter pathway. He must have sensed danger, so realizing that the Twilight Admiral might be beyond saving and not confident in defeating his opponents, he flew away. However, the enemy's first wave of support had already arrived, and the second wave might not be far off, so Hobert and Archibald stopped expanding their gains and began to clear the battlefield. While accelerating the extraction of the extraordinary characteristic, Hobert also found an injured pirate who hadn't managed to escape, knocked him unconscious, and planned to use him for an experiment later. Then Hobert jumped ashore to collect Bretov's extraordinary characteristic, and also wrapped the opponent's head in a cloak to take away. After a preliminary cleanup of the battlefield, Hobert divided into two groups, first taking Archibald and his marionettes to a nearby island. Hobert then returned twice, once to take away the pirate he had captured, and once to take away the heads of the Twilight Admiral's bosun and the Reaper he had killed in the forest. After taking all the spoils to the nameless island, Hobert resealed the sealed artifact on his body before transporting Archibald and the spoils back to Jeffrey territory in several trips. At the port where the Twilight Admiral's fleet was docked, about 3 minutes after Hobert and Archibald left, the fireball returned. The fireball landed on the shore, forming a human figure burning with flames. As the flames dissipated, a man with a resolute face appeared. At the same time, a twilight glow came from the horizon, swiftly streaking across the sky like a meteor, finally exploding on the giant ship. From within emerged a tall man over 2 meters, wearing a bishop's robe highly suitable for combat. This was not his own ability, but rather he was launched from a distance, with the ship as his target. The two demigods exchanged glances, then each went to grab a sailor and ask about the situation just now. Because Hobert's raid was on Bretov's flagship, the other pirate ships, except for one that was wrecked, all managed to escape. Finally, the two demigods met in front of the giant ship. The one who arrived via fireball was iron-blooded knight Grisha, and the one who arrived via twilight light was demon hunter Oleka. Oleka speculated, a ruined military demigod. The ruined military and Feniport military each had several demigods of the lawyer pathway. Grisha shook his head, doesn't seem like it. If it were a ruined military demigod, he wouldn't be wearing a mask. Moreover, the demigods of various countries were known and watched by each other. If a ruined military demigod went out to sea to kill, Grisha would definitely receive news. Grisha frowned and said, could it be a newly promoted demigod from the ruined military? He had this guess because the three enemies, including Archibald's marionette, although dressed in Feniport-style clothes, spoke rune language. And since it was a group operation, they likely had an organization behind them. An organization hostile to the Forsake Empire, the two demigods first thought of the ruined military. But a new problem arose. Oleka asked, how did they find Bretov? A huge advantage of Pirate General is that they are difficult to find on the vast ocean. Their flagships all had anti-divination designs. Even demigod-level divination couldn't locate them without the corresponding association items. So, theoretically, in a direct confrontation, demigods from various factions could relatively easily eliminate a pirate general, but such incidents rarely happened. Aside from the balance of power between factions, another reason was that demigods from other factions found it very difficult to locate a pirate general. Moreover, there wasn't much point. Everyone knew this was a black glove. If one pirate general died, another Sequence 5 pirate would immediately replace him. Since the perpetrators had a way to find Bretov, it indicated that they had extensive channels, so the two demigods again thought of the ruined military. Because today was the day Bretov was secretly meeting with intelligence personnel from the Forsake Empire, they speculated that the ruined military might have intercepted this intelligence and thus found Bretov. Feniport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert sent Archibald back to the military camp. Starting today, Archibald had 2 more adjutants. For Archibald, this was not merely an increase in strength, it was also a recognition from the Creator's dependence, and the complete resolution of the sealed artifact on him was just around the corner. During this time, Archibald still prayed to the Creator every 3 days, asking the Creator to remove the corruption from his body, but after that, Archibald never saw the Creator's image again. It guessed that the one who removed the corruption for him afterwards should be a mechanism similar to a deity's automatic response. The creator couldn't always be concerned with such trivial matters. What it didn't know was that the creator hadn't found a suitable worker yet, so he had to do everything himself, big or small. The reason Hobert so frequently eliminated Archibald's corruption was to establish the creator's image in Archibald's mind. Since he was preparing to tame, preparing to subdue this extraordinary creature, he had to patiently establish his position in the other party's mind. Hobert remembered that this trick worked best when training dogs. Back in his study, Hobert took out the psychological spoon from the country of disorder, and with the still unconscious pirate, went to a small, unnamed island in the sea. First, he used seawater to wake the pirate, then used the psychological spoon to hypnosis him. After Hobert left the deserted island, the pirate began to set up an altar and perform the ritual of bestowal to the creator. Hobert did not return to Jeffrey territory. Instead, he found a desolate wilderness on the North Continent, and after confirming there was no danger around, entered the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert saw a strange star flickering in the pool. He extended his spirituality over, and indeed, it was that pirate. So Hobert dragged the phantom of Trentsust from the distant pool. The other party seemed to know what Hobert was going to do and smiled contemptuously at Hobert. Hobert snorted coldly and threw the other party into the slightly shaking Gate of Grace. However, the other party only reached the Gate of Grace, and stopped moving out, as if stuck there. Hobert mobilized the power of the country of disorder to push the other party out forcefully. He watched as the other party was flattened, but it was still useless. He remained stuck there, unable to exit. After trying for a long time, Hobert had to give up and re-sealed the somewhat distorted phantom of Trentsust, which had been pressed out of shape, back into the pool. This method won't work. He needed to find another way, but Hobert had no ideas for a while. After re-checking that the seal was secure, he decided to maintain the status quo for now and reconsider once he had a good idea. Returning to the real world, he first went to kill the pirate on the unnamed island and erased all traces of the altar. Hobert then contacted the hanged man Alger through the Fool, and met Alger in the forest of Zemim Island in the southern raging sea with the two corpses. Alger knew that the Emperor was looking for him again, most likely to deal with a pirate bounty. After seeing the faces of the corpses clearly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Twilight Admiral's first mate and bosun." The scene of helping to deal with the important members of Blood Admiral was still vivid, and now the Emperor had set his sights on Twilight Admiral. Hobert, wearing a mask, smiled and said, "That's right, they just died not long ago. You'd best deal with the bodies quickly, and don't show your face, or it'll easily cause you some trouble." Alger nodded repeatedly, "I know." Of course, he wouldn't show his face. These were Twilight Admiral's people, and being targeted by this pirate general would be troublesome. Hobert was about to leave using travel when he suddenly remembered, "Oh, right, what are their bounties?" The first mate, Radical, Orlov, has a bounty as high as 8,200 pounds, and the bosun, Water Cannon, Munkado, has a bounty of 4,500 pounds. Alger knew this like the back of his hand. Hobert nodded, "A small profit." Saying this, he left using travel. Alger thought to himself, "It's more than a small profit, the bounty alone is over 10,000 pounds, plus the extraordinary characteristics in their bodies." He checked his watch, there was still time. He would hand these two bodies over to the governor's mansion today. By the time Twilight Admiral's people investigated, the bounty would already be in hand. Hobert returned to his study using travel, took a sip of tea to rest, and began to review today's battle. First, Hobert had to say, abusing Sequence 5 with a demigod was truly exhilarating. The gap between the two sides was even greater than that between Sequence 5 and Sequence 6. Hobert even felt it was roughly equivalent to the gap between Sequence 5 and Sequence 7. Secondly, Hobert sighed at the cunning of the hunter pathway. One could easily fall into their traps if not careful. He would need to be more cautious when encountering beyonders of this pathway in the future. Otherwise, even if a Sequence 5's trap couldn't kill a demigod, being tricked would still be quite embarrassing. Finally, Hobert realized a skill he had previously overlooked but which was extremely useful in actual combat: association. Its usefulness lay in its unexpectedness. For example, when he established the association between Bretov's storm of light and the light emitted by the massive ship, not only was Bretov stunned, but the effect also surprised Hobert. Sipping his tea, Hobert followed this line of thought and began to consider how to role-play the fallen Earl. One thing Hobert was now very clear about was that the Black Emperor pathway had a very close connection with rule. Previously, Hobert had always had a misconception, thinking that the Judge pathway should focus on rule. However, when leading the people back to the Lord's Manor, Hobert suddenly realized that, besides the blood race, only the Black Emperor pathway's potions had titles like Baron, Earl, Duke, and Emperor. Of course, the earliest potion names might not have had descriptions like Baron or Earl, but no matter what, the later addition of such descriptions strongly indicated something. And the blood race's noble titles were merely to distinguish ranks, not the names of potions. Other pathways only had one or two such potion names, like Death Consul, Pale Emperor, or Knowledge Emperor, etc. From this point alone, it seemed to be reminding Beyonders of this pathway that once they became a Baron, they should focus on ruling their territory. As for how to rule, Hobert, after digesting the Chaos Mentor potion, believed that Beyonders of this pathway should establish a system of rule that deviates from the norm, preferably one that goes against common sense. This was not difficult for Hobert, and he also had Rosal to thank. It was Rosal who established the colonial system, and the essence of this system was plunder and slaughter. In this day and age, this system has been accepted by everyone on the North Continent. Therefore, the system Hobert established, which was meticulously detailed down to the village level, people-oriented, and focused on growing one's own pie rather than always trying to snatch others' pies, was contrary to common sense for this era. As for how to role-play the fallen Earl, Hobert felt the focus should still be on the fallen aspect. The essence of a potion is ultimately a kind of distortion and madness, so having a fallen side is perfectly normal. However, Hobert drew a bottom line for himself: he could not fall, nor could he let those around him fall. Thinking that Jeffrey City's entertainment center would soon be completed, Hobert felt that he could let the nobles and wealthy people of the Fenaport Kingdom fall, and let the nobles and wealthy people of Backland fall, while also earning their money. As he pondered, evening arrived. Hobert glanced at Bretov's head, wrapped in a cloak. He decided to rest this afternoon and deliver it to the Church of the Goddess tomorrow. So Hobert sacrificed today's spoils to the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert examined today's spoils. Today, he acquired two magical items, one from the Hunter pathway and one from the Sun pathway. The Hunter pathway's magical item was the dagger in Bretov's hand. It could transform into a flaming spear and unleash a fatal attack that could cause significant damage even to demigods. However, it required charging up, enduring 2 demigod attacks before it could unleash one fatal attack capable of injuring a demigod. In the long run, it was quite uneconomical. After all, 2 demigod attacks could each potentially take the life of a Sequence 5, while a Sequence 5 could only injure a demigod. For enemies below demigod, there was no such requirement, and it could launch continuous fatal attacks, even breaking through the dawn bulwark of a guardian. The other spoils were all extraordinary characteristics, 1 guardian and 1 reaper extraordinary characteristic at the Sequence 5 level. At the Sequence 6 level, there was 1 wind blessed extraordinary characteristic. At the Sequence 7 level, there was 1 weapon master and 1 navigator extraordinary characteristic. Although Hobert had already been promoted to demigod, he still picked up the low Sequence extraordinary characteristics of the enemies. At the Sequence 8 level, there were 3 raging people and 2 provoker extraordinary characteristics. At the Sequence 9 level, there were 2 warrior and 1 singer extraordinary characteristic. Except for the 2 Sequence 5 extraordinary characteristics, which Hobert obtained through battle, the others were basically from sailors who died or were severely wounded by Bretov's storm of light. After splitting what needed to be split and storing what needed to be stored, Hobert glanced at the now vast number of Hunter pathway extraordinary characteristics. Hobert planned to use the extraordinary characteristics of the Hunter, Warrior, and Sailor pathways to cultivate his military's Beyonders. Of course, if he encountered a good buyer, he could also sell a portion. Leaving the country of disorder, Hobert had a pleasant dinner with Furs and Donna, and then the Earl and his wife sat in armchairs in the courtyard, gazing at the stars and chatting leisurely. Now that the weather was gradually warming, sitting in the courtyard at night no longer felt too cold. Sunday morning, Northern District of Backland, quiet church back street. Hobert got out of the car, carrying a wooden box. Looking at the Blackthorn Security Company sign ahead, he felt a sense of revisiting an old place. He knocked on the security company's door and told the receptionist, "I'm looking for Captain Thomas and Lalofta." After a few sips of black tea in the reception area, Hobert saw Lalofta, dressed in somewhat neutral attire with black hair. He joked, "You look so pale, did they cut your salary?" "No, not that," Lalofta replied, "it's not payday yet, but my money is already gone." Hobert smiled, "That's the trouble for most people in Backland." "Ah, Earl Hobert." Captain Thomas walked down from upstairs with a smile, "Are you here to report back to work?" "But I wouldn't dare command an Earl as a team member." Hobert smiled, "I just suddenly remembered that the Night Watcher squad hasn't paid me in over half a year. I came to see if I could get back pay." Before Thomas could say anything, Lalofta immediately interjected, "It's very necessary." Then Thomas said, "I think the Red Gloves should be responsible for paying you later." As Hobert's captain, he already knew that Hobert was an unofficial member of the Red Gloves. Hobert did not continue the topic and pushed the wooden box on the tea table towards the two of them. "These are gifts I brought for you." Lalofta seemed to sense something, and with a solemn expression, she opened the wooden box. First, she was surprised, then incredulous, and finally, with tears in her eyes, she took off the ring on her hand and said, "Did you see it? This is the head of that scoundrel Bretov. He's dead. Today, more than 10 years later, he has finally received the punishment he deserved." It was clear that the lady's emotions were a bit out of control. Thomas called a female team member to comfort Lalofta for a few moments. After all these years as a night watcher, Lalofta's emotions quickly stabilized, and Hobert noticed that she had relaxed considerably. Lalofta said, "Captain, let me go collect Bretov's bounty." Thomas nodded, "No problem." After Lalofta left, Thomas said, "I just bought a can of coffee. Would you like to try it in my office?" "All right." While grinding and brewing coffee, Thomas briefly recounted the story of Lalofta and the ring on her hand. When she first joined the professional Night Watcher squad, a sunny and handsome team member named Steve was responsible for teaching her occult knowledge and the precautions for official Beyonders. The story was cliched. The two quickly fell in love, and during a mission after their engagement, Steve, who was only a Sequence 8, encountered Bretov, who was already a middle sequence at the time. The outcome was predictable: Steve was killed. However, Steve's extraordinary characteristic gathered on their engagement ring, forming a sealed artifact with not too strong negative effects. The Night Watcher squad, to consider Lalofta's feelings, gave her this ring to use. Lalofta's tendency to ask for salary increases was actually a negative influence of this sealed artifact. For a period, Lalofta worked hard to improve her strength, almost losing control because of it. After realizing her revenge was hopeless, she began to ask team members she felt had a chance of revenge to help her kill Twilight Admiral. Ultimately, Hobert helped her achieve her revenge. Hobert took a sip of coffee, very touching. More than 10 years had passed, and it was clear that Lalofta still couldn't forget her lover. Moreover, Lalofta had actually made psychological adjustments for herself and hadn't let hatred consume her entire life. Otherwise, she would have lost control long ago due to emotional stress. "What I'm about to say might slightly spoil this beautiful story," Captain Thomas said. "We've been closely monitoring Lalofta's condition, and for now, we'll need to observe her for a while longer before we can be completely at ease. Hobert thought of old Neil and nodded in understanding. As the conversation drew to a close, Hobert inquired about Leonard's residence from Thomas. How could I possibly have the address of a Red Gloves member here? Thomas smiled. According to regulations, I can't even inquire, but if I see Leonard, asking him directly shouldn't be a problem. After agreeing to write to Hobert once he had the address, Hobert stood up to take his leave. As soon as he stepped out of the Blackthorn Security Company's entrance, Hobert noticed Earl Hall's carriage approaching from the other side of the street. He guessed that since it was Sunday, Earl Hall's family was probably coming to quiet church for prayers. Hobert stood on the steps, ready to greet Earl Hall, but to his surprise, it was the dazzling Audrey who opened the carriage window and said in a clear, charming voice, "Hobert, are you here for prayers too?" Something like that. Hobert noticed that Earl Hall and his wife were not in the carriage. Audrey stepped down from the carriage as she spoke. Today, she wore a long lace dress, exuding both luxury and purity. Hobert asked, "Just you?" "My father and brother had something urgent and left earlier," Audrey smiled, sizing Hobert up. "Hobert, if other nobles saw your attire, they might think you were on the verge of bankruptcy." Today, Hobert wore his favorite ruined-style trench coat, which was convenient for movement. Also, by simply raising the collar, he didn't need an umbrella in Backland's recent drizzly weather, and in winter, it could block the cold air. He laughed. "My butler tells me the same thing. You have a competent butler." But I told him I really like trench coats, and he didn't insist anymore. Audrey smiled. "He's probably powerless against such a mischievous earl like you." Hobert was slightly taken aback. "Wasn't mischievous used to describe children." Audrey then said, "I think, as a friend, I should take you to pick out a few formal suits. After all, the social season is only about a week away." The so-called social season referred to the period from April to August, when nobles, whether they had properties in Backland or not, would gather in the capital for social interactions. These 4 months were filled with endless dances and drinks. Hobert thought about it. He had no other plans for today. "All right, in return, I'll treat you to lunch." On the raging sea, the future sailed steadily through the undulating waves. Star Admiral Catalia stood by the window, gazing at the vast, boundless ocean, while on the foredeck, Nina's exasperated voice occasionally drifted, as she cursed Frank Lee for creating a pile of fast-breeding, fish-eating, beef-flavored mushrooms. Catalia sighed silently. At this moment, her spiritual intuition was suddenly stirred. She turned to look at the desk, only to see several yellowed papers that had appeared there at some point. The great Emperor's diary. Catalia turned around happily, but when she saw the Queen's question, she was slightly stunned. I can answer this question." "Well, if the Emperor's intelligence is accurate enough." Among the few diary pages, there was a slip of paper with a line written on it, "Why did he go mad in his later years?" Backland. In the drizzly weather, Hobert got into Earl Hall's carriage, while his own carriage followed behind. "I'll take you to the Lawford tailor shop to have a look," Audrey said. This tailor shop has a history of over 300 years, specializing in serving nobles. Their craftsmanship is better than that of many earls' household tailors. Hobert realized that Doffus might have already hired a tailor for him. How extravagant. "It's just me, and I need a tailor." The youthful and beautiful Audrey opposite him continued, "I think you should order at least 5 formal suits, but since this is your first year participating in the social season, it's best not to be too extravagant, be a bit more understated." Hobert thought to himself, understated? Wouldn't shorts and a vest be understated enough? But he said, "You're the expert, I'll listen to you." "But do I really need 5 formal suits? I have a tailor at home too." "He definitely won't be able to handle it the first year," Audrey said. "Because each suit, after being worn once for a formal occasion, cannot be worn again for other occasions." Hobert nodded. He had forgotten about that. At this moment, he didn't find it particularly elegant. Instead, he grumbled inwardly, "What a group that doesn't know how to be frugal." But being in it, especially having just entered Backlund's aristocratic class, Hobert would only complain to himself. He wouldn't make himself an exception among the nobles just as he was joining the circle. He thought, 5 suits it is then, it's just 5 outfits. The Lawford tailor shop was in the Queen's district. It consisted of a huge showroom and workshop, managed by a well-dressed, elegant middle-aged man and several servants who handled the reception. Audrey, familiar with the place, came to the showroom, where many samples were displayed. These samples were for trying on. If they fit well, then an order would be placed. However, the samples were not completely replicated. When the tailor measured a noble, they would offer suggestions for modifications based on the noble's temperament. So they claimed that every garment here was unique. Hobert chose 2 formal suits that looked good. After declining the maid's offer to help him change, he went into the fitting room alone. The service here was quite attentive, and they wouldn't speak harshly to Hobert just because he was wearing a cheap trench coat. Firstly, Audrey vouched for him, and secondly, they knew that ordinary people wouldn't dare to enter such a tailor shop. After changing into one of the suits, Hobert emerged from the fitting room. Audrey felt that Hobert's entire demeanor had changed. Hobert's looks were quite good. After all, he had the genes of the goddess of beauty. Especially when he smiled, he was very sunny and cheerful. Today, Audrey discovered that Hobert's appearance could carry different styles of clothing. When he wore the trench coat before, he looked like a young, energetic man striving for his career, giving off a positive and upward-looking impression. After putting on the formal suit, Hobert's demeanor immediately changed. His previously casual movements now became very elegant and confident. His smile was still cheerful, but it also exuded a noble air. Hobert spread his arms, examining himself in the mirror. How is it? Audrey then came back to her senses, smiling elegantly. It's great. But I don't really like this color, Hobert said. And this silk design here. The well-dressed attendant beside him took out a notebook. What color do you prefer? We can change anything. Hobert was slightly startled. His 2 complaints just now were purely a habit from buying clothes when he wasn't very wealthy. He would always find fault, and he had to show that he really disliked it, so he could bargain later. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Soon, Hobert chose 5 formal suits. When signing the bill, Hobert's hand trembled. Only 5 suits, but they cost 360 gold pounds. That was 72 gold pounds per suit. Hobert remembered that most middle-class formal wear, including a cane, shirt, and leather boots, cost only 7 or 8 gold pounds per set. One of these suits was enough to buy 10 of those. If Audrey hadn't been there, Hobert would have asked, are they made of gold? Are they guaranteed? And then, Hobert, ever so ill-fated, said to Audrey, I know you don't lack clothes, but you've helped me so much today. Let me pick a dress for you as a token of my gratitude. Hobert finally chose a blue dress. Audrey went to the fitting room to change, and indeed, she looked much more dignified and mature. When Hobert signed the bill, he thought he had misread it. He looked closely, and it really was 160 gold pounds. This made him sigh inwardly. When it comes to clothes, it's truly easier to make money from women. Next, Audrey took Hobert to buy leather shoes and a top hat. In just one morning, they signed bills totaling nearly 900 gold pounds, making Hobert feel a bit numb in his hand. Generally speaking, such purchases were handled by the butler, but Audrey was still young and found it hard to resist the temptation of shopping. So, if she had time, she would visit these stores or have the staff bring new arrivals to the Earl's mansion for display. As for lunch, they naturally went to the Ruined Kingdom Hotel, the preferred choice for nobles. Seeing the magnificent hotel, Hobert felt a sense of familiarity. He still remembered the first time he came to this hotel. Audrey, as a spectator, noticed the change in Hobert's emotions. What's wrong? Nothing, Hobert smiled. It just reminds me of a past event. Well, let's go in. Getting out of the carriage, the two chatted as they entered the hotel lobby. They immediately became the focus of the lobby. The beautiful and noble Audrey was a rare guest here, and the man standing beside her had come for a meal without wearing a formal suit. How rude. How could the waiter let him in? That's right, Hobert had changed back into his trench coat. As for why the waiter let them in, it was because when they entered, Hobert saw the waiter about to stop them, so he simply distorted the waiter's intention. So, all the waiter could say was, "Please come in." Audrey rarely came to the hotel and didn't know that formal wear was required for dining here. Although she noticed the waiter's somewhat strange behavior, she didn't pay much attention to it. Upon arriving at the dining room exclusively for nobles, it wasn't the private room structure Hobert had imagined, but rather luxurious dining tables with large spaces between them, each with its own dedicated waiter. Most of the people dining there recognized Audrey and came forward to greet her. As for Hobert, they only exchanged a few polite pleasantries. After a long while of pleasantries, the two finally sat down. Once the dishes started to arrive, Audrey whispered, "They're just not familiar with you yet, which is why they don't seem very enthusiastic. You don't need to be unhappy about it." She sensed that Hobert's mood was different from before and thought it was because these nobles hadn't given him enough attention. "I never pay too much attention to what others think of me," Hobert smiled. "I've just been reflecting on something since earlier." He glanced at Audrey's curious look. When I was a lawyer, I was once invited to dine here. You should still remember the compensation case I took, right? Well, Gustav, the president of the Bacalan Chamber of Commerce, invited me to eat here, hoping to intimidate a humble lawyer like me with the grandeur of this place." Hobert briefly described what happened at the time. Audrey said with some indignation, "I didn't expect such a thing to have happened." Then she asked, "Are you planning to teach that Chamber of Commerce president a lesson?" Now that Hobert was an earl, he could easily teach the Chamber of Commerce president a lesson. However, Audrey was still prepared to remind Hobert to find a good reason, otherwise, it would be easy for people to say he lacked the demeanor of an earl. "There's no need. In the blink of an eye, the difference in our statuses has reversed. If I still treat him as an opponent, I'm elevating him," Hobert said, taking a sip of his appetizer soup. "I just thought that status is actually a mutual recognition between people. For example, if others think I'm an earl, then I am an earl. But if everyone thinks I'm an intern lawyer, then I'm an intern lawyer. This recognition is actually an interaction. To an intern lawyer, the Chamber of Commerce president is a businessman who can do whatever he wants. To an earl, he is just a businessman. This process has a subjective side and an objective side. In fact, the person is still that person, it's just that the perception of the other person has changed." Audrey smiled. It sounds like a philosophy teacher giving a lecture. She could tell that Hobert had only said half of what he wanted to say, and the other half seemed inappropriate to discuss here. Hobert took a sip of wine and steered the conversation in another direction. "Actually, the disparity in status is quite amusing, because who knows when such a disparity might reverse. But we still have to respect such disparities, because these are the rules of this society. Before one has the ability to break these rules, any voice against them is just grumbling." Audrey lightly tasted a side dish. "Are you planning to break such rules when you have the opportunity in the future?" Hobert shook his head. "I don't like being a reformist, it's too tiring and dangerous." He then smiled and said, "I just suddenly thought about the essence of status, and found it very interesting, and also a bit emotion." He really didn't like reform. If he was going to do something, he'd do a revolution and completely overthrow the rule of a kingdom. The two didn't continue this topic but instead chatted about the upcoming social season. After lunch, the two took a carriage back. There were only the two of them in the carriage, so Audrey asked, "When we were discussing the topic of status earlier, because we were in a public restaurant, you seemed to have an important point that you didn't express." Hobert smiled, considered it for a moment, and then said, "That's right, based on those thoughts just now, I thought of the essence of the acting method." His consideration wasn't about recalling his previous thoughts, but rather whether or not to tell Audrey his other thoughts. But on second thought, there seemed to be nothing to keep secret, it was normal to share some of his thoughts with a friend. Audrey immediately became interested. I knew it, you definitely have a more brilliant insight. Brilliant is an overstatement, it's just a sudden good idea, Hobert said, taking the bottled mineral water Audrey had retrieved from the wine cabinet, uncorking it, and taking a sip. Nobles had started preparing bottled mineral water in their carriages very early on. This was authentic spring water, slightly sweet. It wasn't sweetened with sugar, the spring water itself was naturally a little sweet. The mineral water was bottled in crystal-like glass bottles, looking like exquisite works of art. Hobert recorked the bottle with the delicate stopper and continued, I suddenly realized that for the lawyer, pathways acting, the recognition of others is very much needed. For example, if others think I'm an earl, then my acting is successful. If I only act like a baron, then my acting is a failure. So, the essence of acting is actually the interaction between one's own spirituality and the spirituality of others. Perhaps such interaction is the driving force for digesting the potion. Audrey praised, that's a great insight. This is equivalent to explaining the theory of the acting method. However, this theory seems to work well for some pathways like lawyer or arbitrator. Hobert smiled, but it's not universally applicable to all pathways. For example, with your spectator pathway, you just need to feel that you are a qualified spectator, you don't necessarily need feedback from others. Hobert said in a joking tone, the key is that others' feedback is difficult to convey to you. Would Brilliant praise you when he sees you, saying, Audrey, after a few days, you're even more like a spectator? Audrey elegantly covered her mouth and chuckled, that sounds like something Brilliant would say. She paused before saying, perhaps the potions of each pathway have different requirements for Beyonders, so our acting methods are also different. I remember you once said that the lawyer pathway's potions have names like mentor. In that case, the lawyer pathway might need to be more assertive, gaining the recognition of more people to complete the acting as quickly as possible. Hobert nodded, I have similar thoughts. When acting as a baron, one could digest the potion by establishing a company or managing an industry. However, Hobert, by observing Eliot's potion digestion speed and comparing it to his own, found his own digestion speed to be much faster. Hobert believed that this should be due to him having a territory and everyone recognizing him as a lord. The carriage first arrived at Earl Hobert's mansion. After Hobert bid farewell to Audrey, he got out of the carriage and boarded his own carriage behind it. Hobert continued his line of thought. Baron and Earl are actually just titles and don't necessarily represent having to obtain these two identities. He recalled that when he was acting as a corrupted baron, he realized that his rule over the populace was very crucial, or rather, he greatly needed feedback from the populace. At that time, Hobert realized that the Black Emperor's ritual for becoming a god required that it is common knowledge that the populace believes the ascendant is the emperor. This was enough to show that feedback from the populace was very important for this pathway. Even if Baron and Earl aren't used to distinguish the sequence relationship of the two potions, then Minor Lord and Great Lord could be used. According to this line of thought, one could consider the perception of an Earl, or rather, a Great Lord. Hobert recalled that in ancient times, an Earl was already a powerful feudal lord governing a region, and modern Earls were also core forces in the political arena. So, as an Earl, besides feedback from the common populace, is feedback from other nobles also needed? And a certain degree of trust or submission from some viscounts and barons. Hobert thought that perhaps it wasn't necessarily viscounts and barons, the trust of his subordinates and key officials should also allow for the digestion of the potion. Then a new problem arose. It wasn't difficult to get others to recognize his identity as an Earl, but how could people associate Fallen with him? Hobert thought of his previous reflections on corrupted baron. He believed that Fallen and Earl should be a subjective description and an objective description, respectively. He believed it doesn't necessarily mean that one is fallen oneself, it can also be actively making others fallen. I subjectively feel that under my influence, they have become fallen. The digestion method of the spectator pathway is basically this kind of subjective digestion. But Earl is precisely the opposite. It's by making everyone feel that I am an Earl that good feedback can be obtained. Another key point is, how should fallen be defined? According to this skill, fallen seems to mean making the target's moral values become negative and evil. But moral values are determined by humans, and different people have different views on the same thing. For example, if a follower of the Black Night Goddess becomes a follower of the War God, from the perspective of the Church of the Night Goddess and its followers, is this a form of fallen? But from the perspective of the War God Church, this is a manifestation of abandoning darkness for light. So, following the lawyer pathway's characteristic of finding loopholes in rules and not adhering to them, is it not necessarily only moral corruption that constitutes fallen? Could it also be doing things that people can understand but cannot accept, also considered fallen? For example, when attending a noble banquet, if he wore the same formal suit on 2 public occasions, and because he was powerful enough, no one would think that Earl Hobert's finances were in trouble. They could only look displeased or angry, but wouldn't dare to say anything. Hobert felt that he didn't know if doing this would help digest the potion, but he knew it would feel great. Also, be careful to distinguish it from madness and paranoia. Hobert stroked his chin, thinking he could try this kind of acting to see if it had any effect. At this time, Hobert had also returned to his Earl's mansion. Doffus handed Hobert a document. This was sent by Earl Vincent's youngest son last night. Hobert took the document and nodded. As he walked towards his study, he asked, "Did you hire a tailor for me?" "The first person I hired was a tailor," Doffus said. "He has already made 3 formal suits for you." Hobert was stunned. Why didn't he come to me for measurements? I gave him the measurements, guaranteed to be perfectly accurate. Doffus had that kind of discerning eye. Hobert scratched his head. Are you sure the tailor isn't making a shroud? Arriving at the study, Hobert opened the document and found that it was indeed very detailed, mainly divided into 3 parts. First, geography, second, resources, and third, humanities. Such detailed information was mainly to facilitate looting. First, geography goes without saying. Knowing which route to take for looting is crucial, as it can save a lot of time. As for the detailed information on resources, it clarified the looting value of this small island. The records on humanities simply distinguished where the population was easy to abduct and where a well-equipped army was needed to abduct people. Hobert smiled and didn't dwell on the question, but rather focused on reading the information. Longtail Island has 2 high mountains, both over 1,000 meters in elevation, and the mountain ranges connected to these 2 tall peaks form an east-west mountain range. This mountain range is located towards the eastern part of the island, so the entire island is high in the east and low in the west. In the west, there is a vast plain, and the port and colonial cities built on the island are all in the west. There are many manors there, as well as many small towns established by colonists. The development in the mountains and the eastern part is not extensive. Only a small port has been built in the east. There is a railway on the island, only a few thousand meters long, mainly used to transport mineral resources out of the mountains. As for the resources on this small island, early colonists discovered iron ore and copper ore here, in addition to many rubber trees and high-quality timber. Basically, these minerals could sell for tens of thousands of gold pounds annually, with the governor's mansion ultimately receiving 50,000 gold pounds. As for humanities, there is a large indigenous population on this island. Although no specific statistics have been compiled, some have estimated at least 600,000. However, there are only 1 or 2 tens of thousands of North Continent people who have colonized this island. Hobert stroked his chin, thinking about how to govern this small island. Governing such an island had an advantage. Being isolated overseas, any radical policies he enacted would at most cause a joke and would not alert the rulers. After all, those policies were basically aimed at the indigenous people on the island, and the colonists could choose to leave and avoid Hobert's policies. Hobert smiled. The first step should indeed be to deal with these colonists and manor lords. Flipping further, the subsequent information contained some strange occurrences that had happened on the island. It even clearly stated that Mount Megali, one of the mountains over 1,000 meters in elevation, was a restricted area. It was said that the local indigenous people worshipped an ancient deity there. Hobert's first reaction was, a wild god like Quechua. He continued reading. The military camp on Longtail Island had once reported a strange incident. An indigenous person suddenly claimed to be a king and theft by a deity and made himself a wooden crown. Strangely, the indigenous people all recognized this, and even stranger, many ruined soldiers loyal to George III also believed that person was a king and defected to him. This was a large-scale uprising that occurred on Longtail Island 10 years ago, which ultimately required the mobilization of Byam's navy to suppress it. During the battle, the naval warriors killed the indigenous king, and the indigenous people seemed to lose their courage simultaneously, immediately laying down their arms and surrendering. According to the ruined soldiers who had defected to the indigenous people, they felt as if they were controlled by an unknown force at the time and had no idea what they were doing. Because this was an archive from the Ministry of Land and Resources, such records were very brief, serving only as a reminder. The king personally ordered, any crown appearing on Longtail Island must be immediately destroyed. The document also included a description from a missionary who had visited a very peculiar village during his mission. The village was entirely inhabited by indigenous people. Strangely, adult males did not hold a high status there, children were the most respected, and their village chief was a 7-year-old child. According to the missionary, this child was not particularly intelligent, just an ordinary child, moody and very playful. However, everyone in the village, including the strong adults, was completely submissive to the child. They neither farmed nor hunted daily, their only task was to play with this village chief. Later, the missionary heard that the indigenous village had been burned down because their village chief had lost control of the fire while playing with it. Following this story was another warning: do not enter indigenous villages that appear strange. It was then that Hobert understood that these strange occurrences were meant for beyonders who consulted the archives at the Department of Land and Resources, emphasizing the taboos on Longtail Island. Ordinary people would just read them as stories. Hobert became increasingly interested in the so-called deity worshipped by the people on Longtail Island. It was very likely another wild god in not so good condition. Hobert planned to inquire about the indigenous people's deity indirectly when he went to Longtail Island to understand the situation. At the same time, he intended to ask Alger and Catalya at tomorrow's Tarot Club to see if they had any intelligence regarding Longtail Island. Flipping further, there was no more valuable information, so Hobert put the documents into a drawer and wrote a thank you letter for Dolphus to deliver to Carl. In the evening, Carl received Hobert's thank you letter. Just as he finished reading it, the butler came to invite him to the Earl's study. Carl immediately felt a little apprehensive, because ever since he was a child, going to his father's study meant either being severely criticized or receiving praise. However, receiving praise was not common. Most of the time, he was called in to be scolded for something he had done wrong. Carl asked himself if he had done anything praiseworthy recently, guessing that his father had probably found out about some impropriety he was unaware of. However, when he entered the study, he found that Earl Vincent did not seem angry, but instead asked, "Do you have contact with Earl Hobert?" "Ah, yes." Carl realized his father knew about the letter Earl Hobert had just sent. He truthfully replied, "He gave me some help, and I helped him with some small favors." Vincent suddenly said, "That Beander gathering you attend, it wasn't initiated by Hobert, was it?" Carl merely gave a bitter smile. He didn't want to get beaten again until he looked like he'd been stung by bees. Vincent nodded understandingly, maintained this momentum. He changed the subject. "I heard Brillant is hosting a banquet tomorrow for some less regarded noble children." Carl thought of the task Hobert had given him at the previous gathering. He nodded, "Yes. Are you planning to go?" "Father, aren't you arranging for me to work at the Bakalan shipyard?" "I won't go then." "No, you must go," Vincent said sternly. "Don't think I don't know anything just because I travel often." Grulint is also part of your gathering, isn't he? Before Carl could answer, Vincent continued, not only do you have to go, but you also need to figure out what Hobert wants to do. Carl was slightly taken aback. Father, are you going to deal with Earl Hobert? Idiot. Vincent sighed. Go and see if there's an opportunity in this. He said, Christine is not simple. In the future Backland political scene, she will definitely have a very high political status. Perhaps Hobert is carrying out some instructions from his father. Even if it's not his father's instructions, Hobert's actions are puzzling. Since it's unclear, go and find out. If there's an opportunity, we can invest in Hobert in advance. Finally, he said meaningfully, this is the fundamental reason why nobles gradually become powerful. Carl finally understood his father's intention. Recently, I've been visiting Earl Hobert frequently. Vincent nodded, not too foolish after all. On Monday morning, Dakosa's youngest son, Todd, arrived at 62 Queens Avenue. Hobert received the young man with a pair of beautiful eyes in the reception room on the first floor. First, I'll tell you about your benefits. Hobert was direct. You will be my professional manager, temporarily with a monthly salary of 300 gold pounds. Todd was slightly stunned. Generally, only managers of companies that manage thousands of people and are very profitable receive such a high salary. He also held a position with his father, but his salary was far from that high. And now, Earl Hobert's enterprise seemed to have no real form yet, but he was offering such a high salary. So Todd quickly asked, what exactly do you need me to do? You currently have 3 tasks, Hobert said. First, go to the newly established Bacaland University of Science and Technology and find several professors who specialize in electricity, then contact several professors who specialize in materials science. And try to arrange a meeting with the principal for me, I'd like to meet him. Todd took out his shorthand notebook, nodding and writing. This task was not difficult for him, it only required some effort to complete. Second, help me find a large factory building. It can be leased, or the land can be bought directly, Hobert said. If leasing, make sure to sign a good contract, as I may need to undertake large-scale renovations. Todd asked, how many workers will the factory accommodate? 3,000. Preferably with corresponding dormitories, canteens, and other supporting facilities. No problem. Todd was very familiar with Backland's factory buildings and could offer the Earl several suggestions right away, but he decided to confirm them again before reporting back to the Earl. Hobert continued, third, help me recruit a management team and find a venue for future training of newly hired employees. And the management team is solely for managing those employees undergoing training. As for the subsequent education team, they will be recruited later based on specific needs. Todd was slightly taken aback, wanting to remind the Earl that training employees didn't need to be so complicated, but then he thought that he didn't know the Earl very well yet, so he didn't offer the reminder. Hobert smiled and said, for now, I'm giving you these 3 tasks. Oh, by the way, in a couple of days, I plan to visit the manor granted by the king. You should come along to see if any modifications are needed there. Yes, Hobert added, if you need the Earl's title for anything, you can take my carriage. After all, there are 2, and leaving one unused is a waste. But each time the carriage is used, you need to report it to Mr. Doffus, the butler. Thank you for your consideration. Any expenses can also be reimbursed by Mr. Doffus. Yes. After Todd left, Hobert sighed. Money was flowing like water recently. Recruiting servants, renovating the Earl's mansion, and purchasing furniture, decorations, and artwork for the residence had already cost nearly 1,500 gold pounds. Yesterday alone, he signed bills totaling 1,000 gold pounds. The 5,000 gold pounds he gave Doffus earlier didn't seem like it would last very long. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, several large payments were due in the next 2 days. At 3 in the afternoon, Hobert's vision was covered by the grey fog on time. He appeared in the giant hall above the grey fog, sitting at one side of the long bronze table. This week's Tarot Club officially began. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. As Justice, Audrey greeted him. The fool, Klein, sitting at the head of the table, glanced at Emperor Hobert. The others couldn't see Hobert's change, but as the master of this gray fog, he could feel that Hobert's aura was completely different, with something sacred and powerful added to it. Klein thought for a moment and immediately understood. That was divinity. Hobert had already advanced to sequence 4, becoming a demigod. This was the first demigod of the Tarot Club. The rolling gray fog perfectly concealed Klein's surprise. Audrey didn't notice this, and her greeting continued. As soon as the greetings ended, Hermit Catalia looked towards the head of the long bronze table. Respected Mr. Fool, I have collected 3 pages of Rosal's diary. Klein was quite expectant internally, but his expression remained calm and natural as he said, very good. You may think of a request. Yes, Mr. Fool. Then Catalia requested to materialize the diary's content. Next was Mr. Fool's reading time. After a few minutes of reading, Klein looked at Catalia. Have you thought of a request? Catalia, as if prepared, spoke. I want to know why Emperor Rosal made the choice to make himself go mad. Initially, Bernadette's question was, why did he go mad in his later years? Actually, the question asked when submitting the diary this time was more like a test from mysterious Queen Bernadette. She knew the reason for her father's madness in his later years, and asking it this way was to see if the fool could truly understand the diary's content. After learning that the members of the Tarot Club had already exchanged information that Emperor Rosal had once jumped to non-adjacent sequences, thus causing his madness in his later years, Bernadette immediately realized that there was no need to test him. So the diaries were still those diaries, but Bernadette had changed the question, a true doubt in her heart. Magician, Furs and Audrey both thought of their previous transaction with Emperor, but the Hanged Man, Alger, the Sun, Derek, and the Moon, Emlyn were somewhat bewildered, as they had not participated in that transaction. With Catalia's question, Audrey and Furs were also very curious about this. Logically speaking, Emperor Rosal had already gained supreme power and prestige at that time, so why would he rather go mad than become a god? Thus, the other members all looked towards the head of the long bronze table. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the answer to this question was in the diary he had just read, but he did not rush to answer Hermit's question. Instead, he said, first, let's establish a fact. I am neither omniscient nor omnipotent. He said this with a self-deprecating, relaxed tone, but Hermit and the others showed no abnormality, even appearing more deferential. To them, it was obvious that Mr. Fool was neither omniscient nor omnipotent, and currently, none of the true gods or evil gods had honorific names indicating omniscience and omnipotence. Only Hobert thought to himself, I've learned another trick. This must be to lay the groundwork in advance for when his power or knowledge might be limited. After setting the tone, Klein began to address Hermit's question. I also want to know what Rosal encountered in his later years. What can be confirmed for now is that, due to stimulation or influence from some unknown reason, Rosal turned his gaze towards sequence 0. He said that he saw everything would be destroyed, and one cannot place hope in the 7 deities. Catalia chewed on the phrase, one cannot place hope in the 7 deities. What exactly did Emperor see? Even the gods cannot be relied upon. Audrey, on the other hand, had already connected this to her transaction with Emperor last week. Is it a threat from above the gods? So one must become a true god to resist it. Furs also had similar conjectures. Alger and Emlyn were surprised. Emperor actually wanted to become a god in his later years. The Sun looked at Mr. Fool in confusion. In Silver City, if given the chance, every resident would want to become a sequence 0 true god to create a more suitable living environment for everyone, or to lead all people away from that abandoned land. Klein said no more, leaning back in his chair. You may begin. After speaking, he manipulated the world to look at Derek. The notary potion formula you wanted is ready. Derek sincerely said, thank you, Mr. World. As agreed, I will remember this debt and await your request. Good. Klein, while manipulating the world to reply, also had him pretend to make a request to Mr. Fool to materialize it. The Sun joyfully accepted the formula. Sequence 6, Notary. Main ingredients: 1 portion of elder tree root crystal, 5 tail feathers of a contract spirit bird. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters of luminous contract tree sap, 1 golden-edged sunflower, 1 white-edged sunflower, 5 drops of water fern juice. After this transaction was completed, before anyone else could speak, the world looked at the Hanged Man and spoke again. You know, the ocean songster, potion formula and main ingredients you wanted are ready. Catalina looked at the world with barely concealed surprise. She remembered very clearly that Gehrman Sparrow had just hunted Slaughterer Gearseas not long ago. Where did he get the ocean songster, potion formula and main ingredients this time? He couldn't have killed another ocean songster, could he? That would be considered semi-high ranking in the Storm Church. The Sun heard this and looked at the world at the bottom of the long bronze table. Mr. World also got the ocean songster, potion formula and main ingredients. How amazing. Emlyn recalled his initial impression of Mr. World when he first joined the Tarot Club. He was gloomy and reserved, with no other particular characteristics. In subsequent gatherings, he gradually showed seasoned experience and fairly good abilities. He thought to himself, this guy is the member second only to Emperor. I admire this type who seems silent and ordinary but is actually very capable. Hobert realized, Klein has finished the Grossel's Travels dungeon. Alger had already received the news in advance, so his excitement had long passed. He said, name your price. Klein had already decided on a price the Hanged Man could accept, and he immediately manipulated the world to say, the formula is 5,000 gold pounds, and the main ingredients are 8,000 gold pounds. Alger breathed a sigh of relief. A very reasonable price, but I don't have that much cash on hand. I can only pay you 10,000 gold pounds now, and the remaining 3,000 gold pounds next week. I think with Mr. Fool's witness, you shouldn't be afraid of me defaulting. The gold pounds he had accumulated during this time, plus the 15% commission he had just received from Emperor, gave him enough funds to pay this huge sum. However, Alger still shrewdly divided the payment into 2 parts. Firstly, to avoid needing money elsewhere recently, and secondly, to show that raising this amount was also very difficult for him. The world said, all right. I'll give you the potion formula first, and the main ingredients after the gathering ends. Then he asked Mr. Fool to help materialize the potion formula. Good. Alger, unable to hide his excitement, glanced at the parchment that appeared before him. Sequence 5, Ocean Songster. Main ingredients: crystal of a complete spine of a thunder-patterned electric eel, pituitary gland of a storm rock heron. Supplementary ingredients: 12 milliliters of thunder-patterned electric eel bile, 16 milliliters of tiger-striped whale essential oil, 8 grams of gray triangular grass powder, 1 silver white 8-angle golden plate flour. Ritual: consume the potion inside the belly of an obnies. Seeing the ocean songster ritual, Alger was slightly stunned. No wonder the church raises obnies sea monsters. It turns out this is required for the Sequence 5 advancement ritual. This put him in a bit of a predicament, because aside from the obnies sea monsters raised by the church, it was rare to hear of wild obnies, and even if there were, they would be extremely dangerous for a Sequence 6. Alger suddenly thought of the milky white scepter inlaid with blue gems and glanced at the head of the long bronze table. He could request Mr. Fool's help. But a new problem arose. Where could I find something that Mr. Fool would be interested in? Trade with Emperor Rosel's diary. But all the diaries I could get have already been given to Mr. Fool, and I can't provide enough diaries in a short time. Alger thought about the valuable items he had on hand, but he believed none of them would interest Mr. Fool. Just as he was about to consider this issue after the gathering, he suddenly thought that while some things might not interest Mr. Fool, the world might be interested. So he immediately said, Mr. Fool, I request to have a private conversation with the world. Klein, behind the gray fog, was slightly stunned. He had thought that the Hanged Man after seeing the ocean songster ritual, would ask him for help. Why would he want to have a private conversation with the world? However, he still nodded slightly, creating a private communication environment for the Hanged Man and the world. Alger said, "My advancement ritual requires your help." The world was somewhat puzzled. "Are you sure you need my help?" He said in a gloomy voice, "I don't know where to find Obni's sea monsters. I will find the Obni's sea monster myself." Alger quickly said, "I hope you can ask Mr. Fool to help make the Obni's sea monster voluntarily open its mouth so I can enter its belly." Klein finally understood why Alger was looking for the world, but he still wanted to confirm, "Why don't you directly pray for Mr. Fool's help?" "Because I currently don't have anything that Mr. Fool would be interested in." Alger spoke truthfully, "I can trade you the location of an undiscovered primitive island, and ask you to pray for Mr. Fool's help for me." Klein, at the head of the long bronze table, nodded slightly. The identity of the Fool's attendant he had cultivated for the world was finally proving useful. Otherwise, if the Hanged Man had continued to make a request to the Fool to maintain the Fool's standing, he would not have been able to bargain. It was easier to handle if the Hanged Man traded with the world. He manipulated the world to say, briefly describe that island. On that primitive island, there are not only many extraordinary creatures that are already extinct on the north-south continent, but from my observations, there are traces of demigod-level extraordinary creatures, Alger introduced. Additionally, an ancient ruin of unknown age is hidden in the center of the small island. Klein was slightly stunned, then manipulated the world to say, "In that case, we will also need to invite Emperor to participate in the exploration of that island." Alger was puzzled. "Why?" The world said gravely, "To ensure our safety." When Alger heard what the world said, he was slightly stunned at first, then realized Emperor had advanced to a demigod. He had planned to go around the domains of those demigod-level Beander creatures at that time. Why did Gehrman Sparrow's words sound like he wanted to wipe out all the Beander creatures on that island? Alger couldn't help but glance at Emperor, who was in the same row. He couldn't tell at all that this was already a demigod. Klein's idea was actually very simple. Since there were demigod-level Beander creatures, for safety's sake, he naturally had to find a demigod to help. At most, he would share some spoils of war with Emperor. Anyway, if a demigod joined the hunt, their spoils of war would definitely increase. He manipulated the world and said, "You continue." Alger cleared his throat somewhat unnaturally. "Back then, I discovered that island with Keelingers. At that time, we didn't have the ability to explore it in depth, but he found some clues and suspected that something very precious and important was hidden in the ruins. My strength was not as good as Keelinger's, and my depth of exploration was also not as good as his. I couldn't know what he actually saw, and could only guess the situation from some casual remarks he made." Klein, at the head of the bronze long table, thought, "The Hanged Man's words contain a lot of information. It seems he and Hurricane General Keelingers knew each other for a long time and had explored together." He also thought, "The value of a primitive island is indeed considerable. For a secret organization, this is the cornerstone that supports the growth of its members. Moreover, when I reach the demigod level, money will play a much smaller role. Bartering will be the most likely way to get what I want. Clues about demigod-level Beander creatures are very important, and that ruin is also quite interesting." So Klein no longer hesitated, manipulating the world to say, "Wait a moment, I will report this matter to Mr. Fool." Alger nodded, waiting quietly. The world requested a private conversation with Mr. Fool. After Klein and his alternate account pretended to chat for a few sentences, he lifted the block on the Hanged Man. He manipulated the world and said, "Deal." Alger no longer procrastinated. After getting Mr. Fool's approval, he materialized the parchment with information about that primitive island. The world took the paper and quickly scanned it. It's right on the edge of the Russell Sea, and the overall area isn't small. Alger added, "The first exploration is best done after I advance, so I can also provide some help, and not just lead the way." No problem. Klein had the world nod and say, when going to dangerous places, I will need some companions. I'll contact Emperor, I estimate he'll also be very interested. Alger breathed a sigh of relief, good. After the two finished their private conversation, the world again requested a private conversation with Emperor from Mr. Fool. The other members were all stunned. Were there so many little secrets in the deals of this gathering? Hobert was also slightly stunned, unable to guess what Klein wanted to talk to him about. He heard the world say, I want to reserve that magical item with the traveler characteristic. Similarly, I will pay £10,000 this week first, and then pay the remaining £2,000 after the hanged man's final payment arrives. Klein had long wanted to obtain a magical item with travel ability, so as soon as he got the Ocean Songster potion formula and extraordinary characteristic, he planned to use this income to buy the magical item Emperor had mentioned before. After Hobert heard the world's request, he finally understood why they needed to talk privately. Otherwise, if the hanged man's money hadn't been received yet, and he immediately bought another member's magical item, such an operation would seem quite annoying. Then he thought, Klein seems to have herded a traveler, right? Does he still need to buy this magical item? Hobert thought back carefully. Oh, right, the one he herded seemed to be a traitor from the Abraham family, and because I married Furs, she asked me to help kill that traitor instead of issuing a hunting mission to the world. Yes. In an instant, Hobert had already thought it through and agreed to the transaction. The transaction will be completed within 3 days. He had previously said it was a friend's magical item, so he had to keep up the act. There's one more thing, the world added. After a while, the hanged man and I are going to explore a primitive island, and we need a trustworthy companion. Are you willing to join? Then he explained, on that primitive island, there are some Beander creatures that are already extinct on the north-south continent, and there is also a very mysterious ruin. Hobert recalled, the church built by Adam. Of course, he was willing to participate in that exploration. Are there any conditions? There are no specific conditions, just that the three of us help each other and ensure everyone's safety. Also, if the spoils of war from a solo hunt are not to be divided, whoever hunts them takes them. If they are from a joint hunt, I will divide them. If there is any objection, Mr. Fool can be asked to arbitrate. That's still the same, but Hobert thought again, the fool wouldn't obviously favor one side too much, and who isn't a favored one of a god? I'm even a favored one of the Creator. If there's an objection to the division of spoils, I can also ask the Creator to arbitrate. Thinking of this, Hobert nodded. Then, I hope to get a chance for a priority selection. Of course, he could tell that Klein actually needed his protection as a demigod, which was why he made such a request. Klein thought this request was perfectly acceptable, so he had the world nod, yes. After lifting the barrier for private communication, the world nodded slightly towards the hanged man, indicating that they had reached an agreement. Alger had no objections. After all, even if he didn't reveal the island's location, the demigod creatures on it would be difficult for him to hunt for a while. It was better to monetize it as soon as possible, like the previous island in the Raging Sea. Seeing the world no longer speaking, the hermit Catalia turned to Justice and said, the black hunting lizard's spinal fluid has been confirmed, 1,800 pounds. There are no clues for the fruit of the phantasm bellflower tree for now. This is much faster than I remember. Audrey sincerely thanked her. Thank you, the hermit. She completely disregarded the price. Then Catalia, without any hesitation, said to Emperor, I've heard information about what is suspected to be six-legged sprite marrow. Do you need me to continue investigating? The other members all sighed. The hermit's efficiency is truly high. Hobert first considered whether to follow the clue of the six-legged sprite marrow to see if he could find another fallen earl. But thinking that such an internal conflict, if not handled well, could easily damage his reputation, and he still had a lot of things waiting to be done, he decided not to do such unethical things. No need. Hobert said, my friend and I hunted a six-legged sprite. The Sun and Emlyn were slightly stunned, which meant that Emperor was already prepared to advance to a demigod. And Furs didn't suspect anything, because she didn't know that Hobert's potion formula required six-legged sprite marrow, nor did she know about him and Archibald hunting a six-legged sprite. Catalia nodded slightly. Congratulations. Many people never gather all the sequence 4 potion ingredients in their entire lives. Hobert smiled. Thank you. After confirming the 2 transactions, Catalia looked around and said, Gentlemen, are there any clues about the blood of mythical creatures? Klein immediately manipulated the world and said, Are you referring to pure mythical creatures? Audrey was confused and very interested. Pure mythical creatures. Are there impure mythical creatures? Alger listened intently, hoping to get more information about Star Admiral. And Hobert had considered before that the angels he could find were not suitable for Catalia, so he simply didn't plan to join this topic. Catalia paused for a second and said, Pure, that is, the blood of an angel. 1 drop is enough. She hadn't introduced it in detail back then because she thought such high-end items wouldn't appear in the Tarot Club for the time being. At that time, she only brought up her true needs to show her sincerity. But later, after hearing Emperor's account of the battle that took place in Fenaport, she had hope for her needs again, which was why she asked. The world responded, I have some clues, but I'm not sure I can get it, and I'll have to wait at least 3 months. Hobert was stunned. The Serpent of Destiny will be born after 3 months. The other Tarot Club members all thought of the angel who had protected them, seemingly from the death pathway. Then they successively thought, didn't an angel-level battle occur during the extraordinary war launched by the Creator in the South Continent before? And just recently in Fenaport, more than a dozen angels appeared at once. So everyone turned their gaze to Emperor, wanting to see his answer to this. Seeing that Emperor had no intention of answering, Audrey simply asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, I remember that the Creator also has at least 1 angel serving him, right? Hobert thought to himself, there are indeed 2, but they don't have blood. If I gave the Hermit a massive power of order, would she lose control on the spot during her advancement? The blood of those 2 angels is not very suitable for the Hermit to use. Hobert stated truthfully. The Sun, also very curious, asked, Mr. Emperor, is there such a thing as suitable and unsuitable? Alger, Furs, and other members all stared curiously at Emperor, feeling that the Sun had asked the question in their hearts. Hobert smiled. Although I don't know what the Hermit wants the angel's blood for, I don't think the blood of a lawyer pathway angel would be the optimal choice for the Hermit, would it? All the members could see that although Emperor kept saying, I don't know what the Hermit wants the angel's blood for, he actually knew. So everyone's gaze turned to Catalia again. The Hermit smiled helplessly and had to explain, the blood of angels from certain pathways is indeed a priority choice. Then she added, but I'm not picky, as long as I have it, that's fine. Some of the other members nodded, while others leaned back in their chairs. They almost simultaneously thought, the one who truly understands the Hermit's needs is actually Mr. Emperor. Audrey and Furs were both curious as to what the Hermit would do with the pure blood of a mythical creature, but this likely involved her secrets, so it was not appropriate to ask. Alger had already realized, this might be part of an advancement ritual. Emlyn, on the other hand, was simply wondering, I wonder what angel's blood tastes like. Perhaps if I took a sip, I'd lose control on the spot. After a brief silence, Emlyn asked, do you have any leads on my last commission? Furs immediately said, there are suspicious circumstances. I'll follow up on them. Actually, she had passed this task on to Zio, who had just discovered a suspicious lead. Derek then said, I need the root crystals of the Elder Tree, as well as the sap of the luminous contract tree, and both golden-edged and white-edged sunflowers. He remembered that the feathers of the contract spirit bird were available in Silver City's special warehouse, while the 3 auxiliary materials were common in the outside world but scarce in the god-forsaken land. Emlyn's spirits lifted. The Elder Tree root crystals and those auxiliary materials shouldn't be a problem. So, what can you offer in exchange? When he had offered the Elder Tree fruit to Justice last time, he already knew where to buy the root crystals. Derek thought for a moment. An extraordinary characteristic corresponding to a sequence 5 vampire. For him, this wasn't a particularly rare monster in the darkness. Blood race. Emlyn said through gritted teeth. You don't need to rush. I'll tell you what I want once I've decided. All right. Derek, who already owed the world a significant debt, was quite unconcerned. After the two finished their transaction, Hobert addressed the fool at the head of the bronze long table. Mr. Fool, I wish to speak privately with the hermit and the hanged man. Another private conversation. Klein nodded slightly, very curious what Emperor wanted to discuss with the other two members. After an independent communication space was established, Hobert went straight to the point. I hope to obtain some information about Longtail Island. He explained, I have already obtained information on its geography, resources, and culture, but I heard that the locals worship a false god, and I am very interested in information related to their local beliefs. Klein nodded slightly, understanding Hobert's intention. I remember reading in the newspaper that Hobert's fief was Longtail Island. Catalya said, one of the captains in my fleet once visited Longtail Island. Alger, as if unwilling to be outdone, said, I have a friend who has been to Longtail Island. Hobert then asked, what compensation do you each require? 300 pounds. This isn't classified information on the high seas, Catalya said. Alger also nodded, feeling the price was appropriate. The two combined would be 600 pounds, and Hobert, who had just earned 10,000 pounds, had no objection. Deal. Catalya spoke first. The local natives worship a deity called the mountain god. It is said that this deity is named Megali, and legend has it that she has an enormous body, with the entire island being her tail, hence the name Longtail Island. Hobert was slightly taken aback, not expecting this false god to have such a legend. The hermit continued, if you go into the mountainous areas of Longtail Island, pay special attention to the direction of the sun. If you notice the sun's direction suddenly changing, you must immediately return the way you came. Otherwise, you will definitely get lost and never be able to return. Hobert stroked his chin. This description is a bit strange. Perhaps it's not the sun that changed direction, but the land. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a false god. Is this the mountain god's authority? But what a strange authority. The ability to manipulate the position of the earth. Then he thought, in my understanding, mountain gods are grassroots civil servants of the divine realm, but the deity worshipped by the local natives doesn't seem to be the same as the mountain god in my impression. According to the information I saw from the Ministry of Land, the so-called mountain god also seems to have the ability to bewitch people's minds. Deep in the mountains, there is a mountain god church, Catalya said. According to the devout followers of the mountain god, the main cathedral of the church is in a vast cave, but each time they enter that cathedral, they do so from a different entrance, and no one knows the exact location of the cathedral. Within the believers, there is a very strict hierarchy, and high-ranking believers even hold the power of life and death over low-ranking believers. Additionally, they have a cruel torture called delayed death, which is said to involve praying to the mountain god for power to prolong the victim's dying process. After inflicting a fatal injury, the victim is kept in extreme pain and terror for a long time. It is said that whenever this torture is used, the screams echo through the cathedral, lingering endlessly. Hobert nodded slightly. He had initially thought it was similar to death by 1,000 cuts, but he hadn't expected it to involve the use of some extraordinary power to torment the victim. Finally, Catalya said, that's all I know. If I were to investigate further, it would be easy for the mountain god church to notice. Hobert smiled and said, thank you for your answer. It has given me a deeper understanding of the native beliefs. Then, he looked at the hanged man. Alger said, both the Storm Church and the Church of the Black Knight Goddess have churches on that island. According to the island's classification, the official Beyander configuration should be a sequence 6 bishop or punisher's captain, a sequence 7, and several low sequence beyonders. The governor's mansion has a punishment knight stationed here because Longtail Island experienced a large-scale uprising 10 years ago, and it is said that the king even issued a specific order because of it. Hobert nodded. He remembered that order: destroy all crowns that appear on this island. My friend also heard that 10 years ago, the royal family sent a demigod to suppress the uprising, but it seems they never investigated the cause of the uprising. Alger's friend had served as a bishop on Longtail Island for a period. Starting 10 years ago, the royal family allowed local military camps to abduct young and strong natives to serve as auxiliary soldiers. They were actually sold as slaves to the South Continent and local plantations, as the entire North Continent had abolished slavery. This practice caused a large number of natives to flee into the deep mountains, but it did effectively curb large-scale uprisings among the local people. Currently, the natives living in the western plains of Longtail Island are basically slaves, or relatively docile tribes willing to convert. It is said that the main followers of the mountain god were in the deep mountains. Because several clear-up operations yielded little results and many people died, in recent years, as long as these believers do not come out to plunder the governor's mansion's property, the local garrison and churches leave them alone. Hobert nodded. Theoretically, it would be relatively easy to eliminate the main members of such wild god followers by dispatching a few demigods with a group of elite beyonders. Or simply dispatch an angel, which should be able to eliminate the so-called mountain god. However, the royal family only had 2 angels, who served more as deterrents than actual combatants and dared not move easily. And the demigods were also limited in number. They were also watching each other and could not stay on Longtail Island for long. Therefore, there were so many such false gods in the raging sea, and it was almost impossible to thoroughly eliminate them, because it was not cost-effective. If a group of beyonders died while eliminating a false god, it would be a net loss. Generally speaking, as long as the followers of these false gods did not threaten colonial rule, the military and the Storm Church would turn a blind eye. Finally, Alger said, according to my friend's understanding, natives who believe in the mountain god are highly likely to become slow to react, have reduced intelligence, and are easily distracted. Additionally, they are very irritable, and often get angry for no apparent reason. Although the mountain god church has a strict hierarchy, it lacks a strong organization. Many people from the mountain god church were arrested during the uprising 10 years ago, but after interrogation, it was found that they were not secretly organizing the uprising. The Storm Church speculates that this might be related to the mountain god not being in a very good state. Hobert nodded and smiled. Your information is also quite valuable. This should be some archival information from the church, which was indeed very difficult for Hobert to obtain. However, this gave him a good idea. He could borrow relevant archives from the Church of the Black Knight Goddess, and perhaps gain other insights. The free trading segment continued, and the world then said, Mr. Fool, I just thought of a question that I hope to discuss privately with Emperor. He had indeed just thought of this question, and it was not suitable for public inquiry. The other members were slightly taken aback. What was going on today? Why were they all having private conversations? Hobert also smiled, again. But he still nodded, a little curious what Klein wanted to ask. Only after the private communication environment was established did Klein manipulate the world to ask, above the gods, you mentioned earlier, is it sealed on the Crimson Moon? In the diary he had just read, there was information about Emperor Rosel's capture of a follower of the original moon, which led to some speculation about the Crimson Moon. Rosel also wrote in his diary that he planned to visit the Crimson Moon. Another diary entry showed Rosel was extremely shocked by what he saw, but he didn't elaborate on what exactly he saw. That's why Klein suspected whether Rosel had actually gone to the Crimson Moon later and seen something that greatly shocked him, making him realize that he couldn't rely on the 7 deities, and at the same time giving him the idea of becoming a god even if it meant going mad. So Klein once again had a private conversation with Hobert, wanting to confirm his conjecture. Because it was still just a guess, Klein felt that this information was temporarily unsuitable for other members to know, especially for the hermit, to avoid her making any connections. Hobert said, the information I possess can only give you a yes or no answer, and the reward is £600. Klein, from behind the gray fog, twitched his mouth. You certainly understand financial balance. After a moment of thought, Klein said, "Deal." He naturally knew that any information at this level already far exceeded the price of 600 gold pounds, or rather, it couldn't be measured by money. That the Emperor was willing to trade this information was itself a favor to the Tarot Club members. Hobert said, "The above the gods I mentioned earlier is called an Old One. Remember to have Miss Justice give you a psychological suggestion for it later." Klein chewed on the new term, Old One. Then he realized that although the Emperor had promised to only answer yes or no, his answer was still more detailed than expected. Hobert continued, "According to the information I obtained from the Creator, an Old One indeed occupies the Crimson Moon, but it has not been sealed." Klein nodded. It seems Rosal really did meet an Old One on the Crimson Moon, and was then shocked by the Old One's immense power. Is that why he prepared to become a god? So he asked, are Old Ones enemies? Are there many Old Ones? Why hasn't the power of the Old Ones appeared on the North-South continent? No, they seem to have appeared. Could the Desire Mother Tree be an Old One? This reminded Klein of the pollution the Desire Mother Tree had planned against him when he was playing as Lieutenant General Emilius. Recalling it now still sent chills down his spine. Hobert said, "You can only ask one of those questions." Klein thought for a moment before having the world ask, "Is the Desire Mother Tree an Old One?" Yes. Klein, behind the gray fog, gave a wry smile. "Only today did I learn that I was targeted by an Old One." Then he thought again. The Old Ones seemed to have very limited influence on the North-South continent. Could it be that the gods in the astral world are resisting the Old One's invasion? But according to the information the Emperor provided, an Old One should be a level above a true god, right? Why are Old Ones still merely evil god-like existences? He really wanted to know more, but to initiate another trade would feel like pushing his luck, so he had to wait for another opportunity to ask. After this transaction, the world asked Justice to help him with the corresponding psychological suggestion. Everyone immediately understood that the conversation between the two had likely involved the previously mentioned, above the gods, or information about Adam and Amen. In any case, it must have been extremely high level. However, the world had communicated with the Emperor privately, and his intention was clear. He didn't want their conversation to be public, so no one pressed for details. After completing the psychological suggestion, the world asked the Emperor again, does a true god of a certain sequence have any influence on beyonders of that sequence? This was also a question he had when reading the diary earlier. According to Rosal, his son Bonneva had become unusually devout, and he suspected it was due to the influence of the god of steam and machinery. Klein actually already had some guesses, but he wasn't certain, which was why he asked the Emperor. This question successfully piqued the interest of all other members. Catalia, who was being pursued by the hidden sage, had the most to say about this, but she still wanted to hear what the Emperor had to say. Alger and Audrey had never heard such a question before, and then they became a little worried. If a true god could really influence them, would they be affected by the Lord of Storms, or in the future, by Adam? Little Sun, who didn't know much about the eternal blazing sun, didn't have such concerns. Furs and Emlyn were purely curious, so everyone looked at the Emperor. Hobert said, based on my limited knowledge, I can only give an accurate answer, but I can't explain it too clearly. I believe the information I possess is worth 3,000 gold pounds, which is a suitable price. Before the world could say anything, Audrey immediately initiated a crowdfunding effort. She, Hermit, and Magician each contributed 600 gold pounds. The other members each contributed 300 gold pounds, and Little Sun offered a Sequence 8 extraordinary material. As the one who initiated the question, the world did not bear the main cost. After the crowdfunding ended, Hobert said, first, I want to tell everyone very clearly that there will be some influence, but there are ways to avoid it to some extent. Regarding this, Beyonders of the Seer pathway should be the clearest. Everyone must have heard about the hidden sage liking to chase after Beyonders of the same pathway and forcibly instill knowledge. Catalia frowned. The Emperor has indeed figured out my pathway through my request. Audrey smiled awkwardly. Why haven't I heard about this? Furs also tidied her hair somewhat unnaturally. I haven't heard about it. Emlyn folded his arms. Hee, I haven't heard about it. Noble vampires don't need to know such things. Little Sun was thinking, is there such a good thing? Hobert seemed to see through Little Sun's thoughts. He said, don't think this is a good thing, because although the hidden sage is not in a normal state, an evil god is still a god. The knowledge of a god is difficult for ordinary people to bear, so beyonders of this pathway often lose control due to the knowledge from the hidden sage. The members who didn't know about this before were all surprised. At the same time, they also understood the importance of the world's question. This could be a matter concerning their own safety. Hobert continued, there are many such examples. For instance, some beyonders hear some ravings when they advance. These ravings are usually the influence of gods or angel kings who hold uniqueness over beyonders of the same pathway. Klein thought of the ravings he heard when he advanced. Could it be that the diviner pathway already has a true god? Probably not. Perhaps there's only an angel king. The two most important pieces of information in this transaction are my conjecture on the intrinsic principle of this influence, and the mutual influence between both sides, Hobert said. First, I want to reiterate that you can certainly take my conjecture as merely a reference, but personally, I believe this is very important information. Because the conjectures I make public usually have extremely high logical consistency, this is definitely a line of thought that is difficult to grasp elsewhere. The other members nodded, all agreeing with this point. Just like the Emperor's previous conjectures about the Night Emperor, they had mostly seen some historical records from the Fourth Epoch. Of course, they knew that the Emperor might have only seen one or two sentences describing the Night Emperor, but the Emperor had made that period of history much richer. So everyone was still very willing to listen to the Emperor's conjectures, even if they knew they might not be the true history. The Emperor continued, I speculate that there are two pathways through which gods influence beyonders of the same sequence. The first comes from the aspect of authority, and the second should come from the influence of supplication and prayer. The so-called influence from authority means that the god of that pathway must possess the authority of that pathway. I believe the relationship between the authority of that pathway and the beyonders of that pathway should be similar to the relationship between the ocean and lakes or ponds on land. They seem unconnected, but the rain brought by monsoons from the ocean pours into the lakes and ponds on land, and the water in the lakes and ponds eventually flows into the ocean. This is an influence in a mystical sense, difficult to explain too clearly, but it should be roughly like this. Klein realized, the Emperor's example explains the problem very precisely. It feels like a summary of scientific laws. This is the lawyer's logical perspective. It's estimated that at the demigod level, one should be able to summarize many logics of all things that others find difficult to notice. Audrey, inwardly, was saying, is this what Hobert meant by, can't explain too clearly? I feel like it's explained very clearly and plainly. Catalia had already begun to make connections. This means that the reason the hidden sage could precisely locate me and instill knowledge in me was by utilizing the influence of authority on beyonders of the same pathway. Furs, who lacked firm faith, thought, no wonder beyonders of various churches are so loyal to the gods of their respective pathways. It turns out that gods can influence beyonders through their authority. Seeing everyone listening intently, Hobert continued, the second reason should be easy for everyone to understand. Take the Aurora Order, for example. Everyone knows that a large part of the reason why its members are all mad is that the true creator itself has a tendency towards madness. Theoretically, the true creator influences beyonders of its pathway precisely through their prayers to him and their supplication for power. This process is relatively easy to understand. Each prayer or supplication is like a storm washing over the supplicant. The ritual itself protects the supplicant like wearing a raincoat or holding an umbrella. But some rainwater will always find an opportunity to splash onto the supplicant, so in a mystical sense, the object of supplication is very important. Based on this principle, a true god's influence through prayer and supplication can cross pathways. Generally speaking, a true god can influence beyonders below the angel level of other pathways. Also, Unlike other pathways, the sequence 8 of the secret supplicant pathway is called listener, which means they actively receive influence from the true creator. So, while the prisoner pathway still has the temperance faction, who can resist the erosion of the potion with their own will, almost without exception, all secret supplicant beyonders are believers influenced by the true creator. Everyone nodded slowly. They all had some understanding of this point, but this was the first time they had heard someone explain it so clearly and plainly. Klein recalled the Rose Bishop on the future. He was very fortunate to have skipped the listener stage, so he wasn't as mad as other secret supplicant beyonders. Hobert smiled. Now that you know the logic behind it, isn't it obvious how to avoid being influenced by the god of your pathway? First, try to pray or supplicate as little as possible. Currently, the 7 orthodox gods rarely actively influence beyonders or followers of their pathway. For followers of evil gods, it is crucial to pray and supplicate less, so as not to become the conspicuous one. Klein, behind the gray fog, gave a wry smile. I prayed so much to the Black Night goddess before. I wonder if she noticed me. But fortunately, as the Emperor said, the current 7 orthodox gods rarely actively influence beyonders. He then thought. So, in Rosal's diary, the god of steam and machinery's influence on Bonneva was clearly the god controlling beyonders of the same pathway, in an attempt to manipulate or threaten Rosal. Catalia also gave a wry smile. Not praying to the hidden sage is easy to do, but many ritual magics only receive a response by praying to the hidden sage. Such supplications for power are unavoidable. Perhaps at the demigod level, such influence won't be as severe as it is now. Audrey frowned slightly. So, I should also pray less to the Black Night goddess. No, Emperor said that for followers of evil gods, one should pray less. The Black Night goddess I believe in is not affected. Everyone stared intently at Emperor. Of course, they all wanted to know the techniques to avoid the influence of the gods. The second is to directly confront and resist the erosion brought by the potion, Hobert said. I personally feel that sometimes, the potion is a manifestation of a pathway's authority at a minute level. As everyone knows, potions have many characteristic effects on the temperament and emotions of beyonders. For example, in our concept, beyonders of the sailor pathway are all prone to anger. The other members all looked at the hanged man. Because of his previous experience in seeking potion formulas, it was no longer a secret that he was a beyander of the sailor pathway. The sudden gazes from everyone made Alger a little embarrassed. He wanted to explain something, but he didn't know where to start. Klein, on the other hand, thought, for example, beyonders of the sleepless pathway all have bad memories. Thinking of this, he showed an exaggerated smile, but no one saw it due to the obstruction of the gray fog. Hobert smiled and said, Mr. Hanged Man is a successful example of resisting the influence brought by extraordinary characteristics. He doesn't seem irritable at all, he's even resourceful. Little Sun nodded repeatedly, as if confirming Emperor's statement. Audrey, on the other hand, thought, the difficulty of the second point is actually much greater. For me, should I also pay attention to this? Now I can easily interpret the thoughts of those around me, so I make reactions that please them. Does that mean I've already been affected by the potion? Everyone else, like Audrey, began to check if they had been affected by the potion. Hobert waited a few seconds before continuing. The third point is that everyone should pay attention to hiding themselves. Don't think that true gods are omnipotent. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a bit cold. Everyone already knew that Emperor would blaspheme the gods at every tarot club meeting, but for him to say it out loud like that seemed very disrespectful to the fool. They still remembered the scene where the fool punished Hermit earlier. Klein also thought to himself, do I really need to find an opportunity to punish Emperor? But I don't know how much damage the true creator's ravings can cause to a demigod. The key is that the marionettist extraordinary characteristic was cleaned by Emperor. If I link the true creator's ravings to him, will he recognize that it's something he handled? Just as everyone was holding their breath for Emperor, Hobert continued. Even the powerful and mysterious Mr. Fool doesn't dare to claim to be omniscient and omnipotent. Which other true god would dare to say that? Audrey, alright, I was overthinking it. Alger almost gave a thumbs up. I need to learn more of this roundabout praise. Klein, that was close, that was close. Emperor avoided a beating, and the fool avoided the risk of exposing his true strength. After a brief moment of levity, Hobert continued with a smile. Let's go back to the example of the sea and lakes. The ocean is very large, larger than all the lakes combined. But the sea doesn't know the location of every lake. It can only rely on monsoons to bring rain to the land. There's a certain randomness to where this heavy rain falls, it's not something the sea can completely decide. Alger shook his head. This is also blaspheming the abilities of the gods. It's just that this blasphemy is very subtle. Catalia leaned back in her chair. Emperor's analogy is very apt. True gods truly won't know every meander of the same pathway, just as the sea cannot possibly know every grain of sand. Then she thought, that means the hidden sage's pursuit of beyonders of the same pathway through knowledge is random. Of course, he will prioritize those who have prayed to him for power. And there are ways to avoid the hidden sage's pursuit. Thinking of this, Catalia suddenly smiled. Isn't this obvious? In my impression, the queen has never been affected by the hidden sage. Hobert's explanation was like Catalia discovering a new continent. Before, she always thought about how to endure the knowledge infusion from the hidden sage, never realizing that such knowledge infusion could actually be avoided. Audrey finally felt relieved. So, as long as I don't actively provoke Adam, I don't have to worry about being affected by him. Furs, on the other hand, sighed. Fortunately, the apprentice pathway has no true god, and the angel king is also sealed. As long as the power of the curse no longer affects me, I don't have to worry about this. Little Sun and Emlyn didn't feel a sense of personal involvement, they merely regarded this as a lesson for further understanding of the gods. Hobert didn't explain the third point too clearly, but he knew that everyone must have understood what he meant. So he continued, another crucial piece of information is the mystical interaction between gods and believers. I wonder if you've ever thought about a question. Theoretically, a god only needs to control the most crucial part of extraordinary power to maintain his influence. But why do the Orthodox churches still spare no effort to develop and maintain their believers? Everyone should know that after reaching demigod status, money and people are no longer that important. For the top echelons of the church, developing believers simply cannot satisfy their needs, and the contributions of believers are even less able to satisfy the needs of the gods. So what is the significance of believers to the gods and the church? Klein and Alger almost simultaneously had a thought. Both had discovered this point when previously trading information related to the Solomon Empire. At that time, Klein concluded through some means that there was a subtle connection between believers and gods. And Alger also, through conjecture, realized that the Orthodox churches develop believers not only to continuously acquire wealth and human resources, but also for other reasons. Audrey, on the other hand, lamented, I never realized before what was hidden behind these seemingly ordinary things. Catalia also felt emotional. Emperor's insight is very strong. He can always discover important things in places that seem like common sense. Furs and Emlyn, and other members, were already prepared to re-evaluate their understanding. In their dealings with Emperor, they had become very skilled at this. Hobert answered his own question. According to some information I've obtained, for gods, believers are also key to stabilizing their own state. The technical term is anchor. The other members were all stunned. This was something they hadn't expected, but instead of expanding on the thought, they all looked at Emperor, knowing that he would surely have a further explanation. Hobert said, the general idea is that the believer's faith in a god is a form of affirmation of that god. The more people affirm it, the more lively the god's humanity becomes, and the more stable his state. It's like how people all consider someone a noble, and then he is a noble. The difference is that the connection between believers and gods is established in the spirit world, not merely a simple social relationship. Audrey immediately thought of the theories about identity that Hobert had expressed in the carriage a few days ago. She hadn't expected Hobert to extend that theory to the gods. I also thought of a crucial question, though the following is purely my speculation, Hobert said with a smile. Although I don't want to express such opinions, it is an undeniable fact that all extraordinary things are twisted and mad. So, the gods, standing at the pinnacle of this distortion and madness, are able to maintain their state. I believe they transfer their own madness and distortion onto their believers. Everyone nearly dropped their jaws. Blasphemy. This is blasphemy against the gods. Klein instinctively reached for the sea god scepter. Do you really think the fool has no way to punish you? But he also really wanted to know what Emperor would say next, because the believers of the Orthodox churches hadn't gone mad or turned into monsters because of their faith in the gods. But since Emperor said this, he must have a complete logical loop. He still wanted to hear Emperor's complete logic. Audrey, Hobert, I won't dare to walk with you anymore. What if you suddenly suffer divine punishment one day, and I get implicated? Furs, on the other hand, realized, is a dependence of the Creator. Why would Emperor have such a bold idea? Or is this a theory that the Creator wishes to propagate? Catalia also thought. Mr. Fool didn't stop Emperor, which means such remarks are tacitly approved by Mr. Fool. Could this be a conspiracy between the Fool and the Creator to subvert the Orthodox churches? Alger was still relatively calm. I knew it, the existence of the church must have its reasons. Little Son and Emlyn basically reacted last. Little Son's shock was a beat slower than everyone else's, so, believing in an Orthodox God is also very dangerous. Emlyn, on the other hand, smiled. We vampires have never had such problems. Our progenitor has never transferred his madness to us vampires. Hobert gave everyone a few more seconds, then continued to explain. I think there's a mystical concept that you should all be familiar with. Humans are intelligent spiritual beings. The so-called spiritual beings roughly refer to those with souls and faint spirituality. There are also successful cases of ordinary humans performing ritual magic, so it is now a consensus in the extraordinary world that humans possess spirituality. This is also why some cult organizations use humans as sacrifices. So, as intelligent spiritual beings, each time people pray to a god can be seen as establishing a subtle connection with that god. Can a god then influence the praying believers through such a subtle connection? Everyone almost nodded in unison. Emperor's logic was still as rigorous as before. Emperor continued, I speculate that gods can completely transfer their own madness to believers through such connections to maintain their state. Because the Orthodox churches have a large number of believers, the madness transferred to ordinary believers is very faint. As spiritual beings, believers can quickly recover on their own. I speculate that this process might occur spontaneously. While believers affirm the God, they also share the God's madness and distortion. However, evil gods have fewer believers. Firstly, evil gods cannot transfer all their madness, and secondly, each believer receives too much madness, so evil god believers gradually become mad and twisted. The more this happens, the fewer believers the evil god has, the more madness and distortion he accumulates, and the worse his state becomes. This makes his believers even more mad and twisted, and thus he has even fewer believers, falling into a vicious cycle. Klein, behind the gray fog, smiled. The logic is self-consistent, at least I can't find any flaws. But what about Mr. Fool? After all, Mr. Fool is considered an evil god, so wouldn't Mr. Fool's state be very poor? Everyone also thought of this point. In their opinion, the Fool's state was clearly very good, but none of them had heard of a Fool church, nor were there any followers of the Fool around them. So how did the Fool stabilize his state? However, everyone only thought of this point and didn't dare to ask. Fortunately, Emperor took the initiative to explain. Of course, everyone should always believe in the power of the gods. At the level of the gods, things cannot be explained by common sense. The gods also have their own ways to bypass a rule-based thing. For example, as far as I know, in order to stabilize his state, Aemon made his avatars believe in himself. You should know that a Beander, especially a demigod, can bear immense madness and distortion. Moreover, Amon's avatars can also resolve their own negative states by stealing the madness of other avatars and granting it to others. As for Adam, he can give himself psychological suggestion, so that he won't produce any madness or distortion. These are two angel kings. It is estimated that gods of some sequences should have better ways to circumvent these rules. But most gods still rely on their followers to maintain their state. Audrey sighed upon hearing Adam's operation, so the seer sequence can have such an operation. Furs also realized, then the fool must have his own way to maintain his state, but Emperor, under pressure, did not say it. Other members also had similar conjectures. They looked at the fool behind the gray fog, who seemed to be leisurely watching a group of children play. It was as if that blurry figure became more powerful and mysterious. Klein, behind the gray fog, slowly nodded in his heart. The fool was very satisfied with this explanation. Hobert said, "This is all the information I know about the influence of gods on beyonders of their own sequence." Catalia thought to herself, just the description of the anchor is worth 3,000 gold pounds. Audrey smiled slightly. He clearly said he couldn't explain it clearly, but he explained it very clearly and understandably. "I won't believe your words again." Other members also felt that although Emperor's intelligence, as always, contained some speculation, the value of this intelligence far exceeded 3,000 gold pounds. As usual, everyone paused for a while before the gathering continued. The long trading session of this gathering finally ended, and it moved to the free exchange session. Alger said to Emperor, "The bounty has been collected for you. I will give it to you after the gathering ends." Hobert nodded. "Good." Audrey asked curiously, "Mr. Emperor, whose pirate general's bounty is it about?" Hobert smiled. "Twilight Admiral's first mate and bosun." This was not afraid to be announced at the Tarot Club, because Furs did not know about Hobert taking Archibald to hunt Twilight Admiral. Catalia's eyes narrowed. "I just received news that Twilight Admiral Bratov and his first mate, both high-ranking officers, were killed on the fleet's flagship." Alger almost jumped up. There's such a thing." This news had not yet reached Semim Island, where he had just set sail. Furs was a little surprised. She had encountered Hurricane General and knew how strong a pirate general was. She didn't expect another pirate general to be eliminated. Audrey also realized the difference between the death of Twilight Admiral and the death of Hurricane General. Hurricane General Keelingers was killed in Backland, while Twilight Admiral died on his flagship, in his fleet. So everyone looked at Emperor. Hobert smiled. "That's right, Twilight Admiral was indeed hunted by me and a companion." After a brief moment of surprise, Catalia asked curiously, "How did you find Twilight Admiral?" Besides curiosity, she also wanted to take precautions. "By chance, I got clues about Bratov." Hobert didn't explain too clearly. "We found Bratov based on those clues." Catalia frowned. It seemed like he said something, but also seemed to say nothing. Furs was more curious. How strong is the Twilight Admiral pirate group? What sequence beyonders are they? There was nothing to hide about this. Bratov himself and his first mate are both sequence 5. The second mate and bosun are sequence 6. The third mate seems to have run off with other ships, so I'm not too sure. They are beyonders of the warrior and hunter sequences, respectively. Alger then asked, "I heard that Twilight Admiral has the support of the Fursak Empire, is that true?" "I can't answer your question directly." Hobert said evasively like a politician, but he did invite a hunter sequence demigod for rescue. Alger nodded, confirming the intelligence he had received. Audrey immediately followed up with, "Mr. Emperor, does Twilight Admiral have any wonderful magical items?" "Yes. There was nothing to hide about this," Hobert said. "Bratov's flagship is like a magical item. Bratov seems to be able to freely manipulate the ship, performing actions that defy common sense. For example, it can leave port without sails unfurled or oars moving. In addition, that ship has some characteristics of a guardian. When the entire ship emits the light of dawn, its defense is very strong. Ordinary cannonballs may find it difficult to penetrate the ship's deck. There should be other abilities, but I'm not clear about them." Audrey exclaimed, what a magical pirate ship. I really wish I had one. Catalya then asked, I heard that as long as that ship doesn't sink, Bratov can't die. Everyone was stunned. Emlyn asked in return, to defeat Twilight Admiral, you have to sink his ship first. He was also a little envious. I really want a ship like that. Hobert, however, smiled and said, that's true, but if Bratov leaves his flagship, what does it matter to him whether his ship sinks or not? Everyone was slightly stunned before they each reacted. Klein behind the gray fog almost laughed. Classic, lawyer, thinking. Catalya, Emlyn, Audrey, Furs, and others found it a bit hard to believe that the ability of that pirate ship was so easily countered. Especially Emlyn, Audrey, and Furs, who had just fantasized about how great it would be to have such a ship, only to have their fantasy shattered in an instant. Furs asked, so you killed Twilight Admiral so easily? Hobert recalled, it wasn't easy, because these pirates are very cunning. I almost suffered serious injuries. Catalya nodded. This made sense. Although he was a lieutenant general, he wasn't that easy to kill, otherwise, a pirate general would be too cheap. Audrey then asked, Mr. Emperor, why did you suddenly hunt Twilight Admiral? Hobert thought for a moment before saying, this goes back more than 10 years ago. He briefly described Lolofta's experience and her commission. Of course, Hobert also stated that to a large extent, he was after Twilight Admiral's bounty. But the more Hobert said this, the more everyone felt that he was using it to cover up his original intention of avenging that Night Watcher. Klein felt a sense of empathy. If a Night Watcher entrusted me like that, then I would also secretly collect intelligence on Twilight Admiral and, when given the opportunity, hunt him with companions. Audrey asked, how much is Twilight Admiral's bounty? She understood Hobert better and knew that he had a desire to avenge the Night Watcher when hunting Twilight Admiral, but Twilight Admiral's bounty was definitely a very important motivation for him. Alger replied, I remember it's 36,000 gold pounds. And currently, 3 countries have a bounty on Bratov. Audrey was a little surprised. The bounty from just one country was more than the bounty from 3 countries for Hurricane General. She thought to herself, no wonder Hobert didn't seem to have a great need for gold pounds at the Justice League gathering. It turns out it was because of such a large income. In fact, there were also differences among pirate lieutenant generals. Although Hurricane General Keelingers had wriggling hunger, he was still a sequence 6. If pirate generals were ranked by sequence, Keelingers would definitely be at the bottom. The current disease lieutenant general was also much stronger than him. While surprised, Emlyn also began to fantasize about how he would spend that money. Furs now handled tens of thousands of gold leathers every month, and she suddenly realized that she was no longer surprised by 36,000 gold pounds. The discussion of this matter came to an end, and then everyone discussed the exploration mission of Little Sun and his companions. At this time, Little Sun and his companions were still in Afternoon Town, and everyone curiously asked what the exploration team was eating. As a result, the topic became more and more sorrowful. They could only fill their stomachs with a plant called black-faced grass and the flesh and blood of some monsters. This made Klein involuntarily think of Frank Lee's mushrooms. He planned to ask Frank when he had time to see if those mushrooms could reproduce in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Then the world started a topic, discussing the tragic death of a pirate nicknamed Mad Captain, on his own ship. It was said that he was a notorious slave trader. Everyone naturally thought of Capping, who had been judged earlier. The royal family's conspiracy was once again exposed. Hobert listened to Klein and Alger's discussion and finally recalled that this was the pirate who helped the Rune royal family transport slaves. When Klein found this ship, the captain and crew had all been silenced. Hobert did not intend to get involved in this matter, as he had other things to attend to. After the discussion of this incident ended, this tarot club came to a close. Everyone bowed to the fool as usual, then instantly left the Giants' Hall. Klein waited for a while to complete the sacrifices and grants between the members. As soon as he returned to the real world, Klein received a letter from Frank Lee, which made Klein smile slightly. Speak of the devil. Opening the letter, It read, "My dear friend Gehrman Sparrow, I have good news to tell you. I successfully cultivated a new type of mushroom using the flesh and blood of a rose bishop. As long as there is fish, it can reproduce indefinitely, so we don't have to worry about not having mushrooms to eat if we sail for too long. Moreover, when it's hybridized with beef, it tastes absolutely delicious." Klein put down the letter. Why worry about not having mushrooms to eat if you sail for too long? Also, please spare those cows. Backland, 62 Queens Avenue. Hobert smiled slightly as he looked at the stack of gold pounds on the altar. The income from this tarot club meeting wasn't much. The two intelligence transactions combined amounted to 3,300 gold pounds, plus one extraordinary material. At the same time, he paid the hermit and the hanged man 300 gold pounds each for their intelligence, so the final income was 2,700 gold pounds. However, for the bounties of the two pirates under Twilight Admiral, after deducting Alger's commission, Hobert received 11,000 gold pounds. According to their original agreement, Hobert's share wouldn't have been this much. Alger rounded up the amount from a portion of his agreed share, which was considered a goodwill gesture to an old customer like Emperor. However, Hobert felt it was more like a gesture of goodwill, fearing that Emperor might one day become displeased and capture the hanged man for a bounty. Although Alger himself wasn't wanted, Emperor seemed unaware of this. Adding the two incomes, the amount of gold pounds on the altar was quite substantial, totaling 13,700 gold pounds. After praising the fool, Hobert stacked the money on his desk. This time, he didn't sacrifice it to Country of Disorder, because now every time he took money out of Country of Disorder, he had to air it out before spending it, to avoid being discovered by the royal family of Backland. This was too troublesome, and even more so if he needed the money urgently. He went out and asked Office to buy a safe, specifically instructing him to buy a large one. Just as Hobert expected, before the safe was bought, Lolofta brought the bounty for Twilight Admiral Bratov. Hobert met the Night Watcher squad member in the reception room on the first floor. Lolofta, dressed in a somewhat neutral style, said, "Because we couldn't claim the Forsake Empire's bounty, the total bounty combined is 72,000 gold pounds. There were some expenses incurred when claiming the Intis Republic's bounty, but the Church of the Night Goddess covered all the costs for you, as a thank you and a reward." As she spoke, Lolofta pushed a check to Hobert. Hobert took the check, confirmed the amount, and thought to himself that using a check simply didn't have the same impact as cash. Putting away the check, he asked, "If I hunt other great pirates, can I still claim bounties from you?" Hobert spread his hands. "You know, my territory is on the high seas, so I inevitably deal with pirates." "Of course, no problem," Lolofta said. "For ordinary pirates, we can only help you claim bounties from ruin. For pirates of the Pirate General level, we will strive to get bounties from more countries for you." Hobert nodded. He suddenly had the idea of hunting Blood Admiral. He had already tested it. Hunting a pirate general was not difficult for him after becoming a demigod. The difficult part was finding those elusive great pirates. But Hobert had a way to find Blood Admiral. That was equivalent to a large pile of gold pounds floating on the sea. So, after seeing Lolofta off, Hobert began to ponder the feasibility of hunting Blood Admiral. Currently, the high-ranking officers on Blood Admiral's flagship were no match for him. The key was that this guy deserved to be killed and could earn a bounty, so why not? Thus, Hobert quickly made up his mind. He used the Traveler's Gate in his bedroom to arrive at the bedroom in Jeffrey territory, entered the oil painting, and extracted a wisp of Blood Admiral's spirituality. This was different from the previous ship fragments of Bratov. Even if Blood Admiral Senior had corresponding anti-divination abilities, divination based on spirituality was always accurate. Even Archibald-level anti-divination abilities could not evade this. Hobert saw that he could complete the divination with the Faceless Man necklace, so he prepared to act alone. He checked the magical items on him and once again entered the spirit world using travel. After a brief stop in Byam, Hobert began to navigate with the Faceless Man necklace, finally stopping before a scene of blood-red imagery. Hobert knew that outside was definitely the blood-flesh tree. He used the faceless man necklace to divine, "My next action will be dangerous." This was a technique he learned from Archibald. Make the divination words as closely associated with oneself as possible, as this makes the divination results more reliable. After silently reciting it 7 times, Hobert looked at the dangling necklace. The necklace was rotating clockwise. Hobert interpreted the speed of rotation. There was danger, but it was within an acceptable range. If the enemy were merely a sequence 5, there should be no danger. However, Senior probably had a corresponding trump card on his ship. But he wasn't afraid. At worst, he would just throw him overboard into the sea. Hobert put away the necklace, put on his mask, and abruptly emerged from the spirit world. Senior, who had already sensed danger, was staring naked in the direction Hobert appeared, while on the bed beside him, there were 2 equally naked young women. Senior, with sunken eyes and 2 black mustaches, clearly saw that the person emerging from the spirit world was the masked youth who had previously boarded the blood-flesh tree. He immediately vanished from his spot. Hobert immediately reached out a hand. Distortion. He actually failed to distort a specific target. Hobert was slightly stunned. Was it Flash? Or had he entered the spirit world? He squatted down to look at the spot where Senior had disappeared. It was just an ordinary floor, with nothing unusual about it. Hobert smiled helplessly. Was his hunt going to fail this time? He stood up and glanced at the 2 curvaceous young women, but ultimately chose to ignore them for now. This time, he wasn't here to rescue people. If he couldn't find Senior, he could consider rescuing some people. Hobert was about to go out onto the deck to see if he could find the first mate of the blood-flesh tree, when he suddenly realized that the door was gone. When he had emerged from the spirit world just now, he had clearly seen a door. Then the color of the cabin and the floor quickly turned crimson, and viscous, blood-like liquid began to seep out from the cracks in the wood. A strong smell of blood permeated the entire room. Ah! One of the slightly darker-skinned young women suddenly let out a scream. Hobert glanced over and saw that her hair was stuck to the wall, and that wall, as if alive, began to drag her hair. Hobert stepped forward and cut the young woman's hair, which reminded him of what he had seen in the bottom of the blood-flesh tree's cabin last time. He immediately said to another young woman who was about to get off the bed and escape, "Stay on the bed and don't get down, and don't touch the wall." The young woman obviously understood the rune language and immediately pulled back her foot. Hobert looked at the wall again, probably understanding that this should be the ability of the blood-flesh tree, which could turn any cabin into a place that devoured human flesh and blood. But how could such a place trap him? Hobert used his knife to cut a door-sized opening in the wall, but to his surprise, when the crimson wooden board fell, outside was nothing but writhing flesh and blood, looking as if he were inside the body of some monster. Hobert stabbed with his knife, but it wouldn't penetrate at all. He took a step back, watching the flesh and blood squeeze in from the place he had just cut open, while his mind re-examined his experiences after boarding the blood-flesh tree. First, Blood Admiral couldn't disappear out of thin air. Ordinary wraiths could only hide in the spirit world and move freely within it, but they couldn't travel through the spirit world. Essentially, they had to exit from where they entered, otherwise it was easy to get lost. At the demigod level, with clear guidance, one could travel through the spirit world. But recalling the scene where the opponent blocked him from the spirit world, Hobert speculated that Senior, on his ship, should have an ability similar to Flash, and could even appear in any corner of the ship by passing through the spirit world. Hobert asked the 2 young women, "Is this Signore's flagship? Where did you come from to this room?" The 2 young women were already trembling with fear from the encroaching flesh and blood. Even their hands, which were trying to put on clothes, had no strength. Hobert immediately exuded the majesty of a demigod, turning the 2 young women's fear into submission. They eagerly answered with docile expressions, "This is the blood-flesh tree. We were brought to the captain's cabin from the floor below. Outside should be the deck." Hobert was stunned. Since this was the captain's cabin, part of the ship's structure, then a mass of monster-like flesh and blood was now engulfing the entire ship's structure. No, no. Hobert immediately realized, this might no longer be on the blood-flesh tree. It might already be inside the belly of some spirit world creature. At this moment, the flesh and blood that had squeezed in from the opening earlier had reached the bed. Hobert made the two young women lie on top of each other like a human pyramid. He stepped forward, wrapped one arm around their waists, and easily tucked them under his armpits. The cooldown for travel had ended, but just as Hobert expected, he didn't need to use travel at all. Hobert was not flustered either, he had already thought of a solution: chaos. The flesh and blood in front of him suddenly stopped and slowly receded. Hobert nodded slightly. My guess is correct. Since the opponent is a creature, then using an ability like chaos can affect it, making it fall into a state of chaos and temporarily forget its purpose. Distortion. After seeing his probing attack work, Hobert distorted the opponent's intentions and thoughts, turning the opponent's intention to devour the people in the room into letting them go. So the flesh and blood quickly disappeared, and the blood that had reached his ankles also seeped into the cracks in the floor. The walls gradually returned to their original colors. The wooden board Hobert had just cut open was probably where the door was. Now, outside appeared the deck and the sea, along with the blue sky and white clouds on the horizon. He threw the two young women onto the bed, and with a distortion, he was already outside the captain's cabin. The two young women on the bed quickly shouted, "Master, please take me with you." Hobert glanced at them. "If there's a chance, I'll take you with me." He knew that there were many young women with such tragic fates, and he couldn't save them all by himself. Moreover, if Senior had left any clues on them, it would bring danger to himself. So Hobert put away his sympathy and still made hunting Blood Admiral his primary goal. If there was a chance, he would save them. If not, then so be it. The handsome first mate Caesar had already led the sailors to guard the deck. Seeing Hobert escape so quickly, Caesar was also a little surprised. He immediately said, "The captain ordered us to stall him as much as possible. Attack, actively attack." Before he could finish his words, Hobert had already rushed forward, fallen. The ferocity on the sailors' faces immediately disappeared. For a moment, they lost the desire to fight, because they were already quite fallen. Many sailors were caught in fallen emotions, smiling lewdly, unable to extricate themselves. Only Caesar quickly covered himself with crimson moonlight, barely struggling out of the fallen state, but by then Hobert had already arrived in front of him. Caesar quickly used all his strength to flash, but Hobert, distortion, the distance between the two, once again catching up to him, amplify. Hobert amplified the punch he threw. Caesar tried his best to avoid the vital point. The punch landed on his left shoulder, and he immediately felt as if he had been hit by a cannonball, spinning and flying out, smashing heavily into the cabin. As Caesar was sent flying, he hit several sailors who were standing in place. Their bones fractured in multiple places, and two sailors were even killed instantly. Caesar was already dizzy from the fall, but he knew he had to keep running. He felt his entire left arm was numb and had lost all sensation. He turned his head and saw that his entire left shoulder had collapsed. Startled, he immediately used his agile movements to evade Hobert's pursuit. Hobert simply didn't bother. Distortion. Caesar was surprised to find that he was actually charging towards the enemy. However, he reacted quickly, swiftly drank a potion, and then used abyssal shackles on Hobert. Hobert didn't move at all. Abyssal shackles perfectly avoided him, landing on the deck at his feet. This was the passive ability of chaos, which could make attacks aimed at oneself hit to the side. However, it was only effective against abilities below the demigod level. Demigod level attacks only had a certain probability of being avoided. It was still more reliable to actively make the opponent's attacks chaos. Caesar's fingernails grew rapidly, and mysterious patterns appeared on them. Both hands were enveloped in lingering black mist. He could only use his right hand now, so he actively clawed at Hobert's chest. Hobert directly ignored the enemy's attack and kicked out, amplify. Even if this kick didn't kill Caesar, It would severely injure him, but what Hobert didn't expect was that Caesar actually transformed into a hazy moonlight. This moonlight shattered not far away and reformed into Caesar. Hobert frowned slightly and chased after him again. Caesar indeed avoided Hobert's attack by transforming into moonlight again, but Hobert used the duration of the moonlight transformation, causing the moonlight transformation state to end prematurely. Just as the moonlight representing Caesar had just formed, the moonlight transformation process had already ended, leaving Caesar standing there utterly bewildered. Hobert slapped him, sending Caesar's head directly backward. Amidst the crimson moonlight, Caesar, who had been sent flying again, was still not dead. He turned his head back, wanting to continue fleeing. As Caesar was sent flying, he once again injured several sailors. Most of the sailors had now awakened from the fallen state. Seeing that even the first mate had no room to retaliate, they still had no intention of attacking and immediately scattered and fled. Weakening. Hobert suddenly recalled the characteristics and weaknesses of vampires, so he, weakening, the crimson moonlight on the deck, distortion, to catch up with Caesar, and with his right hand in a claw, he ripped through the heart of the blood-flesh tree, first mate from behind. Caesar looked down and saw his dark red heart, still beating in a hand. With almost no struggle, Caesar fell to the ground and died. Hobert withdrew his hand and shook the blood from his glove. Beyonders of the moon pathway are really hard to kill. Sequence 5 Beyonders of the warrior pathway and hunter pathway, with their powerful attack power, were not this difficult to kill. However, Hobert thought about it, and it was true. Hunters and warriors, after losing their main attack capabilities, were equivalent to losing their greatest reliance. However, Crimson Scholar was not known for its powerful attacks. When encountering a demigod like Hobert, who was good at frontal combat, they would not be so helpless. Then, among the fleeing sailors, Hobert found two acquaintances, the combat captain Oled and the boatswain Jaina. Hobert was not in a hurry to find the Blood Admiral, but instead hunted down these two pirates, cut off their heads and Caesar's, put them into a prepared cloth bag, and carried them on his back. Finally, he accelerated the precipitation of the three extraordinary characteristics and collected their extraordinary characteristics. It wasn't that Hobert gave up on Senior, but rather that he first harvested the current gains, lest he fail to hunt the Blood Admiral in the end. The three heads in the cloth bag alone were worth over 10,000 gold pounds, so even if he failed to kill the Blood Admiral this time, such an income would be worth it. Because enemy reinforcements could arrive at any time, Hobert planned to do a quick search and leave immediately if he couldn't find the target. So he drew his knife and leisurely entered the cabin. Since he had been in there once before, he was quite familiar with the environment inside. He came to the hall on the lower deck, which looked like a common activity room. The sailors here had already fled. Hobert saw the hollow-eyed Senior standing somewhat restrained in front of the wine cabinet. And in front of him sat a man in his 30s with distinct South Continent skin and facial features. The man was holding a mug of beer and drinking it unhurriedly. He had delicate skin and bright hair, and every movement looked somewhat strange. Senior, seeing Hobert who had found him, showed a slightly smug smile. The man drinking beer suddenly said, "Signore's report just now was wrong. You are already a demigod. I think your inherent chaos affected Signore's and this ship's judgment." Senior was clearly a little surprised. He clearly remembered that this masked youth was a Sequence 5. He had waited 7 or 8 years without hope of advancing to demigod. Why did this masked youth have the opportunity to advance to demigod so quickly? Hobert slowly put away his knife. "I also remember now, you are a demigod of the Rose School. During the previous battle between the Bach family of the South Continent and the Rose School, Hobert had seen this demigod through true sight, and knew that he was a Sequence 4 inches puppet. This puppet looked at Hobert with some surprise. "You know me?" "That's right, you have our sealed artifact, so you should have an association with the Bach family." Previously, Hobert had used 1-102, a sealed artifact confiscated from the Rose School, in front of the Blood Admiral. This was also why this puppet could appear here so quickly. The Rose School realized that the creator's worshipper had been found and was targeting Senior. So they provided corresponding protection. Senior performed a very simple ritual to guide the demigods of the Rose School, allowing them to travel through the spirit world. Hobert smiled, simultaneously unsealing the gloves on both hands. He extended his left hand and grabbed at the puppet. After becoming a demigod, Hobert no longer needed to wrap the sealing of Grade 1 sealed artifacts with Order Crystal, as before. He only needed to use the power of the Country of Order, controlled by the Order Crystal, to seal the sealed artifact. And at the demigod level, Hobert's use of the Country of Order in the real world was further enhanced, so the power displayed was neither too much nor too little. Unless it was an angel or higher existence of the same pathway or adjacent pathways, it would be difficult to notice the uniqueness of the Country of Disorder. They would only consider it a peculiar magical item. This made Hobert's unsealing process much simpler. In the past, he would have to take out the corresponding sealed artifact from a box made of Order Crystal, which could easily miss a battle opportunity. Now it was very simple, he could unseal it with a thought. The glove on Hobert's left hand was the Thief Pathway sealed artifact, 1/101, and the glove on his right hand was the Arbitrator Pathway sealed artifact, 1/107. He reached out and grabbed at the puppet, intending to theft the extraordinary ability from him. This demigod-level sealed artifact allowed Hobert to choose which extraordinary ability to theft, and among enemies of the same demigod level, the first theft was 100% successful. The puppet had long been on guard against Hobert. Seeing him raise his hand, he immediately opened his mouth, but he didn't make a single sound. Instead, Hobert opened his mouth and uttered a language no one could understand, as if it were the most malicious curse in the world. He chose to theft the puppet's cursing ability. The puppet paused slightly, then suddenly jumped into a reflective wine bottle, thereby avoiding the curse. However, Senior was not so lucky. Although he also quickly transformed into a wraith state, a shriveled hand still stretched out from the spirit world, tearing off a part of the wraith, and then disappearing. Amidst Seniore's cries of pain, he returned to his normal state. His left arm had disappeared, and blood was flowing from his shoulder. Hobert took advantage of this gap, raised his right hand, prohibition of possession here. With this prohibition, the opponent's puppet possession would encounter huge resistance, and Seniore's possession would fail 100%. The puppet emerged from the wine bottle and let out a shriek at Hobert, while several ice arrows shot towards Hobert. As Hobert dodged the opponent's attack, the puppet immediately said to Senior, who was panting heavily, "Quickly summon Mr. Jax." Jax was a Sequence 3 inches disciple of Silence, of the Rose School. Hobert used 1/101 to steal the puppet's curse ability, and then used 1/107 to prohibit possession in this area. This greatly reduced the puppet's strength, so he simply sent Senior to summon a disciple of Silence for support. Since it was his first direct confrontation with a demigod, Hobert did not dare to be distracted. He ignored the stumbling Senior and focused all his energy on the puppet. He felt that the restrictions on the puppet were not enough. To be cautious, after dodging the puppet's wraith shriek, he altered the angle of the light, making the slanting sunset into a direct beam. The cabin was immediately filled with the golden yellow sunlight characteristic of dusk. The puppet waved a hand, and the surrounding tables and chairs seemed to come to life, rushing towards Hobert and smashing into pieces. Such an attack could not cause any harm to Hobert. He simply ignored it and raised his hand, amplify. The golden yellow sunset light suddenly became scorching, as if it were direct midday sunlight shining into the cabin. At the same time, the surrounding cannons also completed their process of turning their muzzles. They aimed at Hobert, and shells and gunpowder jumped out of wooden boxes on their own, completing the loading process. Boom! More than a dozen cannons fired at Hobert at close range, and under the puppet's control, these shells could avoid the passively triggered chaos from Hobert and directly hit him. Hobert was not a demigod of the warrior pathway after all, so he still had to deal with such an attack seriously. Chaos. The space around him immediately fell into chaos. A dozen shells perfectly missed Hobert, exploding in the cabin, shattering the surrounding furniture and utensils, and blasting large holes in the cabin. The sunlight in the cabin became increasingly dazzling, like the unobstructed scorching sun on a midsummer beach. As a Beyander of the prisoner pathway, as a former wraith, such an environment made him very uncomfortable. Although it could not produce negative effects for a while, it would affect his state. Weakening. At this moment, Hobert calmly launched his offensive. Feeling his spirituality rapidly weakening, the puppet quickly used, Source of Curse, an ability he rarely used. The puppet's skin and hair, and even his clothes, became more exquisite. Under the scorching sun, his skin even reflected a layer of light, like light reflected from a glass film, making him look like a truly exquisite puppet. He held an equally exquisite dagger and stabbed it fiercely into his heart. This ability could establish a deep association with the enemy. The puppet could harm the enemy by harming himself. After a series of enhancements such as Werewolf, Living Corpse, and Wraith, the puppet had an absolute advantage in trading injuries. Grant. Hobert quickly granted most of the damage he received to a beer barrel. Thump. The beer barrel immediately burst, and blood flowed from Hobert's chest, but it only injured his skin and bones. Then the puppet picked up the dagger and plunged it deeply into his left eye without hesitation. And stirred it in the eye socket. Although the puppet's eyeball was completely shattered, he could pluck out other people's eyeballs and put them on himself after the battle. For him, these were just body parts. Hobert couldn't help but curse inwardly, what the F******, and he dared not neglect, use. The damage caused by the puppet using, Source of Curse, ended as soon as it began, but the vision in Hobert's left eye immediately became blurred. His eyeball was still pierced, and he temporarily lost vision in his left eye. At this time, a white-haired, sparse-haired old man arrived at this level, which was in chaos from the cannon fire. It was Jax, whom Senior had just summoned. The puppet smiled slightly and stabbed his stomach again with the dagger. Grant. Hobert quickly granted his association to Jax. This disciple of silence was not as fragile as a beer barrel, giving Hobert time to use association to strengthen the association between Jax and the puppet, thereby preventing Hobert from being harmed by Source of Curse. Jax's stomach suddenly became illusory, using his Sequence 3 level Wraith state to avoid the puppet's attack. He was about to open his mouth to unleash a silent curse when he suddenly saw Hobert smile slightly. Hobert stretched out a hand. Distortion. This distortion was not aimed at the enemy, but at a few boxes of shells that rolled out of a wooden box in a nearby tin shed, causing them to distort and collide. The Blood Flesh Tree's arsenal was on this level. The puppet's previous attack on Hobert with the cannons had blown a hole in the arsenal, but because there was a layer of tin protection, it did not trigger a chain explosion. Hobert made those shells collide, and a violent explosion immediately occurred, igniting the entire ammunition depot. Boom! This level below the deck was completely covered by the flames of the explosion. Ha ha ha! Hobert laughed loudly as he jumped out of the flames. The space in front of him immediately became illusory, and he left here using travel. As soon as he entered the spirit world, Hobert felt that the atmosphere was wrong. He looked around and, sure enough, saw the aged Jax above his left side. The other party smiled coldly. For him, entering the spirit world was as easy as entering his own backyard. Jax opened his mouth and unleashed a vicious curse at Hobert. Distortion. Hobert quickly distorted the other party's curse, making it turn towards the depths of the spirit world. But the other party was a Sequence 3 after all, and Hobert was still affected by the curse. Several grotesque mouths with fangs and spiky tongues grew on his arms. These grotesque mouths immediately began to bite at 0 to 101, and 0 to 107, as if to swallow these two sealed artifacts. Grant. Hobert granted the curse he received to a passing, unlucky spirit world creature, and those grotesque mouths gradually disappeared. However, Jax's curse still attracted many monsters from the spirit world. Hobert quickly left the spirit world. That was Jax's home ground, and he had no advantage. Returning to the vicinity of the blood-flesh tree, Hobert continued to fall into the sea, lean horse. He chanted the ancient Hermes language spell, and the skeleton horse appeared in front of Hobert. It immediately spread its wings and caught him just above the sea before he fell into the water. Hobert found that there was a pulsating heart in Maximilian's originally empty belly. Many blood vessels spread from the heart, intertwining and weaving to form the shape of a liver and two lung lobes. And that heart was the trophy Maximilian had previously obtained from Hobert, the heart of a devil. Hobert didn't know if Maximilian's current state was stronger, but since the other party actively wanted that heart, it should be very useful to it. He rode Maximilian in a circle around the blood-flesh tree in midair. The middle of this huge pirate ship was blown open. The level where Hobert had fought, and the level below it, were completely reduced to ruins. If it were an ordinary pirate ship, or even an ironclad warship, being blown up like this would cause it to split in the middle and sink rapidly. But the blood-flesh tree did not. It actually had an empty, scaffold-like structure supporting it, still maintaining the basic posture of a ship. Hobert also saw Senior crawling out of the ruins. He looked around in a daze, as if he didn't recognize his own ship. Amplify. Hobert knew that the puppet must be waiting somewhere to ambush him, so he amplified Maximilian's flight speed. Since there was no way to go through the spirit world, then he would escape through the real world. But before they flew far, the aged Jax, with a cold smile, emerged from the spirit world to block their path. After being blocked twice in a row, Jax got closer and closer to Hobert. His extraordinary attacks were almost right behind Hobert. Hobert realized that this wouldn't work. With Jax blocking in front and the puppet chasing from behind, he would fall into a completely passive situation. He thought, "Since you won't let me go, I'm going to call for backup." Hobert immediately said to Maximilian, "Try to avoid enemy attacks." Then he used the order crystal to build a solid, order fortress. Within 10 seconds, he and Maximilian would be difficult to harm. This ability seemed very powerful, but it actually had a huge drawback. Hobert's extraordinary abilities could not attack enemies outside the fortress. Before, when the power of order only formed a barrier, Hobert's extraordinary abilities could still bypass one side of the barrier, but now they couldn't. Otherwise, this would definitely be Hobert's preferred ability before every battle. After instructing Maximilian, Hobert quickly completed the process of praying to himself and entered the country of disorder, placing the Ox Demon King and overturning Sea Great Sage into his stars. In the real world, Jax had just emerged from the spirit world and was preparing to continue encircling Maximilian. Suddenly, he felt something and looked into the sky. A huge black sea snake suddenly appeared. The black membrane behind its head and its illusory scales all indicated its unusual nature. As soon as overturning Sea Great Sage appeared on the sea, the sunset was immediately obscured by thick dark clouds, as if night had arrived early. Thunder rumbled in the dark clouds, as if a surging power was brewing. At the same time, the waves immediately became violent, and the blood-flesh tree began to sway from side to side. The previous battle had already caused the other pirate ships to leave the fleet. At this moment, the blood-flesh tree seemed to be suspended alone on the sea. And the ox-headed, deer-horned monster steadily landed on the blood-flesh tree to search for the puppet's whereabouts. Seeing the Ox Demon King, the puppet's memories of fighting in the South Continent were reawakened. He vividly remembered the Ox Demon King's brutality at that time, and there was also a masked youth circling in the air. So he simply hid in a piece of shattered mirror, preparing to come out when the time was right. Hobert returned to the real world. His task for overturning Sea Great Sage was to attack Jax, and his task for the Ox Demon King was to attack the puppet on the pirate ship. He then had Maximilian land on the blood-flesh tree and head straight for Senior. Hobert had originally planned to use the cover of the explosion to leave, but since Jax had blocked him back, he would hunt the Blood Admiral before leaving. When Senior saw Hobert coming towards him, he disappeared again on the spot. This time, Hobert clearly saw that Senior instantly transformed into a wraith state. The blood-flesh tree could accelerate the transformation speed, so it looked as if he had disappeared on the spot. In addition, the blood-flesh tree was like a mirror, providing Senior with an escape route. Theoretically, he could indeed appear anywhere on the blood-flesh tree. Hobert pondered for a moment. He could prohibit transformation into a wraith in this area, but he still wanted to try the strength of his own abilities. So, Hobert simultaneously used his area ability, Fallen, and went to a relatively intact cabin on the lower level. This level contained some cargo, as well as the blood-flesh tree's food, and young men and women used by the crew for their desires. Some of the young men and women trapped in the cages were knocked unconscious by the explosion, while others were hit and bleeding from their heads. Because of the upper deck, this level was relatively intact. They seemed to know this was an opportunity and were trying every possible way to pick the locks. If Hobert didn't use other abilities, he could maintain the Fallen state around him for a long time by continuously using Fallen. Under the influence of Hobert's Fallen, these young men and women lost the motivation to escape. Many even had smiles on their faces, feeling that a life as sex slaves was quite good. Hobert quickly passed them. Just as he was about to go to the lowest level, a large water droplet seemed to appear on the ceiling of the cabin. That was Senior in his wraith state. He was also affected by Fallen, losing the desire to continue hiding, so he hung from the ceiling of the cabin. Chaos. Seeing that this method had indeed found Blood Admiral, Hobert immediately launched his next attack. Senior immediately fell into a state of chaos. He felt a bit weak after being injured and thought he should have a bottle of rum to replenish his strength. Hobert took advantage of Senior going to the wine cellar in his wraith state. He took control of the wraith state, ending Seniore's transformation. While the one-armed Blood Admiral was still in a state of chaos, Hobert drew his knife. There was clear resistance in Seniore's eyes, but a demigod level, chaos, was not something that could be escaped with mere willpower. Hobert brought his knife down, but suddenly, due to the violent rocking of the ship, he missed and didn't hit Senior. After a slight pause, Hobert remembered that Senior possessed a magical item from the monster pathway. Chaos. This time, Hobert plunged the area around Blood Admiral into chaos, preventing that magical item from functioning. Hobert raised his knife again, and this time he finally cut off Seniore's head, put it into his backpack, and simultaneously accelerated the extraction of the extraordinary characteristic from his body. By the time he obtained Blood Admiral's extraordinary characteristic, Seniore's legs were still twitching, showing how smoothly Hobert's operation had been. Just as Hobert was about to leave, he saw the young men and women in the cages, their eyes filled with pleading. Hobert ignored them and was about to use Flash to return to the upper level when he suddenly realized that he wouldn't have ignored the pleas of ordinary people like this before. After a slight frown, Hobert used his black knife to cut open the locks of the cages, letting them escape on their own. Based on Hobert's experience using travel, this place was not far from Byam. If they went out to sea, they could easily find an island or encounter merchant ships on the shipping lanes. Using Flash to return to the upper level, Hobert found that it had become completely dark. Crack. Continuous, massive lightning bolts exploded overhead, as if right above them. The battle between overturning Sea Great Sage and Jax entered a white-hot stage, while Ox Demon King was still searching for the puppet. Hobert threw 2 usable small boats from the blood-flesh tree into the water, then pried up some wooden planks and tossed them in as well, allowing the group of men and women to escape. In the sky at this moment, overturning Sea Great Sage, swimming in the air, directed lightning to encircle Jax. Jax maintained a translucent state, which made it easy for him to enter the spirit world and also allowed him to float in midair. However, if Jax wanted to enter the spirit world now, overturning Sea Great Sage would distort that space to intercept him. In Jax, curses and possessions had no effect on overturning Sea Great Sage. A Sequence 3 level curse was already a curse on the enemy's soul, as the spiritual body mutated, and the physical body followed suit. Overturning Sea Great Sage only had a remnant of its spirit supporting its massive body, with no spiritual body at all. Possession was even more out of the question. Overturning Sea Great Sage's body was originally a condensation of power, with no flesh and blood. Even if possession were successful, overturning Sea Great Sage would not be greatly affected. Jax was also very likely to be imprisoned by overturning Sea Great Sage as a result. The most infuriating thing was that Jax even used the ability of Source of Curse, but no matter how he harmed himself, he only made a small hole in overturning Sea Great Sage's body, which quickly healed. Jax simply reached out, as if taking a small figure made of dry tree bark from the spirit world, and then stuffed it into his mouth. The entire process left Jax in agony. His state rapidly changed. The previously translucent Jax limbs became elongated, and his skin solidified, becoming shriveled, as if he were a freshly unearthed mummified corpse. At this moment, another lightning bolt struck him. The air above his head changed, as if a mirror suddenly appeared, reflecting the lightning back. Jax opened his wrinkled mouth and let out a silent shriek. The giant overturning Sea Great Sage in midair suddenly transformed into an ordinary electric eel, falling towards the sea. Jax abruptly floated over, his hands transforming into sharp claws, intending to tear apart the electric eel before him. But a gust of wind blew, and the electric eel swiftly dodged. Overturning Sea Great Sage, in its electric eel form, had only lost some of its extraordinary abilities, not all power to fight back. The gust of wind came from above, as if pressing the electric eel onto the sea surface. The moment it touched the seawater, the electric eel transformed back into overturning Sea Great Sage. However, Jax's pursuing claws still caught overturning Sea Great Sage, significantly fading its illusory scales. At the same time, overturning Sea Great Sage suddenly opened its massive mouth, forming a huge vortex within it, sucking in air and seawater all at once. Jax was also sucked in, struggling against the immense pull. Although their battle was quite far from the blood-flesh tree, the ship was still affected by them, shaking violently. Seeing that overturning Sea Great Sage and Jax would be difficult to separate for a while, Hobert jumped onto Maximilian's back, deciding not to observe the battle any longer and to leave this place. Having just flown a short distance, Hobert's spirituality sensed something. An extremely evil force seemed to be descending in midair. Hobert quickly took Maximilian into the spirit world. He was very familiar with the feeling of that power descending in the air. It was clearly Jask, not playing fair, summoning an angel from the Rose School. It was just hunting a pirate general, and Hobert didn't want to trigger an angel-level battle. The key was that his current angel-level power was limited, unlike Ox Demon King and overturning Sea Great Sage, who could use their power without worrying. As soon as he entered the spirit world, Hobert felt intense fluctuations. At this moment, a vortex-like power came from afar in the spirit world, and endless evil and malice spread all around. The surrounding spirit world creatures fled one after another. Hobert knew that it was the power of an angel from the Rose School. If he hadn't advanced to a demigod, merely feeling the emanating malice would have put him at risk of losing control. At the same time, Hobert felt as if a gaze swept towards him. He quickly hunched over, grabbing Maximilian's ribs, and hung upside down from its abdomen. Fortunately, that gaze seemed to be attracted by other things and didn't immediately notice Hobert. Seizing this opportunity, Hobert and Maximilian quickly fled, almost instantaneously leaving the enormous source of danger. After walking in the spirit world for a few seconds, Hobert returned to the real world. By this time, he was already very far from the blood-flesh tree. At least Hobert saw the sunset again, proving that he had completely left that battlefield. Hobert then quickly returned to the country of disorder to retrieve the powers of Ox Demon King and overturning Sea Great Sage. Because there were no corresponding stars around the blood-flesh tree, he couldn't see the scene there. Hobert then returned to the real world, waited for a while, and then used travel again to appear on an unnamed small island with Maximilian. Hobert put down his backpack to retrieve the spoils of war. This time, he had obtained 4 extraordinary characteristics, but as soon as he opened his backpack, Hobert realized something was wrong. Where is Signore's head? He searched carefully, but there were only the heads of First Mate Caesar, Combat Captain Oled, and Bosun J. Na in his backpack. He couldn't find blood admirals. Hobert dumped everything out of his backpack, but still couldn't find it. He gave a wry smile, having been happy for nothing. He had originally thought that just by claiming the bounties from 2 countries, Signore's head alone would be worth over £80,000. Hobert's gaze fell upon the 4 extraordinary characteristics. He could, however, use Blood Admiral's extraordinary characteristic to claim the bounty. Then he realized something was wrong. Such small extraordinary characteristics hadn't fallen out of the backpack, but such a large head was lost instead. Finally, Hobert looked at the 1:101 he wore on his left hand. Although sealing it was prone to negative effects from the thief pathway, the negative effect of easily losing valuable items was still present. It was just less probable. Hobert recalled that he had used this sealed artifact 3 times already, and this was the first time he had lost something. Then he started to recall where the head might have been lost. Soon, he thought of a possibility. When I first entered the spirit world, the Rose School Angel's gaze almost noticed me, but he suddenly looked elsewhere. Was it when I was hanging from Maximilian's abdomen that I lost the head? Hobert thought. So, the item I lost this time effectively saved my life. The angel must have been attracted by Signore's head, which suddenly appeared in the spirit world, giving me time to escape. Thinking of this, Hobert took out the Faceless Man necklace and divined, there will be great risks if I go back to search for Signore's head. After silently repeating it 7 times, the necklace spun clockwise, and the rotation speed was very fast. That meant the danger level was very high. Hobert smiled slightly. All right, then I won't go looking for it. He put away Blood Admiral's extraordinary characteristic and pushed the other 3 extraordinary characteristics and the monster pathway magical item towards Maximilian. Choose one. Maximilian picked up Bosun J. Na's extraordinary characteristic with its mouth, then disappeared in front of Hobert. Putting the 3 heads he had just poured out back into his backpack, and then putting away the extraordinary characteristics, Hobert used travel to return to Backland. On the now unrecognizable blood flesh tree, Kleist, the angel of the Rose School, leaned on a bone staff and tossed Blood Admiral's head in front of Jackson the puppet. He said in a hoarse voice, the opponent was very wise. Kleist thought that the enemy had used Signore's head to attract his attention and escape, as his power had not fully projected over at that time, giving the enemy an opportunity. Jax said somewhat shamefully, Sir, should we retaliate against the Bach family? Kleist glared at the 2 demigods in front of him with malicious eyes. We'll talk about this later. You have more important things to do now. Have you found Hermosius' whereabouts? Jax quickly said, yes, there are some clues. Kleist sneered, that's Larian, Orange Light. The Great Desire Mother Tree has something to discuss with him. You'd best not let him escape from under your nose. Jax quickly bowed his head and said, yes. As Kleist's figure became illusory, he added, if necessary, you can pray to the Desire Mother Tree for strength. Jax and the puppet only raised their heads after a long while, feeling their entire backs drenched in sweat. Hobert put the cloth-wrapped human head into a leather bag to prevent blood from leaking out, then placed the Blood Admiral's extraordinary characteristic into a small wooden box and took a carriage back to Blackthorn Security Company. When he saw Lolofta again, she asked, what? Is the bounty amount incorrect? No, I'd like to discuss it in the lounge. Hobert glanced at the receptionist at the front desk, who was likely just an office worker, and decided not to display a human head in the reception hall. Lolofta nodded and led Hobert to the lounge. There were no missions that afternoon, and Borgia and another Night Watcher squad member were sitting at a card table. Borgia, smoking, looked at Hobert. Would Count also like to play a hand? The 3 of them had just been playing cards. I just finished playing cards. Hobert smiled. I have something to discuss with Lolofta. Lolofta invited Hobert to sit down and poured him a cup of black tea. Hobert politely took a sip and placed the leather bag on the coffee table. I just hunted the Blood Admiral. Really? It seems Count is going to be a bounty hunter. Lolofta smiled, clearly not believing him. When she opened the leather bag and saw the 3 heads, her smile gradually faded. First, she wondered if her memory had become so poor. She had just sent Hobert the Twilight Admiral bounty this afternoon. Then she thought, I'm not a nightmare, how could my memory get worse? The bounty was just sent this afternoon. She checked her watch, it had only been a little over 2 hours ago. Finally, she reacted and called Borgia, come quickly and see, who are these people? And how much are their bounties worth? No, you can't have such a good memory. Lolofta said to Hobert, wait a moment. With that, she quickly left. Borgia and his colleague also realized that Hobert was telling the truth and quickly came to check, seeing the 3 heads. As Lolofta said, they also didn't know which of these people was the Blood Admiral's head. Backland was far from the raging sea after all, and they didn't have much concept of the bounties at sea. Soon, Lolofta came back with several wanted posters and asked Borgia to help turn the heads upright. Lolofta flipped through the wanted posters. This is Beast, OLED, the combat captain of the Blood Flesh Tree ship, bounty 4,300 gold pounds. This is Moonlight, Caesar, the first mate of the Blood Flesh Tree ship, bounty 8,700 gold pounds. And Jaina, the bosun of the Blood Flesh Tree ship, bounty 4,200 gold pounds. She put down the wanted posters. Oh my, these are all important members of the Blood Flesh Tree ship, but why was there no head of the Blood Admiral? Hobert took out the wooden box containing the extraordinary characteristic. The battle was very intense, and I couldn't obtain any part of Signore's body, but I did take his extraordinary characteristic. Lolofta took the extraordinary characteristic. It's the same, but in that case, we won't be able to claim bounties from other countries. She had no doubts about the origin of the extraordinary characteristic, and they had ways to confirm the owner of this extraordinary characteristic. She believed Hobert wouldn't lie about something like this. If it were a part of the Blood Admiral's body, it could be cut and bounties claimed from different countries. However, an extraordinary characteristic cannot be cut. Hobert could crush it into many pieces, but then Signore's spiritual residue would be gone, and it could only be sold as an extraordinary characteristic. Hobert sighed, all right then, please help me claim the bounty, and keep it confidential as before. No problem. Lolofta nodded. The Blood Admiral's bounty can be obtained within 3 to 4 days, but if you want to get the bounties for the others immediately, you'll have to pay a 5% fee, similar to a handling fee. Lolofta spread her hands. I heard about that when I claimed the Twilight Admiral's bounty earlier. It's said to be an unwritten rule of our highly efficient, ruined government. Churches only need to pay a 5% kickback, but if ordinary bounty hunters go to claim, there's an 8% to 10% kickback, otherwise the claimant's information will be leaked, causing many unnecessary troubles and dangers, or they'll have to wait several months to receive it. Hobert nodded. I understand and accept. Taking kickbacks has existed since ancient times, and it might have already formed a huge network of interests. Hobert, an earl without an official position, certainly wouldn't involve himself in meddling. He just thought, so, the hanged man Alger earned a 10% commission from me before. The first few times claiming bounties required Alger's channels, so it was fine for him to earn a little. Hobert felt a bit regretful that the 2 subordinates of the Twilight Admiral were still handed over to Alger, which was a bit of a loss. Mainly because Hobert had habitually gone to Alger to handle bounties at that time. Raging Sea, Biome. Klein unexpectedly learned that people from the Rose School were looking for the great scientist Tirani von Hermesuen. Now, this scientist seemed to be controlled by the mysterious Queen's people. However, the Rose School's people had already found the hiding place of Hermesuen and reported it to important members of the Rose School via telegram. Hermesuen is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. When Klein first arrived at sea, he learned the frequency of the Rose School's telegrams and their codebook through the bar owner who collected intelligence and fenced stolen goods for the Blood Admiral. So he easily deciphered this crucial message and used the Sea God Scepter to broadcast it throughout Biome, letting the military and the Storm Church know where Hermasuin was hidden. After doing all this, Klein thought this matter had nothing to do with him, and since it would most likely disrupt the Rose School's plans, he went to rest in a good mood. But in the middle of the night, he suddenly woke up. Just as he turned over and sat up, he heard a thump, 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 knocking at the door. Klein put on the wriggling hunger, took out Death Knell from under his pillow, and went to the door. The visitor's appearance flashed in his mind, a thin old man with grayish-white hair, who was popping a coffee-colored candy into his mouth. Tirani von Hermasuin. What the FCK? Why is he looking for me? Klein's first reaction was to tell the other party that he had knocked on the wrong door, but he knew that saying so would be hard to get away with, so he asked, "Who are you looking for?" Hermasuin smiled weakly. "My life is coming to an end, so I've been remembering many things recently. Please allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Larian, Orange Light." Klein was startled at first, then asked, "What do you want?" "I came to warn you, be careful of the Desire Mother tree." Klein thought to himself, "I'd be careful even without your reminder." The other party asked again, "Do you have any enemies here?" "Why do you ask?" Klein didn't quite understand what the other party meant. Hermasuin coughed and said, "I can go to his doorstep and die quietly, and then you'll have your revenge." Klein's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "My enemies aren't in Byam." Then, separated by a door, the two exchanged information about the characteristics on Klein's body, which were the aura of the source material. They also discussed prophecies about the apocalypse. At the end of their conversation, Hermasuin asked, "Do you mind if I die at your doorstep?" Klein gave a helpless smile. "I do." Hermasuin bit into a candy and said, "Then I must leave immediately, otherwise it will be too late. When you become a demigod and are capable of exploring the depths of the spirit world, we will have a chance to meet again." Klein was silent for a second or two before saying, "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Larian." Hermasuin did not reply. Klein only heard the sound of him going down the stairs. Recalling their conversation, Klein fell into deep thought. Just then, the wireless telegraph machine suddenly intercepted another signal. Klein was startled. Was it an order from the Rose School? Or a response to his previous broadcast? He quickly recorded the received code, then translated it into letters, and finally formed words. The content of the telegram was, "I see you." Klein almost blurted out, "What the FCK, again?" This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Backland, 62 Queens Avenue. After having dinner with acquaintances like Lalofta, Borgia, and Thomas, Hobert also went with Thomas and the others to an extraordinary case scene to watch the excitement, and only returned to the Earl's mansion after the case was basically solved. In the afternoon, the safe Hobert had Doffus purchase was already in the study. This safe was as large as a wardrobe, very conspicuous in the study, and was already piled high with gold pounds. There were the 13,700 gold pounds Hobert had just received through the Fool, and the 72,000 gold pounds Doffus had exchanged from the bank with a check. All these gold pounds combined already filled more than half of the safe. There would also be two large sums of money coming in later. First, the money for the magical item with the travel ability that Klein bought, and second, the bounty for the Blood Admiral and his main members. This safe might not even be enough. Looking at so many gold pounds, Hobert felt quite accomplished. "Get me a cigarette." Doffus was slightly stunned, then immediately turned and went out to get a cigarette and lit it for Hobert. Hobert took a puff, exhaled the smoke, and blew it onto the gold pounds, making them appear smoky, even somewhat sacred. He sighed inwardly, suddenly feeling like a big villain. Doffus said, "I'll have the artisan modify this place so that the safe is built into the wall. It won't be so obtrusive then." Hobert put out the cigarette with his foot and closed the safe door. "Good, do it as soon as possible." At this moment, he suddenly heard a male prayer from the country of disorder. So Hobert returned to the bedroom, locked the door, and entered the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert found that it was actually the star representing Klein that was expanding. "Usually, he doesn't contact me. What's this guy suddenly looking for me for in the middle of the night? Hobert heard Klein pray that he had gotten into trouble with the Rose School because of a great scientist, and he felt he should report it to the creator. Hobert smiled. I knew it. This guy always acts on impulse. He must be in trouble to contact the creator. Hobert could guess most of Klein's thoughts. Klein must have wanted to use the conflict between the creator and the Rose School to ask the creator for help when he encountered danger. As for why he didn't directly ask the creator for help, it would be strange. It would be unreasonable for a dependent of the fool to ask the creator for help instead of the fool. Hobert smiled, exuded his authority, and replied in the image of the creator, understood. He still planned to help. After all, the mysterious and powerful the creator and the fool were nominal allies. The reason it was nominal was because these two deities had not yet met in their divine forms. However, the true selves of these two deities could meet once a week, and they had even made a transaction a few hours ago. After dealing with this matter, Hobert reached out and summoned the two extraordinary characteristics he had acquired this time. Because Archibald didn't kill any of the enemy's small soldiers this time, there were only this many extraordinary characteristics, one Crimson Scholar and one Dawn Knight extraordinary characteristic. Hobert habitually decomposed these two extraordinary characteristics. The Crimson Scholar extraordinary characteristic could be considered for sale to Emlyn, and the Dawn Knight extraordinary characteristic would be saved for now. As for the magical item of the monster sequence acquired from Senior, Hobert only glanced at it before throwing it onto the stone platform for Sequence 2 sealed artifacts. This sealed artifact had quite a few negative side effects, including, any luck gained in battle would rebound in an equally fierce way 10 minutes later. This was quite terrifying. If the enemy was like Hobert and liked to launch continuous sneak attacks, the holder's situation would be quite dangerous. Of course, the most important thing was that Hobert didn't need such a burden now. After categorizing the spoils of war, just as Hobert was about to leave the country of disorder, a strange star suddenly appeared and expanded in the pool. Hobert frowned. Another stranger praying to me. This is the third one. Should I investigate how the creator's honorific name was leaked? He let his spiritual power spread to the strange star and saw an elegant woman in formal attire. She wore a ruin-style court gown, had beautiful features, and exuded confidence in every gesture. Hobert recognized her. It was Princess Alice. Because he had already met and interacted with Ethel in the real world, Hobert had not continued his observations of these two princesses. Then Hobert wondered, why would Alice pray to me? He listened carefully to her prayer. Oh, the creator in the Order Shadow, your devout follower prays for your gaze and hopes to receive your help to avenge my brother, Edsac. Hobert finally understood. The court maid and court guard who had prayed to him earlier must have done so under Alice's orders or under the influence of a sealed artifact in Alice's possession. Alice only dared to pray to the creator after observing that neither of the two people had been affected by corruption or madness. Hobert smiled and, with a wave of his hand, pinched a wisp of chaos power from the country of disorder and threw it into Alice's star. George III was the main culprit in killing his own son, and he certainly didn't want to get involved in any of the royal family's troubles. Hobert did this as a form of punishment, rejecting Alice's plea. Sodalac Palace, in Princess Alice's palace. Alice, in her formal attire, knelt devoutly on the ground, praying repeatedly to the creator. Today, she finally had the opportunity to avoid the king's watchful eyes and personally pray to the creator. A single prayer might not elicit a response, but according to the previous two experiments, even if there was no response, she wouldn't be in any danger. As Alice was lost in thought, her mind was filled with a majestic and awe-inspiring figure, a figure that seemed to radiate divine light, making it impossible to look directly at him. Before Alice could get excited or even clearly see the majestic figure, she felt a surge of power crash into her, like a heavy hammer striking her chest. Immediately after, Alice felt as if her body was falling apart, and intense pain shot from every nerve to her brain, making her groan in agony. As Alice collapsed to the ground, it was as if tiny snakes were trying to burrow out from under her skin, causing her skin to severely deform. Alice's heart was filled with fear. She was actually starting to lose control. She endured the immense pain and tried to meditate, but it was useless. Just as Alice thought she was going to lose control and die in fear, the power that caused her so much pain gradually disappeared, and Alice slowly recovered from her state of losing control. When the pain completely disappeared, it was 3 minutes later. Alice then realized that her tears, snot, and saliva had all flowed onto the ground. She quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. Her former elegance was long gone. She sat on a chair as if she had just survived a disaster. That's strange. Why didn't the previous 2 experiments receive a response from the creator, nor were they treated like this? Alice was certain that the fleeting majestic figure must have been the creator. Then she suddenly realized, the creator wouldn't think my previous 2 experiments were a test of him, would he? A saying, passed down from ancient times and appearing in the scriptures of major churches, flashed in Alice's mind: do not test God. As for why the creator would know that those 2 experiments were related to her, it seemed obvious. How could a deity not even detect that? A bitter smile crept onto Alice's face. If only I had known. She shook her head. After all, he was an evil god, so she definitely had to experiment before daring to pray to him. Immediately, she thought that since the creator had responded, she could try to offer more sacrifices to him, hoping to gain his forgiveness. In any case, this was a hope, and she naturally wouldn't give up easily. Country of disorder, on the Iron Throne. Hobert no longer paid attention to Alice. He was very confident in his use of the Country of Disorder's power. That small amount of power would at most cause Alice some pain, and as the power was diluted in the real world, she would be fine after a few minutes. He used the method he had granted himself to bring the extraordinary item with the travel ability, which he was going to trade with Klein, out of the Country of Disorder. Then he prayed to the Fool. The trade that had been agreed upon for a few days later could now be completed. As long as he had the travel ability, Klein could run away at any time, which would increase his confidence when facing risks and provide him with an additional means of dealing with danger. The Fool Klein seemed to feel the care from the creator and immediately completed the transaction. So, in the middle of the night, Hobert put another £12,000 in cash into the safe. Klein also readily paid the remaining balance, which was originally agreed to be paid next week, in one lump sum. Returning to the bedroom, Hobert found himself sleepless, partly because he had received so much money today, and partly because the bedroom was simply too big. Hobert wondered if the designer was sick. Building a bedroom as big as a courtyard, it was as if someone could come to watch him sleep at any time, giving him no sense of security at all. He was about to use meditation to fall asleep, but then he suddenly thought about how to spend so much money. So he decided to make a plan first. Hobert certainly wouldn't be a miser and let all that money rot there. Only money that was spent could reflect its value. By him, in a spacious basement. Barry Tay, a wraith who had just been urgently transferred, respectfully asked the altar covered with candles and curtains, "Lord Jax, was the ritual successful?" "It was successful. We are just waiting for the god's response," a cold voice came from behind the hanging curtain. Barry Tay dared not say anything more. After waiting for another 10 seconds, the curtain rolled up as if alive and tied itself into a knot. On the altar were many human heads, internal organs, limbs, and blood, piled up in layers to form a small blood-flesh tree. Thump, thump. Suddenly, the heart within the blood-flesh tree began to beat, and the other internal organs and flesh also began to wriggle, as if suddenly filled with life. Just as Barry Tay thought these flesh and blood were about to come alive, the blood-flesh tree suddenly withered and spread out like mud. In the original position of the blood-flesh tree, a wet, flesh-colored puppet appeared. Its face had no eyes, no nose, no ears, only a hole-like mouth. Jax devoutly and fanatically chanted, "Desire Mother Tree," several times in a low voice. He picked up the puppet, injected spiritual power into it, and then pushed it forward. The small puppet disappeared into the void. Verite did not know the purpose of this puppet and could only watch silently, waiting for new orders. Jax naturally would not actively explain to him that this was a setup to prevent the person who stole the intelligence from escaping through the spirit world. As long as someone entered the spirit world from Byam, they would be targeted by the puppet, and Jax would know their location and could immediately pursue them through the spirit world. In addition, this puppet had another purpose. The god's grace can only help us sense the target's presence within a relatively large range. Jax took out a pair of glasses from his pocket. We can use these glasses to accurately find him. Verite respectfully said, Lord Jax, what should we do next? We will go search for the target after dawn, Jax said. Because of the broadcast, just now, the Storm Church and the military were very alert. If they went to search now, they would definitely be noticed. Jax continued, if he has a powerful assistant, we will monitor him and report to Lord Sua, then see if we should summon Lord Kleist to help us. If he has no protector and is very weak himself, then we will act directly. Backland, late morning. Viscount Glaint brought the noble scions willing to interview with Hobert to his residence. There were over 30 noble scions willing to come, with more still observing the situation. Among these 30-plus people were Karl and Kalati. When they met, they exchanged a smile, as if they had both seen through each other, or rather, their father's intentions. Hobert received them in a conference room. This room was originally a card room and billiard room, but Hobert found it useless and directly converted it into a conference room. In the center was a huge conference table, capable of seating 70 or 80 people. With just over 30 people seated, it still appeared somewhat spacious. Servants brought tea and coffee, signaling the start of the meeting. First, let me reiterate the purpose of inviting everyone here, Hobert said. The conference room immediately fell silent. My territory needs a large number of officials I can trust, and the company I am establishing needs a large number of managers. Hobert smiled and said, I know you are all talented individuals, so I'm offering you a place to showcase your talents. Many people smiled, feeling that they simply lacked an opportunity or a platform to realize their ambitions. Hobert continued, however, a necessary assessment of you is still required. Please go back and discuss this with your families. For the next month, I will take you to the territory, where you will receive certain training while also practically participating in the management. Let me tell you first, each of you will manage a village. At the end of the month, I will personally inspect your management performance and then give you new appointments. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Some found this selection model very novel, while others felt that managing a village was a bit of an overkill for their talents. At the same time, they were not averse to this selection model, feeling that with a little effort, they would stand out. There are many criteria for the assessment, Hobert said. These include the condition of the farmland, the employment of surplus labor, your rapport with the villagers, or the degree to which you are recognized by the villagers, and so on. If anyone wishes to withdraw midway, I will pay the withdrawer a salary of £1 per day, and the withdrawer will forget everything they encountered during the selection. Everyone thought the Earl was joking, but Karl and Kalati knew that if Hobert wished, such a thing could truly happen. Raging Sea, Byam. Klein, startled by the telegram, didn't sleep much in the latter half of the night, but he didn't immediately use travel to leave. After praying to the Creator and obtaining a sealed artifact with travel ability, he originally wanted to immediately use travel to leave. However, a few minutes after he returned to the real world, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't prayed to himself to bring the magical item he had just traded for from the gray fog above. Entering the gray fog above again, Klein suddenly thought that Grossel's travels was a very good shield. Only after completing the sacrifice ritual did he remember that he had forgotten to bring out the magical item with travel ability again. As a diviner, Klein realized that his memory couldn't be this bad. This was a reminder from his spiritual. So he waited until dawn and sacrificed his luggage, wallet, and most of his cash to the gray fog above. Klein planned to hide in the belly of a sea monster to leave, so this time he easily brought out the magical item with travel ability from the gray fog above. After the sun rose, he took a carriage directly to the edge of Byam, leaving the city and heading up the mountain. When he reached halfway up the mountain, he turned into the woods. From these woods, he could directly reach the cliff on the other side of the mountain. The sea monster was already waiting there. As soon as he was a certain distance from the island, Klein planned to use travel to a more distant location. At this moment, above Klein's head, a leaf suddenly broke free from its branch and floated towards Klein. At first, he didn't pay attention, but the leaf suddenly accelerated, actually floating onto Klein's face, covering his mouth and nose. At the same time, the surrounding branches fell off, shooting towards Klein like sharp arrows. Suddenly, Klein felt that every leaf, every stone, every blade of grass around him wanted to put him to death. Just as the branches were about to hit Klein, his figure suddenly collapsed and turned into a paper doll. The arrow-like branches pierced through the paper doll, tearing it into fragments. The surrounding leaves gathered around, forming a sphere of leaves that completely enveloped the paper doll. Klein's figure appeared 7 or 8 meters away. Without thinking, he immediately reached for the adventurer's harmonica to summon his messenger. However, his clothes bound him. His arms were completely unable to move, and his entire skeleton felt like it was about to be snapped. Fortunately, one of his hands was not wearing a glove. He snapped his fingers, burning the shoulders and elbows of his clothes, finally allowing him to briefly break free. He immediately blew the harmonica. The messenger lady, carrying 4 blonde heads, arrived. One of her heads let out a silent shriek towards a distant tree, and Jax was immediately blown out of a large tree by the soul-piercing shriek. Before Klein could react, Jack's sparse white-haired figure appeared in his eyes. Almost simultaneously, 2 heads of the messenger Rhinette Tinacare suddenly flew over. The surrounding space seemed to suddenly become illusory, and the 2 heads opened their mouths, biting into Klein's shoulders. But Klein felt no pain. Instead, Jax was bitten by the 2 heads and dragged out of Klein's body. Jax's figure quickly became illusory. He reached out and grabbed a wet, eyeless, noseless, and earless flesh-colored little doll from the illusory spirit world. He put the doll into his mouth, and his body immediately swelled, turning into a large, swollen-skinned doll with long, slender limbs. Rhinette's 2 heads therefore released Jax, but her other 2 heads flew over, and all 4 heads simultaneously opened their mouths, letting out silent curses. Klein didn't have time to watch their battle. He finally had a chance to escape. As he scrambled to the edge of the battlefield, his spiritual warned him of danger. He quickly activated his spirit vision and finally saw black spiritual threads in a dewdrop. There was still an enemy. However, seeing that the opponent dared not join the battle here, it should be a sequence 5 wraith. At this moment, Klein's first thought was to use travel to leave, but he found that the battle behind him was too intense, and the surrounding spirit world was not safe either. So he drew Death Knell, and aimed at the wraith ambushing there, deciding to continue with his original plan to ride the sea monster off the island first. Because Klein used the spiritual threads to discover the enemy in advance and launched an attack before the enemy could react, he gained the initiative in the battle. Soon, he used the spiritual threads and the wriggling hunger to severely wound the enemy. Just at this moment, dull thunder continuously rumbled from the sky. Only then did Klein notice that at some unknown time, the sky had become overcast with dark clouds. Clearly, Sea King, Arn Kottman had arrived. It seemed his broadcast yesterday had a good effect. Klein smiled silently, highly praising Sea King's quick response. He was about to deliver a finishing shot to the severely wounded wraith when the light in the sky suddenly dimmed, and an arm stretched out from the illusion. This arm was 10 meters long, its surface pitch black, with strange protrusions. These were either skull heads, large eyes, or tongues with sharp teeth. As soon as it appeared, the entire forest shook. All green leaves withered, all insects stiffened and died, and all animals frantically bit themselves. The sense of danger in Klein's heart reached its extreme. He quickly closed his eyes, took out Grossel's travels, and held it above his head. Immediately after, Klein used all his preparations. He single-handedly took out a box, opened the spiritual wall on it, and injected spiritual into the jade stone containing the true creator's ravings, which was placed inside. He then sent out the true creator's ravings towards midair, and finally simply threw it into the air. Next, Klein took out the copper whistle he had previously obtained in Backland, left by a spiritual teachings order member. He blew it hard, handed the feather found at the burial site of that spiritual teachings order member to the messenger, and also threw the copper whistle into midair. Finally, Klein prayed to the creator, hoping to receive his help. Backland, 62 Queens Avenue. Hobert, as if he had a premonition, smiled and said to everyone, "I'll give you time to consider." As he said this, he stood up and added, "There's one more thing to clarify in advance. If you decide to participate in the assessment I'm offering, you must learn some of my governing philosophies." With that, he left the conference room, giving the noble scions time to consider. As soon as he came out, he heard prayers from the country of disorder. Hobert flashed into the adjacent room, locked the door, and immediately went to the country of disorder. Sitting on the iron throne, he saw that it was indeed the star representing Klein that was expanding. As he extended his spiritual, the situation there was already chaotic, with both saints and angels present. Hobert first saw, God of Depravity, Sua in midair. This time, he finally understood that perhaps due to Sua's poor condition, he seemed only able to hide in the spirit world, merely extending one arm into the real world. The Rose School angel whom Hobert had seen before, Kleist, leaning on a bone-made staff, had also arrived. There was also a turbid, seemingly insubstantial mist, with many pale yellow-stained white feathers growing within it. Hobert was slightly stunned and glanced at Klein, who was fleeing for his life. "Where did you conjure this mist from?" The Creator's two angels look more normal than he does. Besides the three angels, there were also four saints. They were Reinette, who carried two heads in her hands and had two more growing from her neck, and Jax, whom Hobert had met just yesterday. Hobert could tell that Miss Messenger's condition wasn't very good. She didn't possess angel-level strength and could only be slightly stronger than Jax. There was also an unfamiliar mystic, lingering at the edge of the battlefield, preparing to pick up the black jade that contained the true creator's whispers. In mid-air, a sailor pathway saint was hidden in the clouds, staring at the mystic, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Klein, who had prayed for help, was carrying a black leather notebook on his head and fleeing the battlefield in a very disheveled state. Hobert guessed that the notebook in his hand should be Grossel's travels. Even under true sight, Hobert found it difficult to clearly see Klein's exact condition. As for the sailor pathway saint in the clouds, he should be the true ruler of the Rosted Archipelago, Sea King, Arno Koutman. Hobert guessed that the mystic was from the Aurora Order, as he remembered that the Aurora Order had a mystic. Almost the instant he understood the situation on the battlefield, Hobert had already distinguished between friend and foe. At this moment, Sua's hand in midair was reaching for Klein. Hobert realized it was time to act. He picked up the Black Emperor card with one hand and, with the other, conjured, 1-105, from the Whisperer, projecting its immense power into the real world. Raging sea, on the mountain outside Byam City. The two heads Reinette held in her hands simultaneously opened their mouths, and two translucent ice arrows shot towards Jax, as if the space along their path had frozen. Jax, who was already injured and noticeably smaller, hastily dodged, but the spot where he landed immediately turned dark. The plants and animals on that patch of ground instantly died and rotted. Jax entered a wraith state, not daring to land, but he felt his spirituality rapidly flowing towards the rotting ground. He quickly entered the spirit world, then emerged from a nearby spot, and only then did the spiritual flow towards the corroded ground stop. In this battle, even though Jax had devoured the puppet bestowed by the Desire Mother Tree, he was still no match for Reinette. After all, the power the Desire Mother Tree could project was extremely limited, and Reinette's sequence was also a factor. Just as Reinette was about to launch a new offensive, she suddenly felt something in her spirituality and, along with Jax, looked up at the sky, where they saw the sky being torn open by solidified black power. At the same time, the mystic, who was constantly watching, Sea King, Arno, still dared not openly pick up the jade with the true creator's whispers. Suddenly, his spirituality also sensed something and he looked towards the spot in midair torn open by black power, where a solidified figure appeared. The appearance of this powerful existence immediately made Sea King, Arno in the dark clouds feel immense pressure. He burst out of the dark clouds and flew back down to the ground. Kleist and the Mist, who had been fighting for unknown reasons, also stopped and looked up at the solidified figure in midair. The figure sat on a throne made of swords, clad in black divine armor, and wore a crown that also emitted divine light. Unfortunately, his face was unclear, only his eyes, flashing with black light, could be seen. A tremendous sense of oppression swept over them, and profound majesty awed everyone's hearts. The evil and mad aura of divine abnormality, Sua and Kleist, as well as the death aura of the Mist, were instantly suppressed, and the entire mountain was filled with a strong sense of majesty. Several saints felt an urge to kneel. They seemed to support this solidified figure from the bottom of their hearts, unwilling to disobey any of his commands. The only Sequence 5 present, Klein, had weak legs and required immense willpower to continue moving forward. If he hadn't had Grossel's travels above his head, he would have already been kneeling on the ground. Even Hobert in midair immediately noticed that after he became a demigod, the image of the Creator had solidified further. With the Black Emperor card's blessing, he felt as if he was more like a true god. Even under the gaze of angels, they could at most sense that this god's condition seemed not very good, but in their eyes, he at least possessed the strength of an angel king. Before this, in the eyes of angels, it was easy to see that the Creator's condition was not quite right, at least Adam had almost immediately noticed this. So later, Hobert almost never let the Creator appear before angels. Previously, at Alhambra Palace, he had only projected the corpse of the ancient death god. However, currently, it only looks like he has such a sequence. Some of the Creator's abilities are only at the Sequence 2 level, and most of his abilities don't even reach that level. Country of Disorder strengthens abilities like Distortion, Chaos, and Amplify, while abilities like Charm and Arrogance are not significantly enhanced. But none of the angels and saints present could see through Hobert's true nature. They were all stunned. Where did this god come from, or rather, when did this god appear? Unless a true god descended, Hobert, in the eyes of an angel at this moment, was a god with the strength of an angel king. To those below the angel level, he was a true god. After Hobert took his place, he first waved his hand, using distortion on Klein's position, making him appear at the edge of the cliff. Then, the 1:105 in his hand transformed into a giant sword emitting blue light. At the same time, Hobert infused it with surging power of order. The great sword immediately turned black and radiated a sacred black light. Hobert, sitting on the iron throne, leaned forward, and the black greatsword slashed towards Sua's arm. Sua, intimidated by the Creator's coercion, dared not meet it head-on and retracted his arm into midair. Thus, the battle between angels and saints proceeded on the ground, while the battle between the Creator and the divine abnormality began in the air. The last time the Creator and the divine abnormality met, the Creator was completely an empty shell, only able to use the rules of the extraordinary world to prevent the divine abnormality's descent. It's different now. Hobert already has the ability to genuinely contend with Sua, and at first, it even seemed like the Creator had the upper hand. Hobert pressed his advantage, thrusting his sword towards Sua. The skulls growing on Sua's arm simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing silent curses at the figure on the throne. This curse was so malicious that the real world could not bear it. It was as if space itself was distorted, like a hurricane blowing towards the figure on the Iron Throne. Hobert planted the great sword in front of him, and a solidified translucent black barrier appeared before him. The malicious curse struck the barrier and was completely blocked. Chaos. Hobert immediately counterattacked, causing the area around that arm to instantly fall into chaos. This was a dual chaos, both real and conceptual. Even the oxygen molecules within it became extremely disordered, and an angel's body would disintegrate in such an environment. Sua's arm trembled violently, and the spiky tongues on it detached, suddenly growing larger and wider, wrapping around his arm, blocking the momentum of chaos trying to decompose his entire arm. After the chaos state ended, those tongues rapidly decayed and were scattered by the wind before even reaching the ground. Then, Sua's long arm stretched further out, revealing a grayish-black, seemingly putrid shoulder. He reached out and grabbed towards the creator. Hobert felt as if his connection to the spirit world was severed, which rapidly weakened his power. It was also as if he had become a superfluous part of this world. The entire world, even the surrounding air, was against him, wishing him to vanish from this world. Association. Hobert strengthened his connection to the country of disorder. Even if this world didn't acknowledge the Creator's existence, the country of disorder could allow him to be a loophole existing in this world, rather than a superfluous part of it. In fact, by this point in the battle, Hobert had lost all advantages except for his aura. After all, his Angel King sequence was merely propped up, and further fighting might expose him. Fortunately, Sua's recently extended shoulder returned to the spirit world. Not only that, his arm also quickly retracted. As Hobert breathed a sigh of relief, he saw a giant underwater creature with 16 fins on its back swimming along the coast by the cliff. It turned out that Sua's target had left, and there was no point in him staying here any longer. Hobert extended his hand and used chaos to conceal the tracks of that giant underwater creature, both in reality and mystically. This way, Sua and the others wouldn't be able to find Klein's whereabouts. At the same time, Hobert noticed that Kleist had already abandoned his opponent and forced Reinette back, taking Jax into the spirit world. Hobert was also preparing to leave when he suddenly seemed to think of something: chaos. Angel level chaos could plunge even the corresponding spirit world space into a state of chaos. Sure enough, Jax returned from the spirit world to the real world, looking utterly bewildered. Why, after just leaving the protection of Lord Kleist, was he back on the battlefield? Hobert swung the greatsword at Jax. If I can't beat the big one, can't I beat the small one? The sword had not yet arrived, but the immense pressure already had. Jax was so intimidated by this surging pressure that his movements became incredibly slow. Just as the black light from the greatsword was about to sweep over him, a staff made of bones appeared, blocking the blow for Jax. Kleist reappeared in the real world. He gave Jax a look, signaling him to leave first. By this time, Reinette had already left, and no one was blocking Jax anymore. However, at this moment, a bull-headed, deer-horned monster appeared to the left of the black-armored figure in midair, and a giant sea serpent appeared to his right. Hobert swung his sword again, smashing it towards Kleist, while the Ox Demon King and overturning Sea Great Sage flanked Jax from both sides, rushing towards him. Jax was about to enter the spirit world, but the overturning Sea Great Sage used distortion on the space in front of him. Simultaneously, the Ox Demon King opened his mouth and uttered a muffled word: filth. Jax entered a wraith state, but his body was still covered in a layer of black slime. When Sea King Arno had just arrived, the dark clouds that appeared in the sky saved the overturning Sea Great Sage a lot of effort. Crack! A thick bolt of lightning struck Jax, who was already injured, under the influence of filth, and crucially, in a wraith state. The lightning's damage bonus against wraiths made Jax visibly freeze in place. Immediately after, this disciple of silence, whose figure had already faded considerably, leapt into a dewdrop dozens of meters away, intending to escape by mirror jumping. The Ox Demon King and overturning Sea Great Sage cooperated perfectly. The overturning Sea Great Sage had just attacked with lightning, and the Ox Demon King stepped forward, distortion. Jax's intention to escape was immediately distorted, turning into a charge towards the two saints. Although he quickly broke free from the distortion state, he found himself back beside the Ox Demon King. Jax immediately let out a shriek towards the Ox Demon King. Attacks from a wraith could indeed push the Ox Demon King back, but they wouldn't have much effect on the Ox Demon King, who didn't possess a spirit body. Moreover, the overturning sea great sage timely filled the gap, opening its gaping maw. The withered trees around Jax were uprooted and sucked into its mouth. Jax immediately stabilized his body to prevent being sucked in. At this moment, he saw the ox-headed, deer-horned monster charging towards him, lowering its head to gore him with its antlers. He once again entered the state of a wraith. Normally, the Ox Demon King's attack shouldn't be able to harm him this way. However, just as the Ox Demon King was about to gore Jax, a layer of black light suddenly covered its golden antlers. Thud! Jax was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. He felt like his lungs were almost knocked out of him. The Ox Demon King's attack made him unable to maintain his form, and he was sucked into the overturning sea great sage's belly in one gulp. Then, the Ox Demon King jumped onto the overturning sea great sage's massive body. The overturning sea great sage leapt into the air, and the two of them rode the wind away. Kleist, who had been held back by Hobert, gritted his teeth but still quickly entered the spirit world and left the area. The Rose School currently had only 5 disciples of silence in total, and 2 had already been eliminated by the creator's subordinates. One was killed by the Black Hound spirit beast in a previous battle on the South Continent. Hobert also quickly withdrew his power. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a gaze from the direction of Byam looking over. However, the owner of that gaze seemed to realize that Hobert had noticed him and immediately ceased his observation. Hobert didn't think much of it. He returned to the real world, and after a brief preparation, he used the Faceless Man necklace to navigate and entered the spirit world to search for the overturning sea great sage and the Ox Demon King. By this time, they were already waiting on an island not far from Byam. Although, Sea King Yan felt that the overturning sea great sage was unusual, the creator had given him immense deterrence, so he didn't dare to pursue. Hobert had the overturning sea great sage and the Ox Demon King stand ready. He waved his hand, parting the overturning sea great sage's belly, and Jax rolled out from inside. Just as Hobert was about to give the opponent a chaos attack, he discovered that Jax had turned into a puppet made of tree bark, with a dry and rough body, completely losing his human form. Since the puppet had no signs of life, Hobert initially thought the opponent had escaped using a substitute or similar method. However, upon closer inspection, it turned out that Jax had lost control as he was about to die in agony, transforming into a monster resembling a puppet. But he quickly died again in the overturning sea great sage's order cage, eventually becoming this appearance. At this moment, his extraordinary characteristic was already condensing on his teeth. Hobert patiently waited for a few minutes, and the Ox Demon King and the overturning sea great sage successively disappeared due to insufficient power. Hobert vigilantly observed every movement around him and set up an altar. Finally, Jax's extraordinary characteristic fully condensed on his teeth, turning into a silver-white puppet. The puppet's white eyes moved, about to look at Hobert. Fortunately, Hobert was quick. Distortion. The white puppet's eyes looked elsewhere. Seizing this opportunity, Hobert quickly sacrificed the puppet to the country of disorder. After returning to the island, Hobert made the space around Jax's corpse chaos. Taking advantage of the chaos, he stuffed the corpse underground. Hobert then cleaned up the traces of the altar before leaving using travel. At the bottom of the raging sea, Klein finally breathed a sigh of relief when no enemies pursued him. Recalling the pressure the creator had displayed, he realized the creator was much stronger than before, seemingly infinitely close to a true god. Thinking of this, he showed a helpless smile. Justice and the Hanged Man both thought I was an ally of the creator. They probably didn't expect that the ally of such a powerful the creator was just a sequence 5. Then Klein thought again, how should I thank the creator for the rescue? Although he had kept his eyes closed the whole time, he clearly felt the creator blocking the Rose School's angels' attack for him and sending him to the edge of the cliff. After thinking it over, perhaps only the Sea God Scepter and the Black Emperor card could interest the creator. But he was reluctant to part with the former, and the latter might have even come from the creator. Should he really return it? The key was that the Black Emperor card was very useful when he summoned himself. He was a bit reluctant to part with it too. Immediately, Klein thought of the Hanged Man's actions at yesterday's gathering. He could consider writing to Hobert and asking him what he needed. At this moment, Klein suddenly noticed bloodstains on Grossel's travels. He was slightly stunned. When did he get injured? But he checked, and there were no wounds on his body. Suddenly, Klein remembered that he had once used Grossel's travels to block the Wraith's attack, and in the subsequent battle, the travels had fallen not far from the Wraith. The Wraith had been hit by Toll's fatal attack, and blood had splattered everywhere. Could it be that the Wraith's blood had dripped onto the travels? The more Klein thought about it, the more likely it seemed. So, that Wraith is currently inside the travels. He divined that his next actions would not be dangerous, then quickly dripped his own blood onto the cover of the travels, and entered the story to search for the Wraith. Outside Byam City, Sea King Yan fell into deep thought, looking at the almost completely withered forest and the mountain peak that had been half sheared off. The sheared mountain peak was accidentally cut off by that godlike existence with his greatsword during his final battle with the Rose School's angel. The ox-headed, deer-horned monster that appeared later reminded Sea King Yan of previous intelligence about the creator. At his level, the intelligence he received about the creator was more detailed and higher level. According to the limited intelligence, the creator was an evil god in a not-so-good state. However, after seeing the creator today, Sea King Yan didn't think so. The creator's state was clearly very good, without any feeling of evil or madness. Could it be that the creator had used some method to improve his state recently? Yan shook his head, unable to confirm his guess. He prepared to go to the Storm Abyss in person to report today's events to the Pope. While heading to the Storm Abyss, he couldn't help but guess. Today's battle should be a continuation of the creator's battle and conflict with the Rose School. The only Sequence 5 present was very likely a subordinate of the creator. He obtained intelligence related to the Rose School and ultimately lured the enemy out, leading to the recent war. But a new problem arose. Was the broadcast that happened throughout Byam earlier done by the creator? Logically speaking, he had the motive and ability to do so, but the power of the broadcast felt completely different from the creator's power. At this moment, Sea King Yan suddenly recalled the massive sea snake. He actually detected Kvechua's aura on that sea snake, but Yan was certain that Kvechua was already dead. Then it could only be the sealed artifact formed by Kvechua. So Yan immediately thought, in that case, Kvechua's extraordinary characteristic was picked up by the creator's subordinate. Last night's broadcast must have been carried out using Kvechua's extraordinary characteristic. Everything makes sense now. Backland, 62 Queens Avenue. Hobert didn't know that a large, black pot was flying towards him at this moment. He said to the noble children in the conference room, "Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, those friends who are willing to participate in the assessment will gather here. I will take you to the fiefdom. I'll say it again, unless you withdraw early, once you go, it will be for a month. Be mentally prepared." After sending off these noble children, Hobert eagerly entered his study. After locking the door, he immediately entered the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert held the pure white puppet he had just sacrificed in his hand. In the real world, the puppet would actively look at Hobert, but in the country of disorder, as the owner of the source material, the puppet's eyes were looking elsewhere, not daring to look directly at him. The moment he grabbed the puppet, Hobert already knew its abilities and negative effects. First, this puppet had certain living characteristics and would actively make eye contact with other creatures. Any creature that made eye contact with it would either be entangled by malicious curses, their bodies immediately mutating, or be dismembered, or explode on the spot, and would continuously encounter attacks from powerful spirit world creatures. or they would become a follower of the Desire Mother Tree, devoutly believing in and serving her. Even covering the puppet's eyes with ordinary objects was useless, because its gaze could penetrate the spirit world and reach the target's eyes. If it were covered, one wouldn't even know where it was looking. Hobert immediately thought of two ways to seal this characteristic: either continuously place many insects around the puppet, making the puppet constantly make eye contact with and kill those insects, or find a way to seal its eyes. For Hobert, the second method was relatively simpler. He took a piece of order crystal, shaped it into an eye mask, and placed it over the puppet's eyes, completing the initial sealing of this sealed artifact. As for this sealed artifact's abilities, it can turn the target into an animal for a certain period, during which the target will lose language ability and some extraordinary abilities. It can establish a close connection with the target in the spirit world and conjure a dagger to cut oneself, causing the target to be injured, but the holder will not suffer substantial harm. It can temporarily strengthen itself by devouring the flesh and soul of a prisoner pathway Beander, or by consuming pre-made puppets filled with curses. The stronger the devoured target, the greater the degree and duration of the strengthening. Spirit world creatures will become extremely friendly to the holder. The holder will become proficient in making puppets with curse abilities. It can enter the spirit world and the mirror world. The holder will not be possessed. Hobert slowly nodded. Overall, the abilities of this sealed artifact were quite good. Also, because Jax died not long after losing control, its abilities weren't particularly bizarre. What pleased Hobert most was that he could use the Sequence 3 level, Source of Curse. Although this level of Source of Curse seemed like trading injuries, it already only harmed the enemy and not oneself. Additionally, the ability to devour fellow sequence holders or created puppets seemed to be a special ability of Jax. Hobert didn't recall any Beyonders of the prisoner pathway having similar abilities. The negative effects are: the holder will be cursed the moment they obtain the sealed artifact. The curse will be mild for the first 3 minutes, causing only falls, sickness, or bad luck. After 3 minutes, the curse will inflict more serious injuries on the holder, and after 5 minutes, it will put the holder's life in danger. After a certain number of uses, the holder will experience hallucinations, hearing the puppet speak and seeing it interact with them like a normal person. Eventually, the holder will unconsciously unseal its eyes and make eye contact with it. If the holder uses the ability to devour puppets or Beyonders of the prisoner pathway, the Desire Mother Tree will lock onto and influence the holder within a certain period. Hobert smiled bitterly. So, the ability to grow stronger by devouring things is completely unusable. After all, who could withstand the influence of the Desire Mother Tree? As for the other negative effects, they might not seem very powerful, but they are very tricky, because falling or having bad luck in battle can easily lead to death. Regarding the second negative effect, Hobert seriously suspected whether Emlyn had been afflicted by a similar curse, which was why he was so fond of dolls. Thinking of this, Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth, smiled, summoned a ball of power of order, and resealed the puppet, finally obtaining 3 minutes of safe usage time. After naming this sealed artifact 1-108, Hobert then looked at the crow-feathered golden-horned evil creature's skull and the stomach containing the spiritual remnants of a sea serpent. The Ox Demon King could still be used 4 times, and the Overturning Sea Great Sage could still be used 8 times. If he could use them and obtain 3 or 4 more Sequence 1 sealed artifacts, he would make a huge profit. Returning to the real world from the country of disorder, Hobert had just taken a few sips of tea when Todd came to report that several factories for rent or sale had been found. So, Hobert, led by Todd, went to the factory district for an on-site inspection and took a liking to a factory located on Gear Avenue. Without any workers yet, this factory looked very large, and its supporting facilities were relatively complete. Although simple, it had dormitory buildings and a canteen. At that time, the concept of industrial parks did not yet exist, and among all the factories in the factory district, this was considered a relatively large workshop. The rent was £5,000 for half a year and £9,000 for a year. The landlord was only willing to rent and not very willing to sell, so he quoted a high price of £150,000 to buy it. Hobert was currently wealthy, but asking him to produce £150,000 all at once still made him feel a pang of pain. So, on the return carriage, Hobert decided to rent instead. Todd suggested renting for half a year first, which could save initial costs. He also had something else in mind that he didn't say. If the business wasn't good, it could also reduce losses. Hobert nodded slowly. What you said makes a lot of sense. £5,000 doesn't sound like a lot of money, and it will reduce the financial pressure of our initial investment. There are many benefits. So, go rent it for 2 years. Negotiate with them, and ideally, the rent for 2 years can be reduced to £15,000. Or even lower. Todd was stunned. Did I not explain myself clearly just now? Or did I mishear? Time quickly passed to evening. After dinner, Hobert called Dennis to take a walk in the backyard. By this time, the Earl's mansion's backyard had been replanted with many plants, the pond had been repaired, and some ornamental fish and aquatic plants had been placed in it. Under the gas streetlights, Backland's unique thin mist gave the surrounding scenery a somewhat hazy feel. Walking along the path through the woods, Hobert said to Dennis, I called you out to tell you something very important. Dennis followed half a step behind, listening intently. Your father went to Teuton Viscount's place to complete a mission for me. His mission is now complete, and he has returned home, Hobert smiled. I'm giving you 5 days off. Go home and rest. Dennis stood there for a few seconds, his emotions fluctuating between joy and longing for his father, making him feel very complex at the moment. After he came back to his senses, he quickly caught up with Hobert. Lord, does that mean my father pledged his loyalty to you a long time ago? Yes, Hobert continued to walk slowly. Don't blame your father. His work at the time required secrecy and couldn't be told to anyone. Dennis nodded. I know, I won't blame him. Go pack up. Tomorrow morning, come back to the territory with me. At 8 o'clock on Wednesday morning, Hobert, accompanied by Dennis and 35 noble scions, arrived at the Lord's Manor in Geoffrey City using the Traveller's Gate. This wondrous journey left the noble scions who had experienced the extraordinary in awe, and those who had never experienced the extraordinary felt as if they were in a dream. They had initially thought it would take several days by ship to reach the Earl's fief, but they arrived in just an instant. Corwin was already waiting there. He had the runes that Hobert had purchased in advance, which allowed one to master the Feniport language within a month. Such runes were very cheap. If ordered in bulk from Iceberg Vice Admiral, they only cost 6 silver leathers. Additionally, Hobert had purchased a batch of runes that would grant permanent proficiency in the rune language, planning to give them to Conrad, Corwin, and others. Hobert's future development focus was on the Ruin Kingdom, so his main subordinates must be able to speak the rune language and skillfully use rune characters. The arrival of these more than 30 noble scions greatly alleviated the shortage of grassroots cadres in the territory. Now, in the entire Geoffrey territory, anyone who could simply read and write had been conscripted to the town government, and even one of the cooks and many male servants from the Lord's Manor had been transferred to work for the town government. At the same time, multiple night schools were established to provide further training while they worked. However, due to the rapid expansion of the territory, there was still a shortage of manpower. And apart from the former Geoffrey town, the illiteracy rate in other areas was even higher, especially on the West Bank. Under the previous rule of the demons, no one could read or write except for the children of nobles. Therefore, Hobert brought these noble scions, partly for their assessment, and partly to alleviate the pressure on manpower. After Corwin arranged for these people, he attended the Knights' meeting, called by the Lord in the afternoon. All attendees were knights knighted by the Lord. This meeting primarily discussed current issues and Hobert's assignments for future development tasks. Among them, a report from Conrad caught Hobert's attention. There were still large areas of arable land lying fallow on both sides of Full Moon Lake. The reason for this phenomenon was the gradual decrease in population in the South Colson region over the past few decades. For example, on the demon-ruled West Bank, The population decreased by over 40% in 50 years, while the situation on the East Bank was better, but the population also decreased by about 10%. Hobert asked, "What is the approximate population deficit?" "Currently, it's about 30,000 people," Conrad said. "If the lost territories are recovered, the final deficit might reach around 40,000. Hobert suddenly had a bold idea. He could recruit people from Backland's East Bank to fill this gap. His governing philosophy leaned towards creating wealth, rather than plundering it. The reason it's leaning towards is because Hobert's initial accumulation of wealth almost entirely came from plundering his enemies. However, he knew that such plundering could not last, so investing the spoils to create more wealth was the right path. But no matter what the investment, it requires human operation, and in this era, population is crucial. As long as there is a population, there will be inexhaustible wealth, and his own strength will have a surging, continuous source of power. In this era of overproduction, the population in the North Continent's various countries is also in a state of surplus, which led to the slums of Backland. In fact, this view of the North Continent's countries is not entirely correct. It is a phenomenon caused by uneven population distribution, not a true population surplus. I plan to fill this gap from Backland, Hobert thought. The more he considered it, the more feasible this method seemed. Prepare for their reception here. I can only provide simple training for the incoming population in Backland. Their condition should be that they can only speak simple Fenaport language, and they will have nothing, so we need to prepare to provide them with food and tools for a period of time. Conrad nodded. That's not a big problem. Then he asked, should we move the local population together? Hobert pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Let them live mixed. This will at most cause some minor conflicts in daily life, but if they are separated directly, it can easily lead to serious antagonism. In the latter half of the meeting, they focused on discussing another issue, the future development model of the territory. The construction tasks around Jeffrey City were largely completed, and the opening of tourism and waterways was already generating some income for the city. Of course, the primary income currently still came from the auction house. Now, Jeffrey City was largely self-sufficient, while ensuring that construction projects continued. However, the construction of the industrial zone, the transformation and relief efforts for the new territory, and so on, had also cost a considerable amount of money. Currently, there were two development approaches. One was to wait until Jeffrey City generated income, which would be in about 3 months, before developing other territories. The other was to continue investing, developing the new territories concurrently with Jeffrey City. Most people supported the former development model because the territory currently suffered from a severe population shortage. Even if some people could be brought in, it would take time, so even with investment, there would be a lack of sufficient manpower for construction. Hobert pondered for a moment. The industrial zone cannot stop. The development of other areas should also continue as long as manpower allows. Hobert had already prepared before coming, planning to give Philip the 30,000 gold leathers from selling the ancient dragon wolf extraordinary characteristic, plus another 20,000 pounds in cash and gold. All this money was earned in the Tarot Club over the past 2 months, as well as the money from selling the criminal extraordinary characteristic to Leonard previously, and the gold paid by the Bach family. Thus, Jeffrey territory once again had 54,000 gold leathers in funds, making it very affluent again in terms of money. So, next, in addition to continuing to build the industrial zone, they also needed to build 2 bridges, a new dock, and pave the roads between towns, and so on. In short, there was a lot to do. As for the products to be manufactured in the industrial zone, Hobert had already decided, they would produce various daily necessities. Firstly, this would alleviate the shortage of industrial products in the South Colson region, where everything had to be purchased elsewhere. Secondly, these products had no technical barriers, machines were generally easy to buy, and they could start production by hiring a few technicians with high salaries. Moreover, the labor requirements were not high. The fervent believers currently building the industrial park could handle it. After Hobert finally set the tone, the meeting concluded. After a short rest, Hobert went to the Special Operations Department to meet the deep-eyed Captain Dunn. Hobert was still a little unaccustomed to Captain Dunn's hair becoming thick. During this period, Captain Dunn had led teams to, in turn, on the West Bank twice, once capturing a cold-blooded who had secretly infiltrated the territory again, and once capturing a secret supplicant from the Aurora Order who had come to gather intelligence. Captain Dunn's rich experience greatly broadened the horizons of the other members. "We must establish a branch on the West Bank," Captain Dunn said as soon as he saw Hobert. Hobert and Dunn walked and talked on the streets of the new district. Dunn said seriously, "Although this is my first time encountering an area recovered from evil forces, based on my experience, it's crucial to strengthen the deployment of extraordinary forces in such areas to prevent evil organizations from resurfacing. The cold-blooded I caught earlier is a good example. Although they appear to have left, they will definitely send people back secretly, as they've been entrenched here for so long and likely have many secret strongholds. And the Earth Mother Church doesn't have enough manpower. I heard they've even been asked to guide local agricultural development. So, the Lord's Manor must deploy enough extraordinary forces." Hobert nodded. "I understand. I'll talk to Angus later and arrange for personnel to be sent to the West Bank as soon as possible." Dunn seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, looking at the residential buildings under construction there, and suddenly brought up another matter: "Your salary for me is too high." Hobert smiled. "Your value is higher than that salary." Dunn said nothing more. "I plan to settle in this city." The moist fog in the morning, the beautiful sunset in the evening, the scenic views that can be toured by train, and the gradually bustling town. He smiled. "This has allowed me to experience a different kind of life, or rather, it made me realize that besides work, life can be lived this way. It is my honor that my territory can retain a talent like you," Hobert said with a smile. Dunn looked at Hobert. "Am I really worthy of such respect from you?" "First, you are indeed worthy of respect," Hobert said. "Also, many of your previous actions have given me many new perspectives on the moral values of the extraordinary world and have deeply influenced me. It can be said that you are a benchmark for me. Many times, I can't help but think, if this matter were Captain Dunn, how would he handle it? I have always used you to measure my moral values." Especially after becoming a demigod, Hobert increasingly realized that no matter how he presented himself externally, he needed an internal benchmark to anchor some of his persistent beliefs. There was also one point Hobert didn't say: "You are the captain, a unique symbol." Captain Dunn smiled. "This might be the greatest contribution I've made to the extraordinary world." Based on what he had learned recently, he had already realized that Hobert's ambitions were not small, so his ability to influence Hobert's moral values would certainly prevent many unfortunate events in the future. Dunn also said, "If you need me to train Beyonders elsewhere, just ask." Watching Dunn return to the dormitory building alone, Hobert planned to build an official Beyonder training center in Jeffrey City, where official Beyonders from various places would come for training in the future. Then Hobert called Angus and spoke with him privately in the conference room. "I've seen your report." Hobert put on a more serious expression. "The task I gave you earlier was very well done." Angus, through his handling of the aftermath for the fallen team members, had made the Tudor family members feel very favorably towards Jeffrey City. The recruitment of new members went very smoothly, and now the first squad already had 20 Beyonders. This was also the main reason why Dunn asked Hobert to set up a branch on the West Bank: sufficient manpower. Angus smiled slightly after receiving Hobert's praise. "It's mainly because the clansmen have been suppressed in the family for too long, and also because the Lord offered very generous conditions. I called you here today to give you 2 new tasks." Hobert said, "The first task is that I plan to launch an attack on the Aurora Order soon, and you need to prepare for battle. Also, this news should not be announced to the public for now." He paused and then said, "I also have a personal request for you. Strive to achieve enough merit in this battle to earn the opportunity to become a punishment knight. If you can become a punishment knight in the near future, I will transfer you to Longtail Island and make you the commander of the official Beyonders there. That island, besides being much larger than here, also offers more opportunities. For example, there is a wild god on that island. If you can eliminate that wild god with me, you will have the opportunity to become a demigod. Angus's eyes lit up. I will always follow the Lord. The phrase, my personal request for you, warmed his heart, proving that the Lord was cultivating him as a trusted subordinate. Hobert nodded slightly. The second task is for you to select 5 strong squad members to establish a branch in Felix Town to prevent the blood worship sect from returning. Referring to official Beyonder squads, a sequence 7 is needed to lead, and the others can be low sequence Beyonders. I will provide them with 1 grade 2 sealed artifact, and the captain of the branch squad can hold this sealed artifact. That's a good place to earn merit, as there are few opportunities to earn merit in Jeffrey City during peacetime. Angus nodded. I will choose members who study diligently in Captain Dunn's class. Hobert smiled slightly. Yes, those are exactly the people I need. Then he added, go prepare, and also call Captain Helen. Angus, however, did not leave immediately, but asked, Lord, I heard that the entire South Coulson region is your fief, is that right? Yes. Angus smiled. Many squad members plan to bring their families to live here. Come right in. Hobert smiled. Do you see those newly built residential buildings? I've asked Roy to build one for the Special Operations Department, and there's a discount if you buy a building with merit. Angus said happily, good. I think the members will be very happy to hear this news. Soon, Helen came to the conference room, a charming smile on her beautiful face. I thought the Lord had forgotten about me. Hobert, who frequently met Audrey now, had become immune to this level of charm. He smiled. I've been a bit busy lately, which is why I haven't visited you much. Hobert paused and then said, I plan to launch an attack on the Aurora Order soon, and you need to prepare for battle. He also admonished, this matter should not be announced to the public for now, you just need to know it yourself. Helen's eyes seemed to speak, looking very spiritual. No problem, everyone also wants more opportunities to earn merit. Hobert's previous distribution of spoils and handling of the aftermath had made all members of the second squad strongly support the Lord and willing to continue fighting for him. Hobert took out the prepared wooden box, opened it, and showed it to Helen. Helen was a little surprised, the parotid gland of a black wart boar. Inside the box was the main material for the pain witch that Hobert possessed. He closed the box. I said that whenever I came across the materials you needed, I would definitely help you buy them. If you accumulate enough merit in this battle, it will be yours. Helen withdrew her gaze, smiling sweetly. I hope the battle can start tonight. She had also accumulated a lot of merit with the Gnostic Society, and if she obtained this main material, she would have a chance to advance. Hobert was very satisfied with this effect. One more thing. The entertainment center on the other side of the mountain has been built. Besides traditional bars, dance halls, and some new games I invented, I hope you can bring some witches and sorceresses to digest their potions. An entertainment center in this era without such services would be truly inappropriate. Helen was slightly stunned. Didn't you say that our potions could be digested in a positive way? For example, only bringing pleasure to one's lover. Hobert thought to himself, then your other half must be a Beyonder, otherwise who could withstand it? He smiled. Didn't I also say? You should bring pain to evil people. Those nobles are all guys who eat people without spitting out bones. If you break up their families and make them indulge in the pleasure you bring, unable to extricate themselves, you are also doing a very righteous thing. Helen was stunned again. It can be interpreted that way. Then she smiled and said, this is indeed an opportunity. We no longer have to secretly bring disaster to men. You should be a bit more noble. Hobert smiled. For those nobles, sometimes the more unattainable something is, the more they will yearn for it. He thought for a moment. Just consider it an attempt for you to experience what a true romance is like and see if that can help digest your potion. Helen smiled. You don't need to teach me that. And one more thing. Hobert said seriously, your targets can only be those nobles or wealthy individuals. You are not allowed to target others. If any of you have a relationship with someone in the territory, you will immediately lose this job, unless you want to marry that person, otherwise you will also face my punishment. I will remind them. By the time the conversation ended, it was already dusk. Hobert walked through the town's streets, feeling the vibrant atmosphere. Many people stopped their work and respectfully greeted Hobert, who enthusiastically responded to them. A middle-aged man carrying a few small pumpkins also smiled. "Good evening, Lord." "Hello." Hobert looked at the pumpkins in his basket, "Picked them so small already." The middle-aged man smiled helplessly. "A goat kicked and broke the vine, so I had to pick them early." Hobert thought of a childhood delicacy. "You can't eat all of these, give me 2. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. "It's my honor." He picked out the 2 largest pumpkins and gave them to Hobert. After the Lord left, everyone came up to talk to him, and some even congratulated him directly. The middle-aged man smiled and casually responded. This incident was enough for him to boast about to his friends and family for several years. In the Lord's Manor's kitchen. Donna came in from outside. "Hobert. Is it ready yet? My stomach is growling. Do you want to starve your sister to death?" "Almost ready," Hobert said, a little impatiently, as he took the steamed buns out of the steamer. "Isn't it good that you're starving? It'll make your figure go up a level." Donna glared at Hobert, then looked at the strangely shaped food. "What is this? Some kind of peculiar bread. These are called bauzi." "Bauzi. What a strange pronunciation. Like the dumplings before, did you invent these too?" Hobert said, "I guess so." This reminded him of Rosal. "Now I'm as shameless as him." Donna asked again, "But why are their shapes so strange?" Hobert had never steamed bauzi before, so he could only try to figure it out as he steamed, based on his limited memory. The resulting shape of the bauzi was, predictably, odd. But he stubbornly said, "You don't understand, this is how you're supposed to eat them." Furs, who had been adding firewood and helping from the beginning, was highly skeptical. Oh. Donna looked as if she had learned something. When the bauzi were brought to the dining room, Donna picked up her knife and fork, only to see Hobert simply grab them with his hands and eat. Hobert took a bite, and the fresh aroma of tender pumpkin filled his mouth. He was very satisfied with the taste. It's a pity there's no chives, it would be even more perfect with some chives. He had only eaten this at his grandmother's house when he was a child, and it left a deep impression on his childhood. Later, after school and work, he never tasted such a flavor again. After a few bites, Hobert glanced at Donna. "What are you looking at? Eat." Donna said sternly. "Hobert, eating like that is very impolite." Hobert laughed. "Are you going to eat or not? If not, stay hungry." I'll eat." Donna quickly grabbed a bauzi with her hand too. Furs smiled. "Donna is reminding you that you are a count now, and you need to always pay attention to your image. That's just the hypocrisy of nobles." Hobert laughed. "They are strict with themselves and those around them in small matters, but in big matters, they are greedy and indulgent." Donna's mouth was full of bauzi, and she puffed out her cheeks, saying, "He's always gentle with my sister-in-law, but only fierce with me." On Thursday morning, Hobert returned to Backland. According to the plan, he was to inspect the manor bestowed by the king today. As Hobert and Todd were about to get into the carriage, the butler Doffus came to report, "Count, Miss Audrey has arrived." Hobert was startled. What did she want with him? In the somewhat spacious hall on the first floor, Audrey, dressed in a light green dress with many decorations that didn't look at all cumbersome, exuding youthful beauty, was admiring a newly hung oil painting. Upon seeing Hobert, she smiled and said, "Hobert, you should acquire more artworks. Otherwise, if you host a banquet in a few days, this place will look too empty." Hobert smiled. "All my money has been used to rent factories." Audrey smiled elegantly. "Lying, don't think I can't tell." She said, "There's a painting exhibition today, we can go see it together. If you like any works, you can buy them." She had come today specifically to invite Hobert to the exhibition. "I suddenly remembered something, come with me." Hobert led Audrey to the study. "Look. Audrey followed Hobert's gaze and saw an oil painting hanging on the wall. It depicted a young lawyer laughing heartily, a helpless judge, and a gloomy middle-aged lawyer. It was precisely Shadows of the Court, which Audrey had given to Hobert earlier. Audrey was a little surprised. This painting wasn't lost. After all, Hobert had committed treason twice in the past 6 months, so he should have lost some property, especially oil paintings that are difficult to carry. If he were fleeing, it would be a burden to carry around. Hobert smiled. When I realized something was wrong, I put this oil painting in a safe place. When I returned, I found it immediately. Actually, it was because the landlord of the terraced villa had packed up Hobert's belongings when the lease was about to expire and then rented it out to others. Later, hearing that Hobert had become a count, he sent all of Hobert's belongings back. Hobert was also very happy to see this oil painting, which reminded him of his time as a lawyer, upholding justice. For this, Hobert gave the landlord £30 in cash to reward his actions. Because Audrey was looking at the oil painting at the moment, immersed in deep emotion, she didn't notice Hobert's micro-expressions, so she didn't realize Hobert had lied. Thank you, Hobert. Audrey smiled elegantly. Hobert was slightly taken aback. I should thank you for capturing those unforgettable times in an oil painting. Audrey said meaningfully, you don't understand. Before, she always felt that in Hobert's eyes, she might just be a friend like Zio. After she learned that Hobert cared so much about the gift she gave him, she immediately understood. Perhaps Hobert himself didn't realize that my position in his heart is higher than that of his other friends. All right, we should go to the painting exhibition now. Audrey smiled sweetly. As they walked out of the study, she noticed the exaggerated safe. Such a large safe, and you still say you have no money. Hobert said sternly, this safe is in the study, and of course, it's filled with books. The study is a relatively private place, so safes are usually kept there. Few nobles or wealthy individuals would place a safe in their bedroom, because if they were to encounter a thief, the thief might not only steal money but also harm them. Keeping it in the study is fine. At most, some money would be lost. Audrey smiled. Lying again. If it were someone else lying, she might have gotten angry and left immediately. But for some reason, watching Hobert lie so openly didn't make her angry at all. She even found Hobert's lying adorable. And Hobert had already given up on himself, knowing that his lies couldn't fool Audrey. So, where he could tell the truth, he did. Where he couldn't, he lied, openly and honestly. Upon returning to the first floor, Audrey saw the reactions of Todd and Dolphus and suddenly realized, Hobert, do you have something to go out for today? To inspect the manor bestowed by the king. Hobert told the truth, it's not anything urgent. After I accompany you to the painting exhibition, I'll go to the manor. How about this, we go directly from the painting exhibition to the suburbs. Audrey smiled. I also want to get some fresh air in the suburbs during this time. You accompany me to the painting exhibition, and I'll accompany you to inspect the manor. Hobert smiled and said, it is my honor to be accompanied by such a beautiful lady. He said to Todd, you take my carriage and follow behind. Yes. Hobert still got into Count Hall's carriage and, chatting with Audrey, arrived at the painting exhibition in the North District. Today, the exhibition was open only to nobles and the royal family. There weren't many people, and the exhibition hall was very quiet. When nobles met, they merely exchanged smiles and nods, which counted as a greeting, even skipping pleasantries. Only when several nobles paused before the same oil painting would they quietly discuss a few words. Hobert didn't have much knowledge of oil paintings. He would stop and observe realistic works, or those where he could clearly feel the author's intended emotion. Audrey, on the other hand, observed very meticulously, occasionally even studying the brushstrokes of the oil paintings, as if she were there to learn. They had only been looking for about 20 minutes when they heard a commotion from the direction of the entrance. Although no one was speaking, it seemed as if many people had suddenly entered. Hobert looked towards the entrance and indeed, many people had suddenly entered, clustering around a figure who exuded nobility and confidence in every gesture. Hobert was stunned. it was Princess Alice. He mimicked those around him, bowing slightly to the princess, then withdrew his gaze. Audrey saw Hobert's reaction, but she said nothing and continued to view the exhibition. After watching for a while longer, Hobert grew a bit bored. He finally stopped in front of a hazy-style painting, seemingly admiring it, but in reality, he was wondering, what did this guy paint? More than half an hour later, Hobert and Audrey left the exhibition hall together and got into the carriage. Audrey smiled. "I didn't expect you to like impressionistic works so much," Hobert said, with a double meaning. "Perhaps it's because this type of work is sufficiently chaos." Audrey nodded slightly and asked, "Do you know Princess Alice?" Princess Alice was not in Backland during Hobert's enfeoffment ceremony and court ball, and the social season hadn't started yet, so they hadn't had a chance to meet. Hobert was about to blurt out, "No," but seeing Audrey's smiling gaze, he could only smile and say, "I've heard others speak of Princess Alice. Today is indeed the first time I've met her. This reminds me of Princess Ethel of Fenaport. You also saw her at the wedding. That princess is very politically astute." Audrey nodded with satisfaction. "I've also heard of Princess Ethel. How did you two meet?" "I saved her life." Hobert was telling the truth. "It's like a fairy tale," Audrey said. "The prince saved the princess, and they lived happily ever after." Hey, the atmosphere feels a little off. Why do I feel like you're testing me?" Hobert suddenly realized he needed to respond carefully. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. "I'm no prince. Ethel is busy contending for the throne, how could she have time for romance? Besides, I don't like Ethel's type, she's too domineering." Audrey smiled. "I think Princess Ethel has a lot of charm. She's all right." Hobert smiled. Crisis averted. After leaving the urban area of Backland, Hobert and Audrey realized that it was a clear day. When they arrived in the countryside, the sky had completely turned azure, with white clouds hanging in the air, and the sun quickly dispelled the chill from people's bodies. This was how early summer should be. "I really wish I could feel the warmth of the sun even at home in Backland," Audrey sighed. Hobert casually comforted her, "That day will come." He paused, then added, I heard the government established a atmospheric governance committee, didn't they?" "It's the Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee," Audrey corrected. "My brother, Hobert, is a key member of that committee." Hobert joked, "So, that means they're still investigating and haven't started planning to govern yet, right?" Audrey's beautiful face was full of smiles. "I didn't expect you to be so sharp when you're satirizing politicians." Then she added, "Actually, I also think it would be better to call it the Governance Committee. Perhaps the members of parliament don't want the organization to sound so aggressive," Hobert chuckled. Audrey hummed in agreement. Hobert's manor was in the western suburbs. This manor was larger than Hobert had imagined. It took the carriage a full dozen minutes to travel from the entrance to the villa within the manor. Bivies, the manor's butler, led the servants to greet them at the main entrance of the villa. Bivies immediately noticed that the Earl Hobert's family crest was on the front of the Earl Grade carriage. As butlers to nobles, recognizing the crests of various families was a mandatory lesson. Moreover, Earl Hobert did not yet have his own family crest, so the carriage door usually had no decorations, making the two easily distinguishable. Lost in thought, Bivies still hurried forward. After the young and handsome Earl Hobert alighted from the carriage, just as he was about to step forward to greet him, he saw the Earl Hobert gentleman extend his hand to help an exquisitely beautiful young lady out of the carriage. Bivies had never met Audrey, so he began to wonder, is she the Earl Hobert's wife? But I clearly heard Mr. Doffus say that the Countess's impression was mature and languid. However, this young lady looked to be less than 20, so youthful and vibrant, seemingly unrelated to maturity. "Earl Hobert, welcome," Bivies said respectfully. The other servants behind him immediately bowed. "You've all worked hard." Hobert smiled. "This is my good friend, Miss Audrey. Please prepare a sumptuous lunch later, and perhaps some of the manor's specialties." "Yes, I'll go have someone prepare it right away." Bivies was a little surprised. Audrey was quite famous in Backland's aristocratic circles. Earl Hall's political influence was one reason, and another was, of course, her beauty. Bivies had not yet served as a noble's butler, so he hadn't met Audrey, but he had heard of her reputation in aristocratic circles. He never expected the Earl Hobert to be friends with Miss Audrey. After having a cup of tea and some refreshments in the living room and resting for a while, Hobert said to Bivies, "You come with us in the carriage and introduce the manor." Bivies bowed slightly. "It would be my honor." This time, Hobert, Audrey, and Todd boarded Hobert's carriage and began a formal tour of the manor. First was the two-story villa directly facing the manor gate. It wasn't as large as the villa on Queen's Avenue, but it wasn't small either, fully equipped with entertainment facilities like a ballroom and card room, and even a theater where orchestras, drama troupes, or opera companies could perform. The villa was built against a mountain, and the mountain behind it wasn't high, with a winding road leading directly to the summit. There was also a courtyard and a few rooms on the mountaintop. Bivies introduced, "If the weather is good, you can see Order Square in the city center from that courtyard." Then he quipped, "But there aren't many days like that in a year." Hobert gave a polite laugh and looked at the small river flowing through the manor. Bivies introduced, "That's a tributary of the Tassoc River, originating in the Balkis Mountains. The section of the river passing through the manor is relatively calm." He pointed to the mountainous area on the east side and said, "That's the Balkis Mountains. The peaks visible to us all belong to the manor's property. The northern part is not far from the railway, so a logging camp has been developed there. The southern part has remained untouched and is a very good hunting ground." Hobert pointed to a sizable building by the river and asked, "What is that used for?" "Those are the manor's flax processing plant, oil press, and weaving mill," Bivies said. "I learned from the head butler that the mountain land in the manor is very suitable for growing flax. If we only sold raw flax, it wouldn't be worth much, so the manor built its own factory to first process the flax into thread, then weave the flax thread into cloth. The oil press is used to extract oil from flax seeds." Bivies was the manor butler Hobert had interviewed and appointed, and he had only been there for a few days. However, he was well prepared, having toured the manor several times and consulted with old servants like the head butler to understand the situation, so he answered fluently. Hobert seemed very interested. "Let's go inside and see how they weave cloth." Bivies said, "The mountain land in the territory is limited, so this factory only operates for half a year. It's not time for it to start operating yet." Hobert nodded. "Then let's still go take a look." The group alighted from the carriage at the entrance. Bivies opened the door in front and briefly introduced the tools inside. However, he quickly noticed that the beautiful Miss Audrey was extremely curious about the flax processing, asking many questions. But the Earl Hobert didn't seem to be listening to his introduction. Instead, he was carefully observing the factory, which combined 3 large workshops. The group toured the factory, and the inspection continued. They then looked at the manor's endless vineyards, as well as the manor's winemaking workshop and wine cellar. Hobert, who had some knowledge of wine, discovered that there were many good vintage wines in the cellar. If all these wines were sold, they could probably fetch tens of thousands of pounds. Hobert immediately wondered if he should open a winery. But he immediately shook his head. All these properties were gifts from the king and could not be sold openly. Emerging from the wine cellar, they glanced at the poultry and livestock free-range area on the nearby mountain, then began to inspect the large areas of fertile farmland. The main crop in the manor was wheat. At this time, the wheat already had ears, green and lush, a pleasant sight. The farmers working in the fields straightened up to watch when they saw the carriage. More than 600 farming households leased farmland in the manor, and their residences formed 2 villages built by the river. When the group got out of the carriage to further experience the wheat fields, the surrounding farmers immediately recognized Bivies, the newly appointed butler, and came forward to chat, their attitudes extremely complimentary. After Bivies introduced Hobert to everyone, their attitudes became even more respectful. Some experienced manor farmers even knelt on one knee, repeatedly praising Hobert with words like benevolent and handsome. Hobert watched this scene and blurted out, no wonder the manor economy causes so much harm to national agriculture. The manor's economy was self-contained, with both income and expenses. This was completely a small fiefdom, and a legitimate one within the current system. How could ordinary farmers compete with manor lords? However, Hobert immediately shook his head. He was just here to inspect the manor, why concern himself with the national economy? The northernmost part was the logging camp. Because the entire logging camp was too large, they only glanced at the mountain of stacked timber. Hobert briefly inquired about the logging camp's income and then started the return journey. On the way back, they finally checked the manor's warehouse. Inside, there were both dry and wet storage. The wet storage contained long-term vegetables like potatoes and pumpkins. Most vegetables were transported to the Earl's mansion almost immediately after being picked. There was more dry storage, mostly grain. There had been no natural disasters in recent years, and 5 tall, large warehouses were completely full. A look at the small mill showed that the Earl's mansion did not use much grain. However, the dignity of the nobility made it impossible for the manor to sell grain, so these grains could only sit there, getting moldy and spoiling, then fed to poultry, or hauled away as trash. Hobert also learned that grain prices had been falling for the past 2 years, and farmers also had a lot of grain, but they couldn't sell it. Other dried goods included jerky, raisins, dried mushrooms, dried fruits and vegetables, animal hides, and so on, all products of the manor. By the time they returned to the villa for dinner, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The kitchen had indeed prepared some specialty dishes as Hobert had instructed. For example, the side dish was a fruit-roasted lamb leg. The lamb was slaughtered only after Hobert and the others arrived. Because it was roasted with many fruits, a fragrant fruity aroma filled the dining room when it was served. Each bite was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with just the right amount of spices, no gamey smell at all, only the aroma of meat and fruit. The main course was a black truffle steak. It was said that the black truffles were freshly picked that morning, and the cattle were also slaughtered that morning. Hobert and Audrey sat at the head of the dining table, while Todd and Bivvies sat at the foot, accompanying them for the meal. Everyone was a little hungry. After eating the main course, they began to chat while dining. Audrey took a sip of freshly squeezed fruit juice and sighed. As expected of a manor handled by the royal family, the area is vast, and the produce is abundant. I also have a private manor, but its area isn't even 1/3 of this one. Hobert smiled. Earl Hall should also have manors of a similar scale, or even larger ones, right? I know of 5 manors, Audrey said casually, but 3 of them are in Eastchester County. As for the manors bought as investments in the Rosted Archipelago and the South Continent, not only had Audrey never visited them, but many of them, Earl Hall himself had never been to. Todd, sitting at the lower end, was sighing inwardly at this moment. This is what nobility is. In Backland City, nobles and wealthy people are basically indistinguishable by their clothing and appearance. I used to think that nobles just worked in key government departments and lived in the Queen's district. Today I realize that the difference between the two lies in accumulation. Buying a manor like this is not difficult for my father, but my father would never spend money to buy 5 such manors. His money still needs to be used for investments, not all on buying land. At this moment, Hobert, sitting at the head of the table, chatted casually with Audrey while glancing at the wine bottle. Damn it, this bottle of wine alone is worth over £30, it's too extravagant. Then Hobert wanted to slap himself. It seems I can't get rid of my poor habits. If I don't change, then so be it. If I did change, it would be easy to lose myself and get lost in the life of a noble. After a few words about the manor, Hobert said to Todd and Bivvies, I want to renovate the flax processing factory by the river. Bivvies noticed that the Earl Hobert used a commanding tone, so the manor will continue to process flax. Didn't we discuss it on the way back? Flax processing will start in the second half of the year. Hobert already had a plan. Renovate 3 of the granaries, and the workshop will move there in the future. He then said to Todd, as for the grain in the manor, you can transport it to Backland to be ground into flour later. Audrey listened curiously to Hobert's arrangements, eager to know what Hobert was planning to do. Hobert continued to Todd, "You are responsible for finding a construction team to carry out the work, and Bivvies will provide catering and other logistical support. First, we need to build a glass furnace in the flax processing workshop. It doesn't need to be too big, but it must be built by professionals. The oil pressing workshop will be converted into a high-temperature resistant metal furnace. The specific high-temperature resistance will be determined after I meet with the materials science professors tomorrow afternoon. As for the largest textile workshop, it will be divided into two, converted into two laboratories, one for researching glass and one for researching rubber and electrical wires." Electrical wires. Audrey was unfamiliar with this term. Among those present, only Todd, besides Hobert, knew about electrical wires. He immediately realized that the Earl had begun to implement his plan. Hobert smiled. "Once the finished product is made, I will bring you to visit." Audrey nodded slightly, growing more curious about Hobert's ideas. Hobert continued, "At the same time, build some residential buildings at the foot of the mountain for future researchers and workers. Build a large standby factory building on the north side of the factory, and a larger, more professional laboratory on the south side." Todd was slightly taken aback. That's a considerable amount of work. He had originally thought the Earl would only renovate some of the existing buildings here. From the Earl's words, it seemed he was planning to use all the vacant land in the manor. Hobert then asked, "Can't you manage such a project?" "No problem." Hobert nodded. "There's one more thing that needs to be done immediately. Have you found a place to train employees?" Hobert had originally planned to ask about this on the way, but he was in the same carriage as Audrey and had no opportunity, so he brought it up at the dinner table. "I've found one," Todd said. "Behind the factory we're leasing, there's a multi-purpose building with no practical use. The first and second floors have many large rooms that can serve as classrooms, and the third, fourth, and fifth floors can be used for accommodation." Hobert asked, "How many people can be trained at once, at most?" "Preliminary estimates suggest about 1,000 people can be trained at once. That's a bit small, but we can start with a few hundred people first and summarize the experience." Todd was slightly stunned. For a factory of several thousand people, how many training sessions would be needed? "Recruit 800 people from the vagrants in the East District first," Hobert said. "I have two requirements. First, they must be willing to learn new things. Second, they must be willing to work diligently for 3 months without pay, only receiving food and lodging, before they start getting paid." Todd's first thought was, vagrants' physical strength isn't suited for heavy labor. After saying it, he regretted it, as it sounded like he was refuting his lord's command. So he quickly added, "The vagrants will surely be desperate to apply." Although not getting paid for 3 months sounded absurd, for vagrants, it was like a divine gospel. 3 months of food and lodging, it was like the kingdom of the gods. Audrey immediately asked, "Hobert, are you planning to help those vagrants? If so, I will donate a portion of food to your company." "Kind Miss Audrey, you make me feel ashamed." However, Hobert's expression showed no sign of shame. "I am recruiting these people because I hope they will work in my territory. My territory has a large amount of idle land, enough to support about 40,000 people, yet Backland has so many vagrants who can't get enough to eat." Todd and Bivvies were slightly taken aback. It seemed they suddenly remembered that the Earl before them had a fiefdom. Compared to a manor, a fiefdom was like the difference between a lake and an ocean. Audrey took a bite of the refreshing salad that accompanied her main course. She immediately understood. "No, Hobert, your method is more effective than charity. If they can continue to work in your territory, then they will always have food and shelter." Hobert, however, smiled. "Although you are a very intelligent young lady, your understanding of this society is not yet deep enough. Due to human nature, it's difficult to maintain a state where they work hard for a long time by only providing food and lodging." Audrey found it a bit strange. Theoretically, their work can grow more grain, and that grain can completely support them. "I'm not saying it's economically unsustainable." Hobert took a sip of wine and said, if they are only provided with food and lodging and made to work in the fields, the grain yield will decrease year by year. Audrey's hand, holding the fork, paused, but soon her charming big eyes were full of joy as she looked at Hobert. I understand. They lack motivation to work. What a clever young lady. Hobert did not stint on his praise. I think the word, enthusiasm, is more appropriate. Todd and Bivies, both managers, nodded in unison, also agreeing with the term, enthusiasm. Audrey, at the head of the table, asked, so what do you plan to do? For the first 3 months, only provide food and lodging. Hobert already had an idea. After 3 months, if they genuinely work hard, they can rent a piece of land and a dwelling through a credit system. During their slack farming season, arrange for them to do paid work. As long as they are diligent, they will have their own piece of land and their own room within 2 years at most, and after 4 or 5 years, their lives will become prosperous. Hobert smiled. My goal for myself is, in my fiefdom, anyone who is diligent can live a good life. Of course, I don't exclude those who find ways to get rich and become wealthy, but monopolies in certain industries, like in the Ruined Kingdom, are not allowed. Audrey, being young, didn't quite grasp the political implications of Hobert's words. She was still concerned about the settlement of the vagrants. Why don't you just give them land directly? In that case, the worry-free life they obtain would be too easy, and they wouldn't cherish it. Hobert smiled. I have no obligation to ensure they live a good life. Generally, a good life is fought for, not handed to them. Audrey felt this differed from her original values. Previously, she believed that as long as she sympathized with the poor, she should support charity to the best of her ability. However, Hobert's approach opened a new line of thought for her. Perhaps offering the poor an opportunity for a worry-free life was the way to completely solve the problem. While Audrey was deep in thought, Hobert told Todd, the training content will mainly involve finding a few Fenaport language teachers to teach them some common daily phrases. Todd was slightly taken aback. The official language of Longtail Island seemed to be Rune language, right? Why would they need to learn Fenaport language? But he didn't ask aloud. No problem. Before Audrey could ask, Hobert continued, you need to be mentally prepared. The fiefdom will harvest wheat in late May. 40,000 additional people must be in place before the wheat harvest is complete. Additionally, if there are women or teenagers among the vagrants applying, a certain number of spots should be reserved for them, as they find it harder to survive than adult males. Some impoverished street women can also be included in the scope of applicants, but the number must be limited. Hobert was concerned about an unhealthy demographic structure in his territory. Next, they discussed the topic of the East District, and Audrey also forgot about the question regarding the Fenaport language. After lunch, Hobert and Audrey rested in different bedrooms. Around 3 in the afternoon, the group set off on their return journey to Backland. Audrey continued to discuss the problem of Backland's impoverished population with Hobert. Once Hobert opened that door for Audrey, it couldn't be closed. Hobert, I believe you should get a seat as a counselor. Audrey said earnestly. What you just said about the uneven population distribution is the core of the entire problem. I think not only your fiefdom, but the entire ruin must have a lot of idle cultivated land. Why not send Backland's vagrants there and let them use the cultivated land resources again? Actually, there's a deeper problem hidden within this, Hobert explained, land privatization. Audrey clearly didn't understand Hobert's meaning, staring at him with her 2 watery big eyes. I'll explain this to you when there's an opportunity, Hobert smiled. But there's one truth you need to understand. A large number of people pouring into cities is because farmers went bankrupt, and their land was annexed. Unable to survive in the countryside, they can only try to find opportunities in the city. As for ruin, there is no idle land left, because all land has owners. Where would they be sent? Why was their land annexed? Hobert didn't directly answer the question but instead smiled and asked, do you think noble estates have always existed as estates since ancient times? Audrey immediately understood the implication. Did the nobles annex their land? It used to be nobles, now it's the emerging capitalist forces, Hobert explained. So if Backland's poor are to no longer worry about food, land must be taken from the hands of nobles and wealthy individuals. Audrey fell silent, not because she herself was a noble, but because she knew how difficult that would be. After a long pause, she said, perhaps an initiative could be launched, asking manor owners to bring out their surplus grain to help those who worry about food. Hobert smiled slightly. Let's talk about something else. This issue is too heavy. No, I want to continue this topic, Audrey said with rare stubbornness. All right then, Hobert said seriously, let me ask you a question. If a country where everyone is very wealthy experiences a drought, resulting in a 1% food shortage, what do you think will happen? 1% of the people will go hungry. Incorrect. Hobert looked at Audrey. Grain prices will rise so much that even if they sell their children, wives, land, and homes, 1% of the people still won't be able to afford it. Audrey fell silent again. Today, she gained new insights into human society and human nature. She suddenly realized how ridiculous many of her previous views had been. After a while, she suddenly looked at Hobert. You have a solution, don't you? I don't know if my methods will work, but I will find an opportunity to try them. As he spoke, Hobert reached out and smoothed Audrey's slightly furrowed brow with his thumb. These are matters for reformers to worry about. You don't need to fret over them. Just be an optimistic and positive Audrey. Hobert's sudden intimate gesture made Audrey slightly stunned. Her first reaction was to dodge, but she ultimately didn't, because she felt Hobert's hand seemed to have magic, not only smoothing her furrowed brow but also greatly improving her mood. Seeing Audrey's smile return, Hobert withdrew his hand and continued with a smile. Life is always like this, full of too many discouraging and helpless things. If your strength is not enough to resist this discouragement and helplessness, then don't let yourself fall into distress for now, otherwise, you're fighting yourself. What's that saying? Ah, yes, remember, you are just a spectator. Audrey looked at Hobert as if she were meeting this handsome young man for the first time. She felt that Hobert's advice had elevated her state of mind by an entire level. Then she asked, Hobert, what kind of career do you plan to pursue in Backland? Tell me, I will fully support you. I want to bring light to Backland, Hobert said with a smile. Don't overthink it, I mean light in the literal sense. Are you going to drive away Backland's fog? Or make the gas streetlights brighter? Audrey asked curiously. Even the nobles of this era couldn't imagine streets and alleys lit by electric lights. I want to make Backland's night as bright as day, Hobert said. Using scientific principles, not extraordinary power. Audrey nodded, half understanding. So you're meeting with a materials science professor. I remember you said it was tomorrow afternoon, right? Yes. Can I come with you? Audrey asked expectantly. I really want to witness how you bring light to Backland. Seeing Audrey's hopeful expression, Hobert almost couldn't bring himself to refuse. You still have classes, don't you? I can ask for leave. All right then, Hobert smiled. Tomorrow afternoon at 1, we'll meet at the entrance of Backland University of Science and Technology. Okay. That evening, in Earl Hall's dining room, Earl Hall discussed matters of the Air Pollution Investigation Committee with his eldest son, Hobert, for a while. Seeing his daughter looking very happy, he couldn't help but smile. It seems our Audrey got some good pieces at today's art exhibition. I suppose so. Audrey smiled. I've understood many things today. Hobert, however, suddenly said, I heard you appeared at the art exhibition with Hobert. That's right. I had hoped he would buy some pieces, but he didn't like any of them. Could he be having financial problems? Hobert smiled. I heard that he now only eats one dish, one soup, and a piece of bread for each meal. Countess Caitlin was a little surprised. Is that really true? Audrey, however, said seriously, Hobert, I don't know where you heard that news, but as far as I know, Hobert has recently invested over £20,000 in Backland. Earl Hall smiled gently. Perhaps he is just being frugal. That's already stingy, Catherine said. Doesn't he know how much damage such rumors can do to an earl? He's not unaware, he just doesn't care, Audrey defended. No matter what he eats for each meal, I know that today he completely solved the poverty problem for 40,000 homeless people. This made the other 3 family members pause. Earl Hall asked curiously, "Tell me in detail, how did he solve this problem?" Audrey briefly explained Hobert's plan to settle 40,000 homeless people on his territory. The 3 family members reacted differently. Catherine smiled slightly. "This is a very excellent politician, who solved his own problems and also Backlund's problems." Hobert, however, shook his head slightly. "This is a clever scheme. Those homeless people will definitely become his slaves once they reach his territory. The key to this plan lies in the latter half," Earl Hall commented. As Audrey said, he truly solved the poverty problem for those people. Only the lazy and unmotivated will become his slaves. He looked at his eldest son. "Not only should Audrey interact more with Hobert, but if you have the opportunity, you should also interact with Hobert." As an experienced politician, Earl Hall naturally saw Hobert's control over human nature. Such a person has boundless prospects. So-called nobles should invest in relationships when the other party has not yet become dazzling. Hobert nodded. "I will." "Well then, handsome Mr. Earl Hall." Audrey smiled. "I'm going out tomorrow afternoon. Could you please ask my piano teacher for leave?" Catherine frowned slightly. "You're going out again?" "Yes," Audrey said simply. "Hobert is preparing to invest in new materials, and I want to see tomorrow if there's an opportunity to invest alongside him." "Of course," Earl Hall smiled. "If there's an opportunity and you lack sufficient funds, I can also consider investing." Outside Backlund railway station, Hobert and Serena waited for a short while and then saw Elizabeth and her party. Serena got out of the carriage first. Elizabeth also smiled and waved. "Serena, when I received your letter, I thought it was sent from Feniport." Daminia and her husband came to drop off their daughter. They very politely and courteously chatted with Hobert, who got out of the carriage later. After the group re-entered the carriage, Daminia looked at the spacious compartment, which still comfortably seated 5 people, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "The first time we met, Hobert was just an ordinary lawyer. The person sitting before me now is already Earl Hobert." In his opinion, Hobert's rapid rise was simply incredible. For people of this era, it usually takes at least 3 generations for commoners to become nobles. The first generation would accumulate initial wealth through plunder in the raging sea or the South Continent. The second generation would use this initial accumulation to do business and multiply their family assets several times. Only the third generation might obtain a peerage through donations or become a member of parliament due to significant influence in a certain field. Yet, Hobert completed this process in just over half a year. Upon arriving at the Earl's mansion, the couple was once again surprised by the mansion's luxury and grandeur. If such a mansion were in the suburbs, it would be nothing to be surprised about, but this was the Queen's district, where every inch of land is precious. After seeing the living quarters and classroom prepared for Elizabeth, the couple was very relieved. Daminia even joked, "I'm just afraid Elizabeth won't be used to the luxurious life here." After having lunch with Elizabeth's family, Hobert had Serena take them on a tour of Backlund, while he and Todd took another carriage to the entrance of Backlund University of Technology. Audrey had already arrived. Because she was visiting a university professor, she wore a monochrome long dress today, with little decoration on it. However, her noble demeanor and beautiful face still made the students on campus turn their heads. Hobert got out of the carriage, invited Audrey into his carriage, and then they went together to the school's administration building, where they were led by an attendant to the office of President Portland Mormont. This was a tall, loud-voiced old man of about 60. He came forward and shook Hobert's hand, saying, "Mr. Earl, welcome." Given Hobert's current status, he could have easily invited the president or university professors to meet at the Earl's mansion. However, Hobert personally came to show respect for the researchers. "President Portland," Hobert said, shaking his hand. "I've attended your public lectures." Portland smiled. "You are the pride of Backlund University." Of course, he was the pride of the university. Usually, the heirs of earls would hire private tutors for home lessons and wouldn't study such skill-based subjects. So, it was difficult for the university to have the opportunity to cultivate an earl. Crucially, Hobert's peerage was not inherited but obtained through his own efforts, which made it even more valuable. Unfortunately, I don't have time to complete my studies, Hobert said with a look of regret. You certainly have more important things to do. Portland looked at Audrey behind him. Miss Audrey, it's a pleasure to see you again. You are still as radiant as ever. And you are still as graceful, Audrey replied with a smile. The three of them chatted as they made their way to the reception area. Melissa, with her black hair, who had been waiting there, poured tea for everyone. Hobert smiled. Melissa, I heard from Serena that you and Benson have both moved to Backland. How is Benson's civil service exam going? Lord Hobert, Melissa smiled. Benson has passed the first round of exams and is now preparing for the interview. Hobert smiled. Just call me Hobert, he said. With Benson's ability, the interview won't be a problem. Portland asked with some surprise, you know each other? To avoid misunderstanding, Hobert explained, I know his brother. Portland nodded. Benson is a very good young man. Melissa, however, knew that Hobert was referring to Klein. Thinking of this, she was slightly lost in thought. After the pleasantries, Hobert smiled. Entering the campus reminded me of my classmates from out of town. They always complained about the poor dormitory conditions. So, I just decided to donate £5,000 to Backland University to improve the students' living environment. First, on behalf of the students from out of town, I want to thank you for your donation, Portland smiled. Only those who have attended university know the inconveniences of university life. Hobert wouldn't care if the £5,000 were spent on improving the living environment. This donation was purely a signal to Portland. And Portland received Hobert's signal. He was somewhat surprised inside. Although nobles had a habit of donating to universities, they usually only donated £1,000 or £2,000 as a gesture, and very few nobles would donate £5,000 at once. They were more willing to spend money investing in laboratory research projects. So, after Portland praised Hobert a few times, he began to talk about the current cutting-edge technology, offering to provide some technical assistance if Mr. Earl had any needs. He then discovered that Hobert had a very deep understanding of modern science. Audrey, beside him, was a little surprised. Their conversation sounded very impressive. Did the university's law department teach these things? Why was Hobert's knowledge so vast? It seemed there was nothing he didn't understand. What she didn't know was that many subjects taught in universities now, such as mechanics, optics, and so on, were tested in junior high school before Hobert's transmigration. After chatting for a while, Portland grasped the main point. Earl Hobert seemed very interested in electricity. As they talked, Hobert even had Todd bring in a hand-crank generator. Mr. President, I imagine you're not unfamiliar with this. At Hobert's instruction, Todd cranked the generator, and the light bulb on the other end quickly lit up. Of course, Portland smiled. The principle of the generator had already matured more than 20 years ago. Then have you ever considered driving a generator with an optimized, massive steam engine mechanical structure? Then we could get surging electricity. Hobert followed up with a question. Hearing Hobert's question, Portland immediately said, many people have had such an idea, but no one has acted on it, because... At this moment, the light bulb on the other side of the generator suddenly flickered and went out. The president of the University of Technology spread his hands and smiled. It seems this light bulb did not receive the blessing of the god of steam and machinery. This was a joke in the scientific community about electricity, because the lifespan of light bulbs at that time depended entirely on luck. If you were lucky, they could last dozens of hours, but if you were unlucky, they would break in a few minutes. So professors joked that short-lived light bulbs had not received the blessing of a deity. At this time, light bulbs were basically used as voltage testers. During experiments, the state of the current was determined by observing whether the light bulb lit up. As for the lighting function of light bulbs, it was not yet widely known, and the only commercial orders for lighting were for military flashlights. Hobert had even bought one, but it was only used once when he explored ruins with Mr. Azek, and then it broke after being left there for a while. It wasn't that the light bulb was unusable, but that the flashlight itself was broken. Poland continued what he had not finished saying, because electricity doesn't have many uses. The telegraph machine should be its biggest use, but it doesn't consume much electricity either. I have a very good idea that could allow every household to use electricity. Hobert asked, in that case, would a huge amount of electricity be needed? Poland was slightly stunned. Used for what? Lighting. Poland immediately thought, have you found a way to extend the life of light bulbs? Sort of, but a series of experiments are still needed. How long can it be extended? 800 hours is not a problem. Poland was slightly surprised. According to our calculations, electricity can generate a high temperature of over 2000 degrees when it emits light. Hobert smiled, of course I know. Poland thought for a moment before saying, as a friend, I must remind you that the market for electricity is not large. Because both light bulbs and batteries are very expensive, not something ordinary people can afford. Audrey, who was beside them, also nodded slightly. She had heard of batteries, which could be used in wireless telegraph machines. For her, batteries were not expensive. However, ordinary people would indeed not spend money on this, and even nobles might not be willing to pay that much. Hobert was not surprised that the president had no concept of laying power lines. That's precisely why I'm meeting with professors in materials science later. He added, I now need a large generator, but I only understand the principle and can't apply it in a short time, so I need a talent who can build a large generator. This was precisely why he generously donated those 5,000 gold pounds. This era, unlike the ad era, did not have such fast information dissemination, and it might take 1 or 2 years to recruit the necessary talent. The best way was to use gold pounds to pave the way, letting professionals recommend other professionals. Poland, of course, also knew that this was why the Earl was willing to donate those 5,000. He thought for a while and then said, I have a student who is proficient in electricity and mechanics. He resigned last year for personal reasons and only started looking for a job again last month. Hobert asked, is it convenient to say the reason for his resignation? He had a serious illness. Hobert once again felt the characteristics of this era. If not for the treatment of extraordinary powers, some illnesses, including treatment and recovery, would require 1 or 2 years. For example, tuberculosis. Although Rosal invented so many things, he did not discover antibiotics. So many diseases would torment a person for several years, and those who recovered truly defeated the illness. But most patients did not endure the torment of the disease. In this era, there were many characteristic treatments for tuberculosis, such as high-altitude therapy, where tuberculosis hospitals were built on mountains of moderate altitude, using the cooler climate of the high mountains to cool down patients who had fevers all day long. Of course, in the Fenaport kingdom, there was basically no such trouble. One only needed to frequently pray at the Earth Mother Church, or donate a sum of money to the church, and the illness would, miraculously improve. Poland promised to write to that student this afternoon, asking him to come to the Lord's Manor for an interview. After a few more casual chats about electrical issues, Hobert and Audrey stood up to leave. They then went to the teaching building. When Hobert was on the front page twice before, his portrait was included in the newspapers, so many students recognized Hobert and greeted the Earl. Hobert also warmly returned their greetings, without any pretense. As for Audrey, while the students were amazed, they only dared to steal glances with their peripheral vision, not daring to look directly at her. In a small conference room on the teaching building, Hobert met Professor Isaac, who held a considerable academic position in materials science. This professor was not very tall, wore glasses, and looked very stern. Earl Hobert, hello. I heard you want to invest in my research project. Unlike Poland, who was a semi-politician and semi-scientist, this professor was a relatively pure scholar, so he spoke more directly. That's right, I plan to invest 3,000 gold pounds. Hobert didn't even ask what project the other party was researching. Professor Isaac adjusted his glasses and took a serious look at this generous noble. Ordinary nobles and wealthy individuals usually required him to explain for a long time when investing. He had already prepared how to clearly explain how his research would profit, but before he even opened his mouth, the other party directly invested 3,000 gold pounds. He praised, "You are an earl who understands the true value of science." Hobert smiled, "May we sit down and talk?" "Please, please sit." After the assistant served coffee, Hobert went straight to the point. "Besides investing in your research project, I have also renovated a laboratory in my manor, preparing to research the uses of tungsten." "Ah, that's a lovely element," Isaac said with an indulgent look, as if talking about his own child. "Its melting point is as high as 3,400 degrees, and it has strong malleability." At this point, he frowned and said, "However, the uses of tungsten are very limited. I once envisioned using it to make alloy materials, but it can only be used in certain high-temperature resistant areas like steel." Many people have a misconception, always thinking that people in the past were foolish, that they had already met all the technical requirements for an invention, but that invention was slow to appear. In fact, this is a kind of futurist effect. Often, the stage from nothing to something for an invention is the most difficult, because people in the future are already accustomed to the existence of that invention and no longer feel the difficulty of going from nothing to something. When Hobert was in the ad era, he had discussed this issue with friends. Perhaps people just a few hundred years later would find people of the 21st century incomprehensible, wondering why they still used thermal and hydroelectric power plants when controllable nuclear fusion systems were right there. "I've thought of a very good use, but I don't know if it will succeed yet, so I need some experiments." Hobert smiled. "Yes, it's what I thought of. Tungsten filaments can be used for light bulb filaments." He added, "I hope to have an expert in materials science to help me complete this experiment, preferably someone who understands electricity. I do have many students who are currently looking for jobs." Isaac said, "I can write to 2 or 3 of them and have them come to the Earl's mansion for an interview." Relatively speaking, the demand for talents in materials science was lower at this time, and many of Isaac's students could only switch to other research fields after graduation. Hobert nodded, and without further ado, added, "I also hope to research more uses for natural rubber. Do you have any students who are proficient in this area of research?" Hobert unconsciously recalled the military flashlight he had bought. When the flashlight broke, he took it apart and immediately understood what was wrong. It was this extraordinary world that made the flashlight not light up. First, the flashlight's casing was made of wood. Although it was waterproofed, in a humid environment like Backland, simple waterproofing was very limited. Secondly, Hobert discovered that the electrolyte casing of the battery was oilcloth. Some leakage and corrosion had already occurred. The reason these structures looked so strange was entirely because this extraordinary world had no petroleum. In the ad era where Hobert lived, flashlight and electrolyte casings could both be made of plastic. And the relationship between petroleum and plastic is like that between wheat and flour. The fundamental reason why the North Continent has completed the initial process of industrialization but has been slow to enter the Second Industrial Revolution is that chemical materials have not kept pace with the times. In fact, in the early stages of the Second Industrial Revolution, petroleum's role as a fuel was not significant. If the internal combustion engine structure existed, most transportation tools could be powered by electricity, not necessarily requiring petroleum. Petroleum's huge role was actually in the chemical industry. And because the chemical industry involves various sectors, such as polyester, acrylic, nylon, etc., widely used in the textile industry, over 90% of their components come from petroleum. They don't need to wait for flax and cotton to grow and mature, production can continue without interruption. For Hobert, who came from the ad era, these were all common knowledge. But for a world that had never seen plastic, the first thing inventors could think of for a flashlight casing was a waterproofed wooden structure, and the container for electrolyte they could think of was a special acid and corrosion-resistant oilcloth. Hobert had realized this long ago, so his solution was to use natural rubber to replace petroleum rubber and some plastics. Rosal, over 100 years ago, laid the first telegraph line between the North-South continent, which was a metal wire wrapped in natural rubber. Even top technological scholars in the modern North continent had not envisioned laying power lines throughout the streets and alleys, because the cost of materials was too high. As a telegraph line, it was acceptable, but as power lines strung through streets and alleys, no one could afford such a huge initial investment. The key was that the output of natural rubber was limited. Even if one could afford this enormous cost, it would still be limited by rubber production and would require a long time to achieve large-scale laying. Hobert didn't know if Rosal had thought of using extraordinary powers to increase the production of natural rubber back then, but considering that the Intis Republic and the Fenaport Kingdom were in a long-term state of war at that time, unable to get help from the Earth Mother Church, he believed that even if he had such an idea, it would be difficult to implement. For a moment, Hobert's thoughts drifted far away. I also believe that natural rubber should have more widespread uses. Isaac smiled. Isaac's words brought Hobert back to reality. You are a scientific worker with long-term vision. After a few more chats, Isaac promised to write to a few students who had researched rubber, and then Hobert and Audrey bid farewell. In the carriage on the way back, Audrey smiled. Hobert, your venture hasn't officially begun yet, and you've already spent so much money. Are the returns from this venture really that substantial? Not as substantial as you imagine. Hobert smiled. The reason I'm investing so much money is because I have other, more important goals. He had already decided that the light bulbs produced by the factory would be called Earl's Light. Hobert also planned to print a simple sketch of Earl Hobert's portrait on the packaging paper of each light bulb, with the aim of creating an association in people's minds. He wanted people to think of Earl Hobert whenever they thought of light bulbs, just as Hobert would associate light bulbs with Edison. Audrey was slightly stunned, then smiled. If you experience a shortage of funds, I can persuade my father to invest in you. Originally, she had planned to invest in Hobert herself, but today she realized that Hobert's venture seemed to require a very large investment, and the 20 to 30,000 gold pounds she could mobilize might not have much effect. If funds exceeding 30,000 gold pounds were needed, it would require her father's authorization. Hobert smiled. It's not needed at the moment, but sooner or later I'll have to invite other nobles to invest together, but not now. His current financial situation was still good, and it was unlikely he would run out of money in the future. Inviting other nobles to invest was a way to bind a portion of Baklan's political power through shared interests with a portion of the profits, thereby avoiding trouble caused by jealousy. However, he had to wait until he had built up the brand effect first. Only then could he maintain control of the company even with other shareholders. On the way back, Audrey once again fell into thought. She could feel that Hobert's current venture might bring about some changes in the future, but so far, she still didn't understand what Hobert ultimately wanted to do. Audrey looked out the carriage window as the evening mist once again covered the streets and alleys. She understood another truth. Although I can judge the truth of Hobert's every word and action, I still can't truly read minds. Everyone's inner world is like a fortress, and without their knowledge, I cannot judge their intentions at all. Suddenly, she felt that her potion had digested quite a bit. Back at the Earl's mansion, Hobert received a letter from Elliot. The Bach family had decided which steam engines to purchase. The letter included a list. They planned to buy 21 various steam engines at once. Hobert immediately called Todd, who had stayed for dinner, and asked him to give a low price. These machines together were worth about 18,000 gold pounds. The price of each steam engine was a bottom price that Apton could hardly obtain. Hobert added 200 gold pounds to each, and sent the quote back to Elliot. With Hobert's current savings, earning these 4,200 gold pounds was irrelevant, but the Bach family's payment method would surely be gold again, and Hobert would have to convert it into cash, which would certainly incur some fees. If it were the Tudor family or the blood race who wanted these steam engines, Earl Hobert would ask them for at least 30,000 gold pounds. And Earl Hobert also hoped to use the Bach family's financial resources to develop some light industries in the South Continent, so he still allowed them to have a certain amount of capital flow for new investments. Late at night, Earl Hobert looked at the empty bedroom and was still not used to this kind of bedroom. He thought that since he was planning to go to Jeffrey territory tomorrow anyway, he might as well go tonight. He could also be intimate with Furs, and perhaps after intimacy, he would fall asleep quickly. So, Earl Hobert used the Traveler's Gate, which had already moved the backland portal to the Earl's mansion, to arrive at the bedroom of the Lord's Manor in Jeffrey City. Furs was sleeping soundly at this moment. Earl Hobert slipped into the covers and began kissing and caressing her, and her cheeks flushed as she woke up. Just as the two were about to get down to business, Earl Hobert's spirituality suddenly sensed danger. He was slightly stunned, wrapped Furs in the quilt, and then sent her to the backland side through the Traveler's Gate. Furs stood in front of the door on the Earl's mansion side, stunned for 7 or 8 seconds, before suddenly realizing that there was danger in Jeffrey territory. "Madam." Just as Furs was about to reach for the doorknob, Butler Doffus's voice rang out. The bedroom door opened without a breeze, and Doffus stood at the doorway holding a candle. "You'd better not go back yet." Furs immediately understood that going back would only make her a burden to Earl Hobert. She said anxiously, "Then, what should I do?" If the Earl was not confident in resolving the danger there, he would have come over with you, Doffus calmly analyzed. "I will have the maid bring some tea and snacks. Please wait patiently." Furs wanted to say something more, but she finally realized that she could do nothing but wait. The naked Earl Hobert looked at the corner. "Who are you?" At this moment, the monster in the oil painting hanging on the wall stepped out, but before it could utter a curse, it was completely engulfed by a tide of shadows. There were no lights in the room, and Earl Hobert felt that the corner of the wall was like a dark bottomless pit, as if it was darker than darkness itself, as if it could swallow all light. A sinister male voice chuckled in the shadows. "How disappointing. I was hoping to watch a good show between the Lord and his wife in bed." Then he added, "I didn't expect your bedroom to have such a powerful sealed artifact. Although the monster just now was very weak, I can feel that its abilities are not limited to that." Earl Hobert did not immediately reach for his clothes. Instead, he moved to the head of the bed, picked up the gloves from the nightstand, and put them on while smiling. "It seems you know Jeffrey territory quite well." "Not bad, after all, we've been neighbors for a while." Earl Hobert put on his gloves slowly, as if afraid of disturbing an enemy who was not sleeping soundly. "Are you from the Aurora Order across the river?" "Yes. Have you come to reclaim the Aurora Order member we captured?" Earl Hobert said with a faint relaxed smile. "You're too late. I already ordered his execution a few days ago." "I know, just a secret supplicant," the sinister voice said. "I'm here for something else." "What is it?" Earl Hobert began to put on the other glove. "To kill Hobert and Furs, and completely control the entire South Colson region." The other party said emotionlessly, "Originally, my plan was to first taste your wife in front of you, and then slowly kill you. I didn't expect you to already be a fallen Earl." Earl Hobert frowned. "A bunch of lunatics. They really should be exterminated." Before Earl Hobert could continue to stall for time, the other party said again, "Are you wondering why I suddenly came to kill you? There are 2 reasons. The first is that after you are prepared, you will eventually cross the river and kill us, so it's better for us to strike first and catch you off guard. The second reason is that we received news that you have become the true master of this land. As long as we kill you, we can completely rule the South Colson region." Earl Hobert had both gloves on. Wishful thinking. "That's not necessarily true." The other party seemed to give a sinister laugh and said, "I know your gloves must be magical items, but don't you want to know why I haven't interrupted your process of putting on your gloves?" As soon as the other party finished speaking, Earl Hobert saw his knife suddenly draw out of his cane and slash at him. Earl Hobert dodged the attack from the black knife, vaguely seeing a dark figure tightly gripping the knife. He immediately realized that it was his own shadow. And the enemy in the shadows was a Black Knight, a demigod of the secret supplicant pathway. If Earl Hobert had not advanced, then tonight would have been truly dangerous. Suddenly, figures flickered in the surrounding darkness, and Earl Hobert felt as if he was in a crowd of dark figures. At the same time, Earl Hobert could feel an extremely evil force controlling these dark figures, and they all cast hostile gazes at him. Two closer figures, like tentacles, wrapped around Earl Hobert's legs, and more dark figures, like pythons, coiled towards Earl Hobert, trying to strangle him, or trying to hold him down so that the shadow could stab him to death with the knife. Association. Earl Hobert finally made his move. He strengthened the association between himself and his shadow. The shadow holding the knife suddenly paused, as if it had suddenly fallen into confusion, not knowing whether it was Earl Hobert's shadow or, like those figures, belonged to the darkness. Weakening. Earl Hobert's attack was cautious, because he still couldn't clearly sense the opponent's position. This was the advancement of shadow transformation. Before the Black Knight's true body made a move, even opponents of the same sequence would find it difficult to detect their position. Although it was in the darkness, those figures seemed to suddenly fade, and the strength of the shadows coiling around Earl Hobert also weakened. Distortion. Earl Hobert suddenly distorted the distance between himself and the bed. The shadows coiling around his legs were torn in half, turning into ordinary darkness. Earl Hobert grabbed his clothes with one hand and took out an uncontrolled stone from his pocket. After becoming a demigod, Earl Hobert could already make the uncontrolled stone effective within a range of tens of meters, and he could also choose the target of attack, no longer harming his own people. The enemy seemed to sense the danger of the uncontrolled stone. Another shadow appeared in the corner. This was the Black Knight's shadow. A layer of viscous black substance immediately appeared in the entire room. These liquids seemed to be formed by extreme fallen, and even on the tables and chairs that had long since lost their life, black spots appeared. However, these viscous liquids did not appear on Earl Hobert. Clearly the Black Knight was a bit impatient, seemingly forgetting that a fallen Earl also represented fallen. When Earl Hobert took the potion, the black viscous liquid representing fallen had already entered his body, and this type of fallen attack could not harm him at all. Uncontrolled. Earl Hobert threw out the uncontrolled stone. The Black Knight's shadow pounced forward, tightly wrapping the uncontrolled stone, before it could unleash its power to make extraordinary characteristics run wild. Earl Hobert was slightly stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a maneuver. But the shadow suddenly trembled violently. Its size rapidly expanded, and some strange objects grew on its body, including tentacles, goat hooves, and ox heads. Finally, it turned into a monster with black flames flickering in its eyes. It threw its head back and howled silently, casually destroying all the furnishings in the bedroom. This shadow was out of control. At this time, in Jeffrey City, the Special Operations Department. Figures flickered in the courtyard, but no one could be seen. In the darkness, some force seemed to push the door open, and an evil power invaded the interior. Suddenly, the lights in the room came on, and under the light, there were more than a dozen black shadows on the ground. As Angus loudly declared, "No transforming into shadows here." Those black shadows clearly paused, as if encountering some resistance. And Angus's power was rapidly increasing. The shadows simply returned to their normal human forms and began to entangle with the surrounding Beyonder members. According to Captain Dunn's training, someone from the Special Operations Department was on night duty every night, and among the people on night duty each day was an astrologer. The astrologer on night duty tonight sensed danger, and after divination and confirmation, woke up the other members. Angus's first thought was to protect the Lord, but Dunn disagreed. Even if you go to support, it won't help much, but if Jeffrey City has no extraordinary power, many civilians will surely be killed. If that happens, you will truly have failed Earl Hobert's expectations of you. Angus and Helen almost simultaneously recalled Earl Hobert's usual words and deeds, and felt that Captain Dunn's words made a lot of sense, so they stayed. Due to this delay, before they could seriously prepare, the enemy's attack had already begun, and the enemies were either Sequence 6 or Sequence 7, with very strong power. Fortunately, after establishing a comprehensive, sealed artifact application rules, Lord Hobert left 3 Grade 2 sealed artifacts in the Special Operations Department. Angus and Helen each took one, and the other was given to a Sequence 6. Under their leadership, the situation was quickly stabilized. They even forced a Rose Bishop to tear apart one of his hermit companions, covering his escape by detonating his companion's flesh and blood. At this moment, 3 figures emerged from the shadows at the courtyard gate. The leader wore a hooded bishop's robe with a cross and a hanged man pattern embroidered on it. Angus and Helen exchanged glances. These 3 people were definitely all Sequence 5. At the military camp outside Jeffrey City, the 500-strong camp, after a day of training, was filled with snores, and only the guards were still diligently patrolling. The shadow under the brazier suddenly stretched and rushed towards a barracks. Just as the shadow was about to enter the door, a blue magma greatsword descended from the sky, embedding itself in front of the shadow. Archibald and his adjutants leisurely approached. It seems I'll have another adjutant from the secret supplicant pathway. He laughed. All right, come out, all of you. Your positions have long been exposed. Shadow transformation cannot hide the lines of spirituality. The shepherd leading the team was slightly stunned. According to the intelligence they had gathered, shouldn't there only be some low sequence beyonders in the military camp? How come these several staff officers seemed to have strong auras? While the shepherd was wondering, one of the staff officers glowed with a dawn-like radiance, and then a dawn greatsword appeared in his hand, slashing towards the shepherd. The shepherd was about to dodge, but his movements suddenly became stiff. In the Lord's Manor, Earl Hobert and the Black Knight's game of hide-and-seek continued. The Black Knight's previous words sounded very crazy, but when fighting, he seemed very cautious, always observing Earl Hobert in the dark. In fact, if Earl Hobert also had such an ability, he would also carefully observe his opponent first, and then make a targeted attack plan. Earl Hobert had already seen through the opponent's thoughts, so he did not use his most core abilities. He even did not unseal the 2 sealed artifacts. If he could force the opponent out without using his full strength, then Earl Hobert would win this game. If Earl Hobert's true strength was seen through by the Black Knight in the subsequent response, then the Black Knight would win. However, what the Black Knight didn't know was that his hope of victory was slim, because this fallen Earl in front of him was also the creator. If he had seen this, he would surely have fallen into complete despair. Earl Hobert dodged the Black Knight's shadow's attacks. The shadow absorbed the power of the surrounding darkness, and its size was growing larger and larger. Earl Hobert could even feel the madness overflowing from it. Its most powerful attack was fallen, but unfortunately, it was useless against Earl Hobert. Association. Seeing that the shadow's uncontrolled state was almost complete, Earl Hobert timely strengthened the association between the shadow and the Black Knight, to see if he could transmit its uncontrolled state and madness to the main body. Crash. A sound came from the roof. It turned out that the other party was not in the room at all. The Black Knight had already cut off the connection with his shadow, but now, the faint sense of madness and loss of control coming from the shadow made him inadvertently expose his whereabouts. Amplify. Earl Hobert, who had been suppressing himself for a long time, finally made his move. He jumped up and amplified a slap he threw out, blowing off half the roof. Then, Earl Hobert distorted gravity, hovering in midair, and roughly determined the Black Knight's position. Arrogance. The current arrogance was already an area ability. In the darkness, a mass of dark shadows suddenly surged, forming a figure that seemed to be wearing black armor. His 2 arms suddenly turned into long blades, slashing towards Earl Hobert. You lose. Earl Hobert smiled. Chaos. Yesterday, I had an hour more writing time than expected, so I wrote over 2,000 more characters. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.